Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Comprehensive comic. Descendants of Lucifer in High School DxD. Part 1. The sky was overcast, and muffled thunder rumbled from time to time. Levi's back was pressed against the door panel. He swept a glance across this unfamiliar room, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the floor. Did I actually transmigrate? Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, and the torrential rain came crashing down. In the instant the lightning flashed, Levi raised his hand to rub his temples, desperately trying to digest the fragmented memories in his mind. The transmigration was confirmed. Not only did he transmigrate, but his body had also shrunk into that of a teenage boy. His name in this life hadn't changed, he was still called Levi, but his surname was no longer what it used to be, Levi Lucifer. A descendant of the Lucifer clan, one of the four great Satans of the old Satan faction. He also had a half-brother, Valley. At first, Levi hadn't reacted to terms like Old Satan faction or Four Great Satans. But once he dug out the memories regarding Valley, his brain clicked into place. This place was High School DxD. Levi had followed this anime in his early years, but stopped later due to work. However, because the art style was a bit unique, it had left a deep impression on him. Those who know. Fragments of those memories still lingered in Levi's mind. The more he thought, the colder his back felt. His cheap father was dead, his grandfather was a madman, and he was the only one left breathing in this house. Although he and Valley were born to the same father, they didn't share the same mother. Valley was a half-devil, half-human, whereas he was a pure-blooded devil. Logically, his talent should have been higher, but reality was exactly the opposite. Valley's talent was ridiculously high, surpassing even their father, and he was the White Dragon Emperor of this generation. And him, Levi. A pure-blooded devil with talent so rotten it was unwatchable. Even his hair was black, completely different from everyone else in the family. His mother had died in childbirth after giving birth to him. His father had been killed directly by his grandfather, Rizvam, 5 days ago after Valley escaped. That old man was the strongest transcendent, he killed whoever he wanted. Now, in this large mansion, besides a few servants, only he and Rizvam were left. Levi had watched the original plot and knew this old thing very well. He was a pure madman. He was tired of everything around him and, upon learning of other worlds, became obsessed with conquering them. The problem was that the X-world was even stronger than this one. The things this old man did in his own world were even more absurd. He made his son kill his own grandson, killed his son for being cowardly, and wanted to awaken the Beast Emperor before dying. The more Levi thought about it, the colder his neck felt. Who knew if one day Rizvam would find him an eyesore and he would end up with the same fate as his father. If he had known, he should have risked it and run away when Valley escaped. Valley had only managed to escape because servants risked their lives to save him, but at least that was a much higher chance of survival than staying in this house. How was he supposed to live now? Levi felt that even if he were killed tomorrow, he wouldn't be surprised. As he was leaning against the door, lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Very close. Terrifyingly close. Levi, open the door. He would never mistake this voice. It was Rizvam. Levi did not want to see this old man at all. But he couldn't hide now. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, stood up, organized the memories in his head, and reached out to open the door. A man stood outside the door. He was wearing the robes and armor of Lucifer, looked 80% like Valley, had some stubble on his face, but looked very young. He walked in. Rizvam was the son of the original Lucifer and the mother of devils, Lilith. The strongest transcendent, possessing the perverted ability of sacred gear nullification. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked directly onto Levi. By blood, they were relatives. But that gaze was as cold as a blade, scanning him from head to toe. To him, Valley at least had the value of being teased. But Levi, he didn't even have the qualifications to be teased by him. Even though he inherited the bloodline of Lucifer, his magic power was pitifully weak, and his physical fitness was poor. Pure-blooded devils couldn't wield sacred gears, and this guy was slow at learning everything and had no special abilities whatsoever. He was a complete waste. Usually, Rizvam couldn't be bothered to look at him. But things were different now. Valley had run away, and his useless son had been killed by him. By that count, it was Levi's turn, the useless grandson, to step up and hold the fort. Rizvam had his own plans to attend to. For the next few decades, at the very least, he would have to deal with that Sears X pushed forward by the reformist faction. His son was killed by him, and Valley had run away. With those two gone, the old Satan faction needed a Lucifer to hold the seat. After all, that guy Searsex was too naive and didn't leave any roots when doing things. Plus, after the Civil War, there weren't many pure-blooded devils left. Even if the old Satan faction was full of trash, the reformist faction had to keep them to guard against angels and fallen angels. As long as the angels and fallen angels didn't make a move, the reformist faction had to spare some people to keep an eye on the old Satan faction. Thinking of this, Reisbam actually felt that Levi being a waste wasn't a bad thing. A waste standing with other wastes wouldn't be eye-catching. Only this kind of person had the potential to be trained as an inside agent. Valley's talent was too high for this job. His son was too cowardly and couldn't do it either. But Reisbam looked at the boy in front of him. The other party actually dared to look him in the eye. He deliberately didn't speak, wanting to suppress him. The boy didn't look away either. Reisbam thought to himself, wastes have their uses too. At least he was bold enough. But Levi wasn't staring at him because of courage. The moment Reisbam entered the room, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Now, that voice that only he could hear rang out again. Maintain eye contact with Reisbam for 1 minute, condition met. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Yamato. Automatically bound, only you can use it. The reward has been placed in the system inventory. Are you really going to the house of Lucifer to take care of that Levi? Rias stared at the silver-haired woman in front of her who had put on her maid outfit again, unable to understand it at all. Graphia had once personally betrayed the old Satan faction, yet now she was running back to serve someone. Even though Rias wasn't very old, she knew how much scorn Graphia would face by going there. But this woman, who could contend with Seraphal for the title of the strongest female devil, was determined not to change her mind. Rias, the old Satan faction is different from the reformist faction. Although I will be targeted if I go back, given my strength, those devils won't dare to do anything openly. The old Satan faction was almost crippled in the Civil War. Once Reisbam left, they couldn't even find a Satan-class devil over there. Graphia wasn't worried about herself at all. What she was worried about was Levi. His mother was my friend. Before she passed away, she entrusted me to take care of him. Levi is weak to begin with, his father is dead, his brother ran away, and the one who killed his father was his grandfather. That guy Reisbam also slipped out of the underworld. Compared to me, that child is the one who is truly being ostracized. With that said, Graphia had already packed her luggage. This queen of annihilation, who had put on her maid outfit again, reached out and patted Rias's head, revealing a rare smile. Don't worry about me. I am a member of the Lucifuge family, and for generations, we have been Lucifer's confidants, taking care of him is my duty. After saying this, she lowered her head to look at Rias, who was still trying to look up at her while being held down. The smile vanished. Her face returned to its usual icy expression. Go back and tell your brother. We really aren't suitable. He has his path, and I have mine. Alright, goodbye, Rias. Leaving these words behind, Graphia, dressed in her maid outfit, picked up a brown leather suitcase and walked towards the residence of the Lucifer clan. Rias kept watching her walk away. It wasn't until she could no longer be seen that she turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Brother, Graphia said you aren't suitable. As soon as she finished speaking, her brother, the current Lucifer, Searsex, walked out from a corner. He looked at the direction where Graphia had disappeared and sighed. He truly liked that woman. But Graphia had never given him a good look. Although he had thought about being rejected long ago, when it actually happened, his heart still felt heavy. But there was no help for it. Since Graphia didn't care for him, Searsex wasn't the type to pester her endlessly. He could only silently wish her well. Sighing softly, Searsex turned and walked in the opposite direction of Graphia. Rias, let's go back. Yamato is truly worthy of its reputation. Levi gripped the hilt and pulled the sword from its sheath. He swung it casually at the empty space in front of him. Without using much effort, the silver blade carved a pitch-black crack in the air. It wasn't until he sheathed the sword that the crack slowly closed. Even I, the user, can easily cut through space. Seeing this scene, Levi knew clearly in his heart that at least his attack power was secure. Not to mention that the capabilities of Yamato went far beyond this. The true ability of this sword was separation. Simply put, as long as you believed you could cut it, even conceptual things could be severed in one stroke. Cutting space, opening portals. In the original work, it could even completely separate Virgil's devil and human sides. The power of this sword was simply indisputable. The power of Yamato was definitely not inferior to ordinary sacred gears. Now I finally have some capital for self-preservation. Levi casually put the sword into his system inventory. Strictly speaking, he now had two sacred gears in his hands. One was Yamato, and the other was his system inventory that could store items. And the system had already been activated. It was a check-in system. As long as he met important characters recognized by the system and fulfilled the conditions according to the prompts, he could check in and receive rewards. With this thing, becoming stronger was just a matter of time. As for now, Levi walked to the window and looked out at the old castle and territory of the Lucifer clan. Although the sky of the underworld was always gray and lacked that clear blue feeling, ever since Rizvam left, Levi felt the whole world had brightened up. That's right. That madman Rizvam had gotten lost. Not just simply leaving the residence, but disappearing directly from the underworld. This guy is probably already starting to busy himself with the Chaos Brigade. But for me, this is a huge blessing. Rizvam left the underworld and conveniently took away most of the old devils in the old Satan faction. With this, the overall strength of the old Satan faction plummeted. But the benefits were also obvious. This faction would be easier to control and much more obedient. At least in the short term, they wouldn't dare to make any big moves that would drag themselves down. I have plenty of time to develop steadily. As for that task Rizvam threw at me at the end. A strange smile suddenly curled the corners of Levi's mouth. He took the Yamato directly out of the system space and gently poked it into his own chest. A black ball of light stripped away from inside Levi's body, sliding along the blade. You want me to stay in the underworld as an inside agent? Before you're taken out by me, I suppose I can play along. But you want to use this thing to leash me. Rizvam, I can only say you're thinking too much. The task Rizvam assigned before leaving was for Levi to act as a pawn planted in the underworld. Right now, there's no certainty of killing Rizvam, so revealing some intelligence to him is fine, and it might even provide an opportunity for a counter kill. But to put one's own life in someone else's hands. Levi tossed that black restriction directly into the system space. Keep dreaming. After handling these matters, Levi intended to continue practicing with his sword, but the voice of a servant suddenly came from outside the door. Lord Levi, the devil arranged by His Majesty the Satan to take care of you has arrived. Would you like to meet her? Levi was stunned for a moment, only then remembering that this was indeed the case. He thought about it and nodded. Lead the way. Sears X had already given a heads up about this matter beforehand. Levi didn't think too much about it. In any case, it was just an eye planted by the reformist faction, and he had already prepared several response plans. But when he saw the maid with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. My name is Graphia Lucifuge, and from today on, I will be your exclusive maid, Lord Levi. Graphia. Although he hadn't heard that Sears X was married, to actually send her over, the reformist faction really went all out this time. However, Levi glanced at the newly activated sign in task on the system panel and smiled, nodding at Graphia. Fine, welcome, Graphia. Let's get along well from now on. Objective. Spend 5 minutes with Graphia. Seeing the content of the task, Levi smiled. After a few simple pleasantries, he used the excuse of explaining work duties to show Graphia around and familiarize her with the current state of the House of Lucifer. 5 minutes. Too simple. After Valley left, Rizvam also left, and now I'm the only one left in the House of Lucifer. Valley took some retainers, and Rizvam took some as well. Now only low-class devils doing chores remain in the mansion. Not to mention an ultimate-class devil, one can't even find a high-class devil. Although the territory isn't large, most places are watched by servants. The House of Lucifer isn't what it used to be, but maintaining basic operations is still not a problem. Graphia listened to Levi's explanation and nodded gently. Understood. She was very clear in her heart. Before she returned, the House of Lucifer was indeed pitifully weak. The gap in combat power was so large it was a headache. If they really ran into any trouble, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. But now it's different. With her, a Satan-class being, holding down the fort, the family is at least no longer in a state of being slaughtered at will. Alright, that's the situation. Levi said as he stood up. If you want to know anything else, just go and see for yourself. In the House of Lucifer, there is nowhere you cannot go. He turned and walked 2 steps, then stopped. Graphia looked at him with some surprise. And, thank you for being willing to come back at this time. After speaking, without waiting for her response, Levi directly clicked sign in. Then, his figure, under Graphia's gaze, completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. Grafia stared at the direction he left in, her eyes slowly becoming soft. She originally thought that she would definitely be hostilely received upon returning this time. She had even thought about whether to take the initiative to do something to gain a foothold. Now it seems, she overthought it. That's right. Her child, how could he be a lunatic like Rizvam? Then so be it. Before you truly grow up, the house of Lucifer will be left to me to protect. Lord Levi. Sign in reward. Summoned swords. Levi looked at the system prompt and was stunned for several seconds. This is determined to make me walk Virgil's path. Whether it's the Yamato or the summoned swords. They are all Virgil's old assets. In the Devil May Cry world, these things are roughly equivalent to the status of the guns in Dante's hands. Blue flying swords used for long-range attacks. They can spin around the body to form a sword formation, blocking attacks from all directions. They can also be shot out to hit distant targets. It also comes with a pulling effect, either pulling people to oneself, or pulling oneself to the target. But the summoned swords in Levi's hands are a bit different from Virgil's. There are slight differences in appearance. The function has also been slightly modified. The pulling has been changed to teleportation, making this thing a bit like the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique. However, I remember, these summoned swords are condensed using magic power, right? Levi spread out one hand. A blue flying sword immediately formed in his palm. He flicked his hand casually. The flying sword flew out and started spinning around his body. Immediately after, more summoned swords emerged from the void. A circle of blue sword formation surrounded him in the middle. Levi put away the summoned swords, leaving only one sword formation. With my current magic power, I can manage to normally activate the summoned swords for a short time. But if it drags on, or if I release dozens of swords at once to travel a long distance, I'd probably be drained in the blink of an eye. Every time this happens, he can't help but sigh at his own talent. Unlike a freak like Valley who can use magic power casually, his magic power is limited. He must be calculating when fighting and use it sparingly. However, this situation won't last too long. Talent. He doesn't have any. But he has a sign-in system. Although the characters that can be signed in are mostly chosen by the system, judging from the fact that Rizvam and Grafia are both recognized, while those devils who didn't even have a name in the original work are not, the sign-in basically only targets the main characters who appeared in the original work. Thinking about it this way, Levi bit his finger. Some things, it's really time to act. Are you going to House Grimoire? Grafia was a bit surprised by this sudden decision. House Grimoire is an important branch within the Reformist faction. The banner of the Reformist faction, the current Lucifer Seerzex, is a member of House Grimoire. And Levi, as a descendant of the original Satan Lucifer's family, is going to visit House Grimoire, and taking her with him. Then Seerzex will likely be present. That's right. Levi's understanding of House Grimoire might be deeper than Grafia's. There are two reasons why he wants to go. First, if he's lucky, there might be 4 sign-in characters at House Grimoire, if unlucky, at least 2. Second, he has to start dealing with Rizvam's affairs. Don't worry, Grafia. I'm not going to cause any trouble, I just have some urgent matters that must be discussed privately with the current His Majesty Lucifer. This kind of thing is not convenient to talk about in formal occasions. To meet Lucifer secretly, isn't going directly to House Grimoire the fastest way. Hearing Levi say this, Grafia nodded. Levi originally thought he would have to explain a few more sentences to her. But Grafia didn't wait for him to finish speaking at all and spoke first. In that case, using my magic to infiltrate the territory of House Grimoire will be more covert. If you need to have private contact with His Majesty Lucifer, this is much better than visiting directly. As soon as Grafia said this, Levi was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going to ask what exactly I want with Lucifer? Grafia stood in front of me, her tone calm but firm. You are the master of the House of Lucifer. No matter what decision you make, as long as you are sincerely willing, I will stand on your side. I stared at her face, wanting to find a flaw in her expression. But she didn't seem to be pretending. To be honest, at first I always thought she was a pawn sent by the reformist faction to watch me. Now it seems, things might not be that simple. But I'm not the type of person to trust others so easily. After a few seconds of silence, I put on that external you smiling face. Fine, since you've said so, then I'll leave it to you, Grafia. It is my honor. I nodded, not saying anything more. Seerzex sat behind the desk, flipping through documents. Ever since he was pushed up to become the Satan Lucifer, he felt he was getting busier by the day. Even if Ajuka gave him a few days off, He didn't idle when he came back. The official business that needed to be handled was not any less. He sighed. Being a Satan is more tiring than fighting a war. As soon as the words fell, blue light suddenly surged in the room. The terrifying magic power fluctuation made him alert instantly, his gaze sweeping to the open space in the center of the room. When he saw the Lucifuge family crest formed by that ball of blue magic power, his action of intending to shatter the teleportation array stopped abruptly. The array didn't shatter, the teleportation was successful. Two figures appeared before him. Sears X first glanced at the silver-haired maid. But after that incident last time, he was already clear in his heart that it was completely over between him and her. He sighed silently and turned his gaze to the other young man. He recognized this face. Levi Lucifer, you came to House Grimoire, are you here to see me? I nodded. Yes, I don't know many people in House Grimoire, I can't just come over to visit for no reason. Sears X chuckled, not exposing him. But the moment I saw him, the prompt sound of the sign-in system rang in my head right on time. Objective. Talk to Sears X for 10 minutes. My mouth curled slightly, and I walked in front of him, looking at him. Theoretically, the new Satan and the old Satan families should be at odds with each other. But when Sears X faced me, a gentle smile hung on his face. Speak, what exactly is the matter? Is it that the servants of the House of Lucifer have all been taken away, and you need help from the underworld? He said it very sincerely. And what he said was the truth. If Sears X really opened his mouth to say he would help, Levi also believed he would definitely do his best. But Graphia was already by his side, so Levi really didn't lack that kind of face-saving project. I'm not talking about the issue of pomp. Levi shook his head, his tone very steady. You also know about a Satan-class bodyguard, that is more reliable than anything. The point I want to talk about is Rizvim's matter. As soon as he heard this name, Sears X's expression sank on the spot. Levi had long expected him to have this reaction and continued to speak. Before Rizvim left the underworld, he asked me to stay here as his inside agent, to keep an eye on intelligence in the underworld, and also asked me to figure out the defense deployment. His slipping out of the underworld this time was not just a simple escape, he took away a batch of veteran devils from the old Satan faction, and the rest have also colluded with him. This is a planned operation. As soon as the words landed, even Graphia was stunned for a moment. She immediately became alert, her body tensed, ready to drag Levi and run at any time. Levi took note of this, making a mental note of it. At least with this reaction, he could tentatively trust her. Sears X was silent for 2 seconds, then stood up, his expression extremely cold. Graphia thought he was going to make a move, but instead, he bowed slightly to Levi. Thank you for telling me about this. If possible, I would like to know more information about Rizvim. Levi smiled. This reaction didn't fall outside the range of what he had anticipated. After all, in his past life, people even said Sears X was the reincarnation of God. The joke had practically been run into the ground. Even if Sears X really did something beyond his expectations, he wasn't unprepared. Before leaving, he had already hidden a summoned sword in the room. Unlike Virgil's, his summoned sword could directly teleport him back to the side of the sword. Coupled with Yamato's space-tearing ability, he could instantly return to his base. At that point, he could dig up the restrictions Rizvim left behind, quickly contact that old fox, and instantly ignite the powder keg between Rizvim and Sears X. Of course, that was his last resort. Since everything was going smoothly for now, then he, this double agent, should put on a good show. Of course, no problem, Lord Sears X. Levi smiled and laid out the rest of his cards. I don't know many details about Rizvim's departure from the underworld. However, before he left, he mentioned something called the Chaos Brigade. He intends to keep the remaining old devils to develop slowly, and when a certain critical moment arrives, he will personally lead them to reignite the devil civil war. I don't know exactly which devils signed contracts with Rizvim, but I seem to recall him mentioning the Nibirius clan, and something about an artificial transcendent experiment. Levi frowned. His acting wasn't exactly great, so he didn't overdo it, simply using that expression to convey that he was completely clueless about those terms. Of course. How could Rizvim possibly discuss these things with him? It was all knowledge from watching the original work in his past life. As for whether the Nibirius clan was truly in contact with Rizvim, he wasn't sure. But he knew one thing, the Nibirius clan had indeed conducted artificial transcendent experiments, and their current test subjects were the two servants he had picked out for the future, Kuroka Tuju and Sharon Tuju. Is that so? Sears X nodded, making no promises, nor saying he didn't believe it. I have noted your words. We will investigate for more detailed content. The clues you provided are very important, but when you are with Rizvam, you must not show any flaws, otherwise, your life might not be saved. I understand. And I genuinely intend to continue acting as the mole Rizvam planted in the underworld, helping the underworld keep an eye on him. After all, I really don't want to see the devil race stir up any more major trouble after two great wars. This was no lie. He did indeed need a stable environment to check in and develop. But Sears X didn't know about this underlying motive. Hearing Levi say this, his favorability towards him increased by a large margin. He even had the feeling of having found a like-minded person. After the two chatted briefly, Levi used, "This trip must be low-key," as an excuse to have Graphia see him back. Just then, the check-in reward arrived. Check-in reward. Devil Transformation, Devil Trigger. Chapter 5. Devil Transformation, Devil Trigger Form. Perhaps because he had consecutively obtained Yamato and the improved summoned swords earlier, Levi was surprisingly not at all surprised about obtaining the Devil Transformation this time. It's just the Devil Trigger form, huh? Levi clenched his hand in the air and directly activated the Devil Transformation. A dark blue coat draped over his body. His transformation didn't turn his human form into a monster like Virgil's, but in this state, a pair of devil horns extending backward grew from the top of his head. Dark blue light patterns spread from his body to his chin. His hands and feet completely transformed into the appearance of a devil, but his face remained the same, except for a few extra markings on his chin, and his eyes glowed with blue light. All stats increased. It feels a bit like the balance breaker state of a sacred gear. Originally, Levi was treated as trash in the Lucifer clan, but as a devil, his strength wasn't so low that he had fallen to the level of a high-class devil. Not that much of a waste. The moment he activated the devil transformation, Levi clearly felt his magic power surging. He estimated that this level was at least that of a high-class devil, and might even be touching the threshold of the ultimate class. The key was, this was his first time using this form. If he practiced more and became even stronger by a notch. Once I completely master it, I might directly have Satan-class combat power. Levi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Did this thing really get snatched from that check-in reward from Sears X? At first, he thought that transforming into a devil form would at most get him to the level of a high-class devil. After all, the name was just, Devil Transformation, Devil Trigger. His original plan was that he would need to unlock the Sin Devil Trigger to truly step into the threshold of Satan class. This was his old plan. But as it appeared now, it's quite a bit more ferocious than I expected. Levi waved the long sword in his hand, his eyes filled with a bit of excitement. Lord Levi, are you going out? Graphia had just turned the corner from the hallway and happened to see him walking out of the room carrying a sword, so she asked casually. I wouldn't say I'm going by myself. If it's convenient, could you accompany me on a trip to the Nabirius clan? Upon hearing this name, Graphia's facial expression didn't change, but those extremely calm eyes flickered slightly. The one you mentioned before, that artificial transcendent experiment, right? Correct. Levi walked in front, and Graphia followed naturally. The two walked one after another toward the door. I basically understand Searzek's attitude. It's not that he doesn't believe me, but this matter involves too much. After he goes back, he will definitely have to meet with the other Satans to discuss how to handle it. Fearing that he might alert the enemy, he can only proceed with caution. The door was pushed open, and the wind from outside blew in. Lord Levi, the people on their side. Don't say these things, I understand. Levi turned around, his gaze looking straight at Graphia. Whether it is the reformist faction or the old Satan faction, in the end, they are all factions. As long as it is a faction, it cannot be one person's dictatorship. Not to mention that now the people of the old Satan faction are gone, and the internal voices of the reformist faction are becoming increasingly chaotic. Searzek himself might be willing to believe me, and perhaps he knows that some things must be managed. But he cannot act immediately, just because he is the Satan Lucifer. Then you. Graphia spoke subconsciously, but stopped halfway through. Because she already understood. Me. Levi chuckled. I do have the surname Lucifer, but I am not the Satan Lucifer right now. Furthermore, I am a member of the old Satan faction. No matter what I do, in the end, this account will be settled on the old Satan faction. Graphia closed her eyes and said nothing more. At least on the surface, no one will jump out to oppose you. As long as it passes on the surface, that's fine. How they curse behind my back has nothing to do with me. Levi didn't look back and walked toward the Nibirius clan's base. I live my life, doing what I think I should do. How others view me, none of my business. Let's go, Graphia. Yes, Lord Levi. Beneath the Nibirius clan's castle lay a huge experimental site. The exterior was magnificent, but underneath, it was a different scene. What they were doing was not some ordinary project. It was the artificial transcendent experiment. In the entire devil race, the only ones who could be called transcendents were Seerzex and Ajuka Beelzebub. As for that traitor Rizvam, he had long ceased to count. Most devils had resigned themselves to their fate and accepted this fact. But the Nibirius clan did not accept it. They had greater ambition. They wanted to rely on artificial means to forcibly create a transcendent. Once successful, as long as they had more than 3 finished products, they could master the strongest military force of the devil race. At that time, whether it was the reformist faction or the old Satan faction, they would all be trampled under their feet. They would become the Satans themselves, controlling the entire devil world. Because of this goal, the Nibirius clan, from top to bottom, became increasingly crazy. In the beginning, when the plan first emerged, few people took it seriously. But now, living body experiments were considered small scenes. They were completely crazy. There was only one thought in their minds: must succeed, at all costs. Because in their eyes, there was only that most exciting future. So they couldn't stop. And no one wanted to stop. The ones who were truly crazy were just those devils, those who were doing the research. At the very bottom of the dungeon, Kuroka Tuju held her sister Sharon Tuju tightly. Sharon was sleeping leaning against her, and even in her dream, her hands were still clutching her tightly. Kuroka's face was dirty, yet she still squeezed out a gentle smile. Devils, they're all fooling crazy. She was the one who had seen it from beginning to end. From the Nibirius clan being indifferent to this experiment, to later becoming completely obsessed. In her eyes, devils were just this kind of nature. Kuroka gently stroked her sister's hair and cat ears, watching her sweet sleeping face, and the thought in her heart became more and more firm. If this fire only burns me, then I won't regret dying in the fire. But she lowered her head to look at Sharon, her voice dropping even lower. But you are different. Sharon, the person I cannot lose the most is you. Therefore, she had already made her decision. Before the words could be spoken, a blue light suddenly pierced her vision. A large amount of magic power gathered frantically in the air. She instinctively pushed her sister behind her, her fingers popped out claws, and her whole body, like a cat with fur standing on end, entered a combat state. The blue light grew to its maximum, and 2 shadows walked out from the light. At this time, Sharon woke up. She rubbed her eyes, dazed, completely unable to figure out the situation. Sister. Don't make a sound. When I say run later, you run. Kuroka didn't finish speaking, her senjutsu sensed an aura that had already stuck to her side. Go to hell. Magic power and senjutsu power mixed together, and black flames ignited at the tips of her claws. She slapped a palm down toward Levi. But compared to her future self, she was still far behind. Levi had already completed the devil transformation and entered the devil trigger form. He grabbed Kuroka's wrist, pulled her in front of him, and the two directly met eyes. Don't be so fierce. Kuroka frowned, and just as she was about to act again, a sentence from Levi stunned her. Don't be afraid, it's already okay. Your bitter days are over. Leave the rest to me. The system prompt popped up. Check in target Kuroka Tuju, subdue Kuroka Tuju. Check in target Sharon Tuju, pat her head. Levi glanced at his target and casually tossed the now quiet little wildcat to the maid beside him. He then pushed Sharon, who was tightly clutching her sister's clothes, over as well, giving her head a gentle pat. Sign in reward. Physical fitness optimization. This was the first time he had received this kind of reward. As soon as the reward was delivered, he immediately felt his muscles tighten, and his strength under devil trigger surged dramatically. If he was only at the level of an ultimate class devil before, after this enhancement, his power had already touched the threshold of the Satan class. As for what he was still lacking. Graphia, let me adapt to the rhythm of battle on my own this time. Levi stared at the door of the cell specifically meant for Kuroka Tuju and Sharon Tuju, his fingers resting on the hilt of Yamato. The heavy door was tightly shut. If you encounter any danger, I will step in immediately. Graphia's voice was devoid of any emotion, her attitude firm. The corner of Levi's mouth curled up. All right, I'll take that as a yes. Slash. A flash of blade light. Kuroka Tuju's entire body tensed. She could sense it. In that split second, Levi had moved. But by the time she tried to capture the image with her eyes, the devil named Levi had already returned to his standing posture, holding his blade as he turned to walk out the door. As for the door, it's gone. Sharon Tuju pointed her small finger at the cell door, speaking in a childish tone. 3/5 of that door was simply gone. Hearing her sister's voice, Kuroka Tuju's expression turned from shock to a dry laugh, awkwardly suppressing the thoughts of escape that had just popped into her head. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Just what kind of monster are we being targeted by? Despite the awe of Sharon Tuju and Kuroka Tuju, Grafia maintained her cold face on the surface as she led the two Nekomata to follow in Levi's footsteps. But inside, a tempest was raging in her heart. Levi Lucifer, the notoriously useless scion of the Lucifer clan. Weak demonic power, poor physical constitution, even in his teens, he couldn't even reach the level of demonic power of a high-class devil. But looking at him now, Lord Levi has hidden himself deeply indeed. That slash was too fast. If I saw correctly, the blade mark sliced right through space, and the severed portion was directly exiled from this world through the rift. Coupled with his current form, this power is probably already close to the Satan class. Truly astonishing. However, Grafia thought of how Levi had always lived with Rizvam, and remembered how Levi's younger brother had been forced to run away from home, and even his father had been killed by Rizvam. Judging by the outcome, her master's decision to hide his strength was indeed a wise choice. At least he was alive and hadn't been driven out of the underworld. As Grafia lamented in her heart, Kuroka Tuju and Sharon Tuju also expressed their shock at Levi's strength. Levi didn't care about any of this at all. He swaggered out of the lowest level of the cells and headed down the stairs, plunging straight into the massive underground research facility hidden by the Nabirius clan. He had no intention of hiding his tracks, so naturally, he was spotted immediately. Who are you? The devil at the very front was only halfway through his sentence. A blue summoned sword pierced straight through his forehead. The corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. Only then did the devils behind him spot the figure standing in a throwing stance. Are you insane? If Lord Satan finds out, you'll pay dearly for this. The underworld won't let you off either. Further away, a devil's face tensed, his voice cracking with panic. Levi grinned. I was sent by the underworld. Did you really think no one knew what you were doing? Who are you kidding? He gripped the Yamato's sheath slightly higher with his left hand, placed his right hand on the hilt, and slowly drew the blade. The blue light in his eyes flared up suddenly. Knowing he was about to make a move, the devils unfurled their wings one after another, the demonic power within their bodies surging violently. Earthy yellow magic circles lit up in their palms, engraved with the crest of the House of Nabirius. 26 in total. Levi locked his gaze onto those 26 devils. Draw. And then, my power is absolute. Sheath. Countless violent blade marks crisscrossed and tore through the spacious area. The blood of the 26 devils sprayed into the air along the trajectory of the slashes. Levi had already returned his blade to its sheath. Those guys didn't even see how he drew his sword before their bodies were completely severed by the cuts carved out by Yamato. Some limbs fell into the rifts in space. Others splattered onto the ground along with chunks of flesh and blood. But none of this had anything to do with Levi anymore. Having consumed too much demonic power, he automatically reverted from his devil trigger to his human form. With a warm, sunny smile on his face, he turned his back on the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, walking back toward Grafia. Kuroka Tuju's face was pale, but she still reached out to cover Sharon's eyes. Sister, what's wrong? It's nothing, just that all the bad guys are dead. Oh. Sharon could tell something was off with her sister's voice, but she always trusted Kuroka. If her sister didn't say, she wouldn't ask further. Grafia, let's go. It's time to head back. I'll have to give Searsex a heads up about what happened here later, Levi said. Grafia was just as sensible as Sharon Tuju. She didn't ask a single word about Levi's strength, merely nodding as usual. Channeling her demonic power, she activated a spatial teleportation magic circle. I understand, Lord Levi. The teleportation magic circle lit up. Levi, Grafia, and the two little kittens were transported back to the Lucifer clan's castle together. Upon arriving at the castle, Levi first had Grafia arrange accommodations for Sharon Tuju and Kuroka Tuju. Levi returned to his room. There was no blood on his clothes, but he still took them off, went into the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. As the water poured down from above, he slicked his hair back. This was the first time he had killed those humanoid beings. But he didn't feel disgusted, nor did he end up like Kuroka Tuju, who, Once she didn't have to put on an act in front of Sharon, collapsed on the ground and threw up a complete mess. I'm probably a born monster. He chuckled to himself and shook his head. He snapped his fingers. A black magic circle lit up in his palm, engraved with the crest of the House of Lucifer. Devil trigger completely drained my demonic power, but I can still manage this much. Tisk. I need to find a way to deal with this demonic power issue quickly. As he thought this, Sears X's voice came from the other side of the magic circle. Levi. What do you want with me? The Nibirius clan, I've already dealt with them. As soon as Levi finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end. Before Sears X could speak, Levi added. There are quite a few good things in their basement, you can easily find them with a quick search. It wasn't convenient for you to make a move, but I could. However, you'll have to handle the cleanup. Only then did Sears X speak. Well, although I still think you were too reckless, we'll talk about this later. But this time, thanks, Levi. Levi stared at the magic circle in his palm, a mocking smile playing on his lips, though his voice sounded exceptionally bright. No worries, it's all for the underworld, after all. The sky was not yet bright. No matter how many times I look at this purple sun of the underworld, I can never tell what day it is. Levi scratched his messy hair and reached out to knock on Kuroka Tuju and Sharon Tuju's door. Just a moment. The sound coming from inside the door was like the cautious rustling of an unfaithful wife hearing her husband fall asleep just as her lover arrives at the door. Immediately following was a flurry of rustling. The door cracked open slightly. Kuroka slipped out wearing a crookedly tied bathrobe. Sharon is still asleep. If there's something, let's talk downstairs. Sure. Levi nodded and followed Kuroka down the stairs. He didn't notice. Behind his back, the expression on Kuroka's face gradually darkened. Kuroka had grown up in Nibirius. Those who grew up there all knew the saying, the environment dictates the person. Kuroka was all too familiar with the greedy and crazed devils of the House of Nibirius. In her understanding, all devils fell into one of two categories, either they wanted something from you, or they wanted to kill you. Even though Levi and Graphia had saved the two sisters, it hadn't completely overturned this mindset. At most, it had pried open a tiny crack. So she had long guessed that Levi would definitely come looking for her. Who would rescue two strangers for no reason? He had to have an ulterior motive. When the two reached the landing between the first and second floors, Kuroka stopped and took a deep breath. Lord Levi. Her voice suddenly tensed. If you have any demands, whether it's using me for experiments or training me as a weapon, please target me alone. Kuroka knelt down directly, her knees hitting the wooden stairs. I know this request is excessive. But I can do anything, and I can endure any hardship. I beg you, spare Sharon. She had undergone a long artificial transcendent experiment. Although her power had not yet reached its peak, she already possessed the level of a high-class devil. Coupled with her dual mastery of senjutsu and magic, she might even stand a chance against an ultimate-class devil. If it were those guys from the House of Nibirius, she might have already fought for her life. But she had seen Levi make his move with her own eyes. She knew very well, as she was now, she stood absolutely no chance against him. She couldn't even muster the thought of running away. Stand up. Levi's voice was flat, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Kuroka wanted to persist, but her body refused to obey, and she stood straight up. Levi stared at her for a long moment before finally sighing. I'm not good at beating around the bush, so I'll just be direct. He scratched his head. As for experiments, I don't understand them at all. Most magic books just give me a headache. As for weapons, I have my own, and I don't have the habit of using others as tools. I did have a purpose in saving you. Kuroka's pupils contracted slightly. First, the Nibirius clan needed to be cleaned up. Second, even if I don't have evil pieces right now, I will get them sooner or later and start recruiting peerage members. Levi looked at the stunned Kuroka Tuju. Even though the atmosphere was starting to get a bit awkward for him, he still kept a straight face and extended his hand toward her. I don't want test subjects, nor do I want weapons. But I am a notoriously useless person in the House of Lucifer. There is too little one person can do, yet there is too much I want to do. In that case, a cluster of black patterns rose from Levi's palm, his gaze falling on Kuroka. Kuroka, I promise to treat you as one of my own. Are you willing to stand by my side? Devils had always taken contracts extremely seriously. Although Kuroka didn't have much of a favorable impression of the devils on that side, she was well aware of this. She stared at the magic circle in Levi's palm. As long as she channeled her demonic power into it, the words Levi had just spoken would become a binding constraint between them, and he would never be able to go back on his word. But Kuroka didn't do that. She first reached out and swatted the magic circle away, dispersing it. Then, just as Levi was about to pull his hand back, she grabbed his palm with both hands and slowly pulled it to her chest. She looked at the slight surprise on Levi's face and suddenly felt, this guy who had stirred up such a carnage yesterday wasn't so scary after all. Lord Levi. Kuroka didn't even notice when the corners of her mouth had curled up. She spoke in a slightly playful tone, slowly, actually, Sharon and I are the ones who should be saying thank you. If you hadn't lent a hand, my sister and I would likely have perished in the secret chamber of the Nibirius clan long ago. Even if we had managed to escape, without your support, we would most likely have become stray devils and been disposed of by the underworld. So, you are our benefactor, that much is certain. As she said this, she relaxed completely, and the pair of fluffy ears on top of her head twitched unconsciously. Then she looked up at Levi, who was slightly taller than her, and revealed a smile that came from the heart. Of course I agree. But there's no need for a contract. As long as you need me, I will agree. It's that simple. After saying this, Kuroka let go of Levi's hand and took a few steps back. She stepped onto the staircase and smiled at Levi again. Anytime Tilda. Just don't find Sharon and me troublesome when that time comes Tilda. The black cat giggled as she ran upstairs and ducked into the room she shared with her sister. She looked quite composed. But Levi noticed that while her face was expressionless, the ears hidden within her black hair had turned beet red at some point. Is she shy? What is there to be shy about? The image that popped into Levi's mind, no matter how he thought about it, should be something like the oath of the peach garden, right? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei meeting Liu Bei, laughing a few times, and swearing brotherhood on the spot. The vibe should be like, big brother. From now on, I will follow you to conquer the world. And he himself should be patting his chest and saying, second brother, third brother, having you here is worth more than 100,000 elite troops. Levi watched Kuroka's back, the floral glass shining under the purple sun. He sighed and scratched his hair. I'm really not good at this kind of thing. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice rang in his mind. Sign in reward. Observation hockey. Levi stood in the courtyard and closed his eyes. Everything around him appeared clearly in his mind, like a 360-degree map. There were no blind spots. No matter which direction a sneak attack came from, he could know in advance. It hasn't reached the level of reading minds or predicting the future yet, but for someone like me who relies on talent to fight, this is already a cheat. His current magic power was too low. If he could dodge attacks using observation hockey while keeping distance with Yamato, he could drag out the fight longer. But he had to find a way to solve the magic power issue. He couldn't go on like this. Thinking this, Levi casually flung out 3 summoned swords. He didn't throw them at the target, but scattered them above his head. The 3 swords flew into the sky like fireworks, adjusted their angles in midair, and plunged down violently, all 3 hitting the bullseye. Tracking. In the world of high school DxD, powerful devils all had their own magical properties. The current Lucifer, Searsex, had the power of destruction. The Seatree clan specialized in freezing. The Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor also had different power properties, one piercing and one venomous. Levi's magical property was tracking. Being able to lock onto enemies automatically, that's not bad. My summoned swords allow me to teleport to the sword's location. If I can lock onto enemies, I have many more combat options. Combined with observation hockey, the range and precision of target locking can be even greater. The prototype of a combat mode slowly formed in his mind. Lord Levi, the Lucifer, Searsex, is here. Do you need me to send him away? Graphia's voice came from the side. Levi thought for a moment. Forget it, I'll go see him. Searsex coming to find him was likely about what was mentioned in the communication yesterday. He probably thought he was too impulsive and came to lecture him. But Levi had an intuition. This person coming might not be a bad thing. Searsex started with the same old tune. You went too far this time. Levi knew clearly that this great Satan was here to lecture him. Come to think of it, he was only a year older than Valley, and was the same generation as Rias and Sona. Searsex using a senior's tone to lecture him wasn't unreasonable. But whether he listened or not was another matter. I think it was fine. You know the current situation in the underworld, the reforms have just started, Rizevim's people are still active in the shadows, and things aren't exactly solid on the surface. If you want to do things at a time like this, you can't just do whatever you want like you did when you were a hero of the reformist faction. Levi picked up the coffee pot Graphia had brought, filled Sears's cup, and poured himself one. If I'm not a bit urgent, some things will become set in stone if dragged on, and it will be too late to change them by then. He took a sip of coffee and continued. Besides, I carry the name of Lucifer. No matter how much I like the current underworld, I can't change this background. If I'm a bit impulsive, those guys who usually put on airs in front of you will actually be more well behaved. Sears took the coffee cup and sighed. Thanks. It's just a cup of coffee, no need to be polite. Both of them raised their cups and took a sip at the same time. They both brushed past the previous topic simultaneously, as tacitly as if they had rehearsed it. By the way, Levi. Sears put down his cup, reached out to pick up the box nearby, and placed it on the table to open it. Inside was a full set of evil pieces, all sealed in crystal. Evil pieces. Yes. Devils have fought several major wars in recent years, and the number of pure bloods is pitifully low. So the underworld set a rule: as long as you reach the level of a high-class devil, whether you are of the reformist faction or the old Satan faction, you will be issued a set. Sears pushed the box to Levi. Just put your hand on it and channel your magic power into the crystal. Although they look the same on the outside, after activation, whether there are special pieces inside depends entirely on random numbers. Don't you want to test your luck? Levi became interested. He placed his hand on the crystal, and as soon as his magic power flowed in, the crystal lit up. The light was not harsh, but gentle. Then the light retracted from the crystal's surface and was compressed entirely into the pieces. When the light faded, the set of pieces belonging to Levi was formed. Ordinary pieces are just standard tools for turning someone into a devil. The higher the potential of the reincarnated subject, the more pieces it consumes. Special pieces are different. A single one can handle a subject of any potential. They are truly rare items. If an ordinary person can get 2 special pieces, they should consider themselves lucky. But what about Levi? There were a total of 4 special pieces in his box, 1 special pawn, 1 special rook, 2 bishops, all of them were fooling special. Your luck is truly enviable. Sears was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded at Levi. Levi also felt his luck was good today. It's all right. He replied casually, closed the box, and threw it into his system inventory without hiding it at all. Did you come to see me today just to deliver these pieces? A lecture alone isn't enough. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at Sears. There are some things between us that really need to be discussed. But if you're just using the pieces as an excuse, if Rizvim's side targets me, I won't be able to explain myself. Levi knew clearly that Sears wasn't the type to make a trip for no reason. So there must be something else. I really can't hide anything from you. Sears shook his head with a smile and took out a document from his robes. It wasn't a cargo receipt, but a transfer document for a devil. This girl is a bit of a trouble. But after thinking it over, you are the only one in the old Satan faction I can entrust her to right now. Sears spoke lightly, but Levi raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name on the document. Ingvild Leviathan. Her stats were ridiculously high. She had immense natural magic power, possessed a Longinus, and inherited the magical characteristics of the original Leviathan. This girl was simply a naturally gifted student. She was also Hyodo Issei's queen in the original work. The Devil Sleeping Sickness. The name sounded like a joke, but it was actually deadly. This disease only affected devils. Once contracted, one would fall into a semi-permanent slumber. No matter how talented or strong you were, there was currently no cure. And Ingvild Leviathan, this girl who looked like a top student based on stats, happened to contract this disease at 17. She had been asleep for nearly 100 years. Devils are different from humans. 100 years is nothing to us. But for a devil with this disease, there's a high probability they won't wake up for 100 years. For example, that anomaly in the Bale clan, Saraorg, his mother was a victim of this disease. She didn't inherit the power of destruction at all and relied entirely on her physical body to endure it, but in the end, she couldn't hold on, and her body decayed day by day until she died. Levi placed his hand on the crystal stone sealing the girl, his fingertips touching the cold surface. Inside the crystal, the purple-haired girl was sleeping quietly. According to the normal timeline, Ingvild should have been hidden away by some noble devil by now. It seems that because of what he had said earlier, Sears had indeed kept a close watch on those nobles and investigated them quite thoroughly. He curled his lips. He was the one benefiting from this. Ingvild Leviathan's Longinus hadn't awakened yet, but as soon as one of the 5 new types of Longinus that would appear in the future awakened, she would wake up. This woman's ability was heaven-defying. She could make dragons lose their fighting ability and even control dragon herds. As a teammate, she was definitely a top-tier combat force. Moreover, her Longinus wasn't just about controlling dragons, it also had the power to manipulate the ocean. All in all, it was equivalent to combining some effects of Dimension Lost and Zenith Tempest. Not to mention, task condition, stay together for 5 minutes. Levi glanced at the countdown, and the smile on his face deepened. Searsex, this gift of yours is really thoughtful. Searsex left in the morning, and by noon, he had sent people to deliver Ingvild to the House of Lucifer Castle. The core of this matter was handing Ingvild Leviathan over to Levi. This descendant of the original Leviathan was like a bomb to the reformist faction, whoever touched it would get burned. The new 4 great Satans hadn't even settled into their positions yet, none of them were suitable to take on such trouble. So Searsex simply dumped her on Levi, letting him, a Lucifer of the old Satan faction, handle it. No one could say anything. In this place, the underworld, there were always people who supported the old Satan faction, they held some power and were doing quite well. Even if the reformist faction won the civil war, they couldn't change this fact. In the devil race, whoever had the biggest fist was the boss, but bloodline was also a hard currency. While some support the descendants of the original Demon King, others would love nothing more than to trample them to death. Searsex was worried about trouble during transport, fearing the radicals from the reformist faction might intercept them, so he arranged for several teams to transport the people to the House of Lucifer's castle in multiple trips. This made the target safer. Moreover, after Rizvam and Valley's groups each took away quite a few servants, the castle was indeed short-handed. The newly arrived group was perfect for filling those gaps. It could also be considered a gesture of respect from the underworld to Levi. Most of them were naturally taken away by Graphia for retraining. But there was one exception. Or rather, only one person was stopped. Because Kuroka Tuju saw her and pulled her straight out of the line. Kuroka sat opposite, and Sakura Tasaka clenched her fingers, her heart beating a little fast. Sakura, I didn't see you in the Nibirius family's testing area, so I thought you were gone. Kuroka's expression was subtle. I didn't expect you to be fished out by the underworld team. To be able to meet again, it's really. I don't even know what to say. Before she could finish, Sharon dove into the arms of the black-haired girl named Sakura, that Kuroka was talking to, rubbing her face against her. Big sister Sakura. The girl named Sakura stroked Sharon's head with one hand, her tense nerves slowly relaxing, and a soft curve formed at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. Sakura Tasaka sighed inwardly. She was not a devil. She was a human girl from a Magus family. She originally had a father, a mother, and an older sister. Her family was whole, and her days were filled with laughter. Until one day, her father said a bunch of inexplicable things and threw her to another Magus family. Then the Magus of that family was swindled by a devil, and they took her to the underworld along with them. From then on, she had been a slave, struggling desperately to survive. She met Kuroka and Sharon during those days when she was a slave for the Nibirius family. She was responsible for bringing meals to the sisters every day, and they became familiar with each other over time. In her life, nothing good had ever happened to her. But now, seeing Kuroka and Sharon, she genuinely felt that she was lucky. Not for herself. It was happiness. She was happy that the two of them had finally made it through and were smiling so happily now. To be able to smile in the underworld, that alone was lucky enough. Alright, Sakura, I'll take you to meet Lord Levi. NYA, Kuroka reached out her hand. Lord Levi isn't a bad person, he's very easy to get along with. Here, no matter what your status is, at least you won't be scolded for no reason like before. I looked at that hand, subconsciously wanting to grab it. But the moment her fingertips moved, she pulled them back. She dared not take the initiative to grab anyone's hand anymore. Afraid of disappointment. Even more afraid of being a burden to Kuroka. Before she could fully withdraw her hand, Kuroka grabbed her wrist, and Sharon pushed her hard from behind with her little butt stuck out. Let's go, Sakura. The voice poured into her ears, and her body was pulled forward. At this very moment, Sakura Tasaka felt that even though this land of the underworld was illuminated by a purple sun, the colors of the entire world suddenly came alive and became bright. Undoubtedly, her world had been illuminated. Levi stared at the hands of his pocket watch, quickly reviewing the patterns of his sign-ins over the past few days in his mind. At the beginning, he signed in at that great devil Risvam, and he gained the Yamato. Later, he signed in at Graphia. That woman was adept at space magic, so he obtained the improved summoned swords capable of long-distance teleportation. After that, for a monster of the transcendent level like Searsex, the sign-in result was the true devil form. That girl Sharon Tuju basically couldn't do anything, so the sign-in gave him physical enhancement. Kuroka Tuju relied on senjutsu and had amazing perception, so the sign-in yielded observation haki. Looking at it this way, the sign-in rewards are most likely related to the characteristics of the person being signed in at. He calculated in his mind, following this line of reasoning. Then, will this sign-in for Ingvild give me dragon-type abilities? Or something related to the ocean? Or perhaps something directly linked to Leviathan? He glanced at the purple-haired girl in front of him. This woman's magic power alone, at a minimum estimate, had already touched the threshold of an ultimate class devil. Genius, powerful, tagging her with these labels was basically correct. With an existence of this level, the things signed out definitely wouldn't be bad. Levi looked down at his pocket watch. The second hand moved tick by tick. The last second passed. Sign in reward. Virgil's Yamato usage experience. A sharp pain suddenly exploded in his brain. It wasn't severe, but memories surged in like water being poured, flooding deep into his brain. How to use the Yamato, how to counter moves, how to coordinate with the true devil form and summoned swords, everything became clear. He understood immediately why it had to be Ingvild, and why it had to give this reward. At first I didn't figure it out, but if the point of connection lies here, it actually makes sense. Levi reached out his hand and pressed it onto the surface of the crystal stone. As he sent magic power into it, the entire crystal instantly exploded with blinding white light. Like an ice cube thrown into boiling water, the crystal stone melted layer by layer in the white light, shattering into points of light that dissipated into the air. The purple-haired girl, losing her support, felt her body drift downward. Levi took a step forward and reached out to catch her in his arms. In his other hand, the Yamato appeared silently. The ability of the Yamato is separation, he whispered. At first, I used it to cut space and cut the restrictions on myself. Those operations were either in the original work or simply forced through with magic power, it was very simple. But the disease exclusive to devils, this thing is too special, and the operational difficulty is too high. I didn't think about this aspect at all at first. I never even thought that I could use the Yamato's separation ability to directly cut the devil's sleeping sickness away from her. Levi sighed, his mouth curling with a hint of self-mockery. Disease is something that has nothing to do with the body, nor with magic power. I'm not even sure if this unscientific disease exclusive to devils is caused by a virus. But with this experience, I can figure out the ropes. Levi held Ingvild and slowly placed her on the sofa. He drew the Yamato and gently tapped her forehead with the tip of the blade. As the blade passed, a mass of dark yellow light was stripped from Ingvild's body. Levi grabbed it and casually tossed it into his system inventory. This thing was the same as the restriction Risvam had given, who knows when it might come in handy. After doing this, he put the sword away and sat beside Ingvild, waiting quietly. About 10 minutes passed. The purple-haired girl lying on the sofa opened those jewel-like eyes. Where is this? Ingvild had been asleep for nearly 100 years. Although she was awake, her head was still fuzzy. Her last memories probably still remained in the days when she lived by the sea with her parents. So, suddenly facing this unfamiliar environment, she instinctively became nervous. My home. I'll be straightforward, if I told you that you have been asleep for about 100 years, would you believe it? 100 years. Ingvild's current state was even worse than when she woke up in the original work. When she appeared in the original work, she at least already knew her surname was Leviathan and that she had special powers. But now, she had none of these memories. This made it difficult for her to accept many things. It's okay if you don't believe it. The thing has already happened. Even if you don't believe it now, in the days to come, you will slowly accept the things you can't accept right now. Ingvild stared at Levi. Before falling asleep, she had always been an ordinary human. She couldn't process a number like 100 years at all. But Levi's eyes didn't look like he was lying. Her gaze shifted away from him and landed on the mirror in the living room. Looking at her own reflection in the mirror from afar, her hand touched her face unconsciously. If everything you said is true, I'm only 17 years old. Waking up from a sleep to become a hundreds of years old lady, but the self in the mirror still has a 17-year-old face, it's really incredible to think about. Mom and Dad, if 100 years have really passed, they must be gone, right? The aunt next door, the child on the hill, the fisherman uncle who always gave me fish. Everyone is gone, right? It feels just like those were all just a dream. Ingvild felt like she had fallen into a black hole. No direction, no sound, and no one could pull her out. She just stood there, her eyes as vacant as a soulless ragdoll. Levi looked at her like this and suddenly reached out, pulling her into his arms. The warm touch and the unfamiliar scent suddenly woke Ingvild up. Her pale little face suddenly flushed red, and that previously groggy feeling instantly dissipated completely. This should make you feel a bit clearer. Levi saw that her eyes finally had focus, so he let go. He stood up and walked to the window. Let's get this straight, I'm not a psychologist, and I don't have the ability to suddenly untie your emotional knots, nor can I help you walk out of that kind of loneliness. I can't even say, I understand you, because I really don't know how you feel. But I think, that must be lonely, scary, and painful. After speaking, Levi pulled open the curtains. It was still daytime outside. Even in the underworld, sunlight could still shine into the room. Ingvild had stayed in the darkness for too long, so she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. In the light, she vaguely saw a silhouette. Wait for your eyes to adapt and then take a good look, this is the world 100 years later. I don't have the ability to untie your emotional knots, but if you want to go somewhere or want to eat something, even if you just say it casually, I can still help you with those things. It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to feel like the past was all just a dream. After all, I'm the one who woke you up, and I'm standing right where you can reach me. If you really can't find your place in the present, then just treat this place as your home. Everyone in this home will help you, Ingvild. Her eyes slowly adapted to the light. She looked at the man, or perhaps one should say, boy, standing in the sunlight in front of her, clumsily trying to put her at ease. She smiled. It was a very, very light, yet beautiful smile. She could see the sweat on Levi's forehead from him racking his brains to come up with words. He kept changing words while speaking, stumbling over them. Even so, his words didn't have much effect. But Ingvild was particularly struck by the last sentence he said. Home, huh? Stepping onto this completely unfamiliar land, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. But if there could be someone in this place who makes you feel even a tiny bit more at ease, wouldn't that make the feeling not so bad? Ingvild gazed at the Levi before her, her amber eyes reflecting his image. Fine. She didn't really have any other options anyway. Regardless of whether what he said was true or false, the best thing she could do right now was probably to be grateful that she was lucky. Even if this was a lie, she had to thank the heavens for granting her this path. In that case, she had nothing left to hesitate about. The girl, who looked somewhat frail, gently bit her lower lip. After waking up, or rather, on the first day of her new life, she made the first decision of her life. My name is Ingvild. My surname, I don't quite remember. But that's okay, let's just live on together in this era. Sakura Tasaka. When he first heard that name, Levi was completely stunned for a moment. But after rolling the name around in his mouth and looking at the familiar face of the little girl before him, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Tasaka, you mean the Tasaka family that practices witchcraft? Yes. Sakura's voice was very soft, as if she were afraid of disturbing someone. Hearing this answer, the guess in Levi's mind became even more certain. Now he knew that this world was highly likely not just high school DxD. It might even be a crossover. Although the little girl's name was different from what he was used to in the original work, and she hadn't been sent off to that old worm to be tormented. But her timid, animal-like demeanor, combined with the name Tasaka, already told Levi a fact. She was a character who had run out of those type moon stories. In other words, besides high school DxD, this world also had at least some connection to type moon. Thinking of this, Levi's brow knitted together unconsciously. Lord Levi, is there a problem with the Magus of the Tasaka family? Seeing that Levi's expression was off, Kuroka spoke up and asked directly. After all, she was the one who had brought Sakura over. It's nothing. Levi snapped out of it and waved his hand. On the contrary, Sakura carries the bloodline of the Tasaka, so selling her as a slave would really be a waste. As it happens, I just had Grafia go call Ingvild, so we can take this opportunity to introduce you all today. I can finally talk to you all about some serious business. Upon hearing this, Kuroka's eyes immediately lit up. She understood the ins and outs of the evil pieces. Lord Levi, have you finally obtained that thing? Well, you know my capabilities, by the rules, I am indeed qualified to have this thing. Levi and Kuroka were talking in circles. Sakura, Tasaka, and Sharon were left completely confused. Sakura was too shy to ask, but Sharon went straight to Kuroka's side, tugged on her sleeve, tilted her head up, and asked very innocently. Sister, what are you talking about? Little fool, we're talking about evil pieces, the things used to officially become Lord Levi's servants. Kuroka smiled and rubbed Sharon's head. Sharon made a face like a little kitten, smiling innocently and cutely. Watching this scene, Levi also smiled and shook his head. Then he turned his gaze toward Sakura. Graphia is too strong, so I'm not thinking about recruiting her as a servant for now. Kuroka and Sharon have both agreed, and Ingvild probably won't have any issues either. What about you? Sakura Tasaka was stunned by Levi's sudden question. Because no devil had ever asked for her opinion before. She was just a slave, she didn't need to have an opinion. Obedience was enough. Besides, most devils looked down on humans, and the work she did in the underworld was all menial labor. Levi was probably the first devil in 10 years to ask for her opinion. This left Sakura, who was used to obeying, feeling a bit at a loss. Seeing her like this, Levi tried his best to smile gently. Although this is the third time I've encountered this, I'm still not very good at it, but there's no help for it, the servants I've found all seem to be the type who need guidance. Sakura, I can't offer any grand principles. I know that suddenly thrusting the power of choice upon you will make you nervous, or even afraid, but you are no longer a slave. This kind of choice has to be made sooner or later, so why not try taking the first step now? As soon as he finished speaking, Graphia walked over with Ingvild. Sakura was still immersed in Levi's words. She was silent for a long time, then finally nodded at Levi. As long as you don't think I'm taking up a valuable spot, I am willing to become your servant. Levi nodded. Kuroka and Sharon also smiled. Graphia had come over from a distance and already understood the situation. During this time, she had filled Ingvild in on quite a bit of common knowledge, and the other party had gradually accepted the fact that she had become a devil, and had probably guessed the reason Levi had called her over. Kuroka, Sharon, and Sakura had all given their answers. Ingvild hadn't actually promised Levi anything yet. At this moment, she walked over on her own, sat down next to Levi, and nodded at him with a smile. If I can, I would also like to be your servant. The current Ingvild was in a stage of being particularly curious about new things, she wanted to try everything and understand everything clearly. The deeper she understood, the more she realized that Levi hadn't lied to her from the beginning to the end. This realization made her feel increasingly lucky, and she became even more grateful to Levi. She had heard from Graphia that she seemed to be a quite powerful person. So, although I don't know much, if I can be of help to you, I will definitely do my best, Levi. Levi nodded and casually took the box containing the evil pieces out of his system inventory. Well, a few pieces can be decided now. He took out the queen piece first, his gaze subconsciously falling on Graphia. Graphia, I won't force you. If you are willing to be my queen, I will save this piece for you. Levi already had basic trust in Graphia. But this matter involved her allegiance, so he felt it was better to be clear about it. After listening, Graphia nodded silently at Levi. She had already had this intention long before joining the Lucifer clan, so naturally, she went with the flow and agreed. That's good. Although I might not be able to complete your reincarnation right now, I'll keep this piece. The day you become queen won't be too far off. Levi put the queen piece back and then picked up the pawn piece. He had 4 special pieces on his board. 1 pawn, 1 rook, 2 bishops. The one he held in his hand was that special pawn piece. Ingvild, your potential is far greater than you imagine. If Graphia hadn't agreed, I had originally intended to choose between you and Kuroka as queen. Now, though, this special pawn piece is yours. Ingvild nodded. Levi waved his hand, and the pawn piece sank into Ingvild's body. Her magic power was activated instantly. As a descendant of the demon king Leviathan, the moment her magic power awakened, a full 4 pairs, 8 wings, spread out behind her. This was the proof and evidence of her lineage. Ingvild's reincarnation was complete, and Levi picked up the special bishop piece again. The rook piece would actually be quite suitable, but... Kuroka, this one is for you. Okay, Nya tilde. Kuroka Tuju walked over with a smile on her lips. The moment that piece merged into her body, a pair of pitch-black devil wings unfurled with a swoosh, spreading out from behind her. Ingvild had also completed her reincarnation. Levi didn't dawdle. He took out all the remaining pawn pieces and laid them on the table. Sharon used 4, and Sakura used 3. All the pawn pieces were cleared out, with one bishop spot left over, and a queen spot reserved. The 5 servants were now officially settled. On the greater part of Levi's board, the vacancies had been filled. If the previous actions could be considered small fry, now that these 5 women had truly become his own companions, he could let go and do something bigger. Before meeting Sakura, Levi's original plan was to follow the connections on Rizebim's side and find an opportunity to make a move. It would be even better if he could easily sign characters of Rias and Sona's caliber. Not to mention that he had the Yamato in his hand, which could cure the devil's sleeping sickness. Relying on this, he could completely sell a favor to Saraorg and the great King Bale family, and at the same time, win over the attitudes of Searsex and the Grimoire side. But the moment he saw Sakura, Levi changed his mind. The big shots in the underworld wouldn't grow legs and run away, he could go anytime. But on the other side, he really wanted to see with his own eyes how far things had developed. So, I'll give you a week to adapt to the power brought by the pieces. This week I'll go apply to Searsex, and next week we'll set off for the human world. The human world. Kuroka, Sharon, Ingvild, and even Sakura were stunned, only Graphia's face remained without a ripple. But thinking about it carefully, there was nothing strange about it. Kuroka and Sharon had stayed in hell since they were born and had never set foot in human territory. Ingvild had slept for 100 years and had no real sense of that world, but she was quite interested in seeing the kind of ocean that didn't exist in the underworld. As for Sakura, she had been deceived and brought to the underworld when she was 6 or 7 years old. Counting it up, it had been almost 10 years since she had been back. It was perfectly normal for them to be so surprised. That's right, we're going to the human world. Levi's gaze fell on Sakura, and he slowly grinned. After all, it's been nearly 10 years since you've seen your family, right? This time, I'll take you back to visit them. By the way, the system popped up a notification. Check-in goal. Bring Sakura Tasaka back to Fuyuki City. Volume complete. Fuyuki City is located in the Far East and is a small city by the sea. Kuroka and Sharon wanted to experience life in the human world, Ingvild wanted to see the ocean with her own eyes, and Levi also needed to take Sakura Tasaka home for a visit. These 3 wishes came together, just right to be settled all at once. And, check-in reward. Culinary mastery. Fine. The first time Levi saw the check-in reward, he was stunned. It was a bit unexpected, but on second thought, it made perfect sense. Speaking of Sakura Tasaka, Tisk, aside from those troublesome matters in her Magecraft attribute, the one thing that immediately comes to mind is truly this. A bunch of new knowledge suddenly flooded into his brain, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. The amount of information for culinary mastery was actually more than all of Virgil's experience using the Yamato, that was absurd. Graphia, take them to the seaside first. He turned his head to look at the silver-haired maid beside him. I'll take Sakura to the Tasaka side. Kuroka couldn't do it, Sharon couldn't do it, and even though Ingvild had stayed in human society for over a decade, Levi still couldn't rest easy. Fortunately, Graphia was there. Understood, Lord Levi. Graphia wasn't worried at all. Levi's strength has reached, at the very least, the Satan class. For human magi, that is a height they cannot even hope to touch. Only magicians and sacred gear wielders can threaten the Satan class. And the known magicians among humans are not in Fuyuki City. There are no famous sacred gear wielders in Fuyuki City either. Graphia naturally had nothing to worry about. Then, let's go. Kuroka, Sharon, and Ingvild all knew that Levi was going to take Sakura Tasaka home for a visit, so without saying much, they dispersed. Graphia took the 3 of them and left. Levi turned his head and glanced at Sakura Tasaka beside him. We should go too. Sakura Tasaka looked at the street before her, it felt both familiar and strange. Hearing Levi's voice, she nodded gently. The Tasaka family is the family that manages Fuyuki City. The head of the family, Tasaka Tokiomi, cannot be considered a magus with great talent, but through solid and steady methods, he pushed the Tasaka family upward bit by bit. He played it safe, taking every step firmly. If things had followed the trajectory of the normal 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars, the family fortune he spent his whole life accumulating would have been completely squandered by his apprentice and daughter after his death. However, it is already the year 2004, and yet Tasaka Tokiomi is still alive. Levi, bringing Sakura Tasaka along, used a demonic concealment spell to sneak near the Tasaka family residence. When he saw that figure inside from afar, this thought popped into his mind. Was there no Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City before? Or did something go wrong with the fourth one? Sakura Tasaka stood by his side. She saw her father, mother, and sister sitting together at the dining table, eating. It was a scene of family harmony. Her hand unconsciously gripped the clothes over her chest. Levi noticed this action and shook his head helplessly. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Levi had bad luck as a child. Due to a wrong decision by his father, he was sold directly to the underworld. For 10 whole years, he was a slave there. Now that he had returned to his doorstep, seeing the family inside the Tasaka residence completely forgetting the existence of their son, how could he feel anything but bitter? He clicked his tongue, drew the Yamato from his system inventory, and prepared to push open the gate of the Tasaka family residence and walk in. But just before the concealment spell on him could be dispelled, his sleeve was tugged. That slight tugging sensation made him stop. Levi turned around and looked down at the young girl who was holding onto him. Sakura Tasaka was already streaming with tears, which flowed down her chin. Yet, she was smiling. That tear-stained face was so beautiful that one couldn't look away. Lord Levi, this is enough. She tilted her head up, her voice soft yet firm. You don't need to greet them for my sake. Levi frowned. Really, is this enough? Sakura Tasaka wiped away her tears, her smile becoming a bit brighter. I am no longer the daughter of the Tasaka family. She paused, as if savoring the weight of those words. I am a servant of the Lucifer clan. Levi put the Yamato away and reached out to pull her into his arms. The fabric on his chest was quickly soaked by tears, warm and wet. He sighed. Since she had already made her choice, this was fine. It meant she could finally make a clean break with the past, which was a good thing. Just as this thought crossed Levi's mind, the young girl in his arms suddenly grabbed his right hand. A red light lit up on the back of her hand, and several strange patterns slowly emerged. Lord Levi, what is this? Sakura Tasaka did not recognize this thing. But Levi did. Many images flashed through his mind in an instant. As the person who first began to understand the Type Moon world through the Holy Grail War, how could he not recognize this? A command spell. Graphia, have these human magi in Fuyuki City ever held any grand ceremonies before? After Sakura Tasaka had completely bid farewell to the past, Levi took her all the way to the beach to rendezvous with Graphia and the others. Sakura Tasaka's emotions were still not very stable, so those two lively ones, Kuroka and Sharon, each grabbed one of her hands and dragged her away. Watching Sakura Tasaka finally reveal a smile while surrounded by the two girls, Levi turned to ask the maid beside him. Lord Levi, devils, or rather, the vast majority of devils look down on humans. Graphia's tone was indifferent. Among humans, there are special ones like magicians and sacred gear wielders, but devils usually only pay attention to humans when choosing servants. And in most cases, they choose sacred gear wielders. As for the people from the Human Magus Association, those matters are handled by specialized devils. She bowed slightly. If you are referring to the kind of ceremony that doesn't seem large-scale in the eyes of devils, we will have to investigate carefully. After Graphia finished speaking, Levi nodded. She walked to the side and said a few words to someone using a communication spell. After quite a while, Graphia returned. It seemed the matter had been checked out. Lord Levi, this city has never held any large-scale ceremonies before. However, our contacts in the Magus Association have sent back news that Fuyuki City is going to hold a very absurd ceremony recently. It seems to be a ceremony involving summoning a holy grail that can grant any wish, and then fighting over it. I also think this is impossible, but the Lord of the Astronomy faculty at the clock tower seems quite interested. Are you interested in this? When Levi heard that this was the first Holy Grail war in Fuyuki City, his eyes narrowed. That's right. By the time the fourth Holy Grail war came around, the clock tower still considered it a low-class magical competition, a lousy ceremony cooked up by a bunch of low-level magi. At that time, no respectable magus had ever looked at the Holy Grail war with any seriousness. Let alone this first one. Others might not know, but Levi knew very well. The Holy Grail is not an omnipotent object that can grant anything, but this thing is related to the third magic. The third magic happens to contain exactly what he is currently lacking. Infinite magical energy. It's better that no one is paying attention. That way, he has a chance to get what he wants and see if he can solve his biggest weakness, the issue of magical energy, once and for all. As for that lord from the clock tower, Kaneth. Wait, Graphia, which faculty's lord did you just say? The astronomy faculty. Kaneth is not the lord of the astronomy faculty. Speaking of the astronomy faculty, 2004, it's the old director from FGO. Isn't this the Holy Grail War that Waver mentioned in the FGO Fate Zero collaboration, the only one that left a record on the FGO timeline? If that's the case, Solomon will also participate in this one, right? The so-called Holy Grail War is a magical ceremony where 7 chosen magi, bearing command spells on their hands, summon 7 servants to fight over the omnipotent cauldron called the Holy Grail. If we were on the timeline where, by 2004, Tasaka Tokiomi had been dead for 10 years and the grass on his grave was already growing tall, then by the time of the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars, these magi would have long since started playing all sorts of tricks. At the very least, in the Holy Grail Wars of the original work, there were cheaters in every single one. In the neighboring Holy Grail War, the referee even stepped in directly to cheat, taking out the master of one side. They didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Graphia, are you familiar with this person, Solomon? Levi asked as he walked, turning his head back. She didn't know why Levi had suddenly brought up this name. But since he had spoken, she answered. Solomon is a famous demonologist in history. Although he was human, he held significant weight with both angels and devils. He is the only demonologist to be recognized by angels. He is also the only caster from the angel faction that devils could accept. Unlike those humans who later imitated his path to become demonologists, Solomon remains the only person known in the world who can borrow the power of the 72 pillars demon gods on his own. And he is the strongest one. Levi nodded after hearing this. It seems the worldview of high school DxD is indeed mixed with that of the type moon world. But thinking about it, that makes sense. The devils of the underworld were born long before Solomon. However, the ability to borrow the power of the 72 pillars demon god lineage is something that still interests him quite a bit. After all, that is something even the devils themselves cannot do. We have arrived. Just as Levi was thinking, Graphia stopped. They had reached the outskirts of Fuyuki City, and in front of them was a pitch-black forest. The forest was covered by a barrier. But for Graphia, this thing was as good as non-existent. She walked right through it. Levi followed behind her and walked deep into the forest. Standing inside was a pure white castle. Living in the castle was the target he was looking for this time. Inside the Einsborn family, that silver-haired old man was speaking. The vessel for the Holy Grail War is her. Irisviel stood across from him, her brows slightly furrowed. Do we need to find another master? The original plan was for you to complete this ceremony alone, the old man said with an indifferent tone, but the current technology is not stable enough. Once the battle drags on, you will lose the ability to act. As a master, the risk is too high. The tone in which he spoke carried no hint of worry. Irisviel von Einsborn, to him, this name was nothing more than a doll that could be discarded at any time or place. But not now. Because if she died, the Holy Grail War would be lost. He could never accept that. As for the value of life, sorry. Everything running around in the Einsborn family was nothing more than a homunculus. To them, life was just a string of formulas, a resource, a trinket that could be exchanged for a bit of gold. Just like a gemstone pendant hanging around one's neck or an exquisite statue placed on a table. Among the things that could be bought with a little money, they weren't even the most expensive. Irisviel had grown up in this castle since she was born. She vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this way of thinking. But she couldn't say exactly where the problem lay. She was supposed to live her whole life with this mindset and, in the end, willingly accept everything. But after meeting that man, everything changed. It's too dangerous to let her be the master, and it's just as dangerous to let those pieces of trash outside be the masters. Who? Before the old man could finish speaking, a dozen Einsborn homunculi had already drawn their weapons, surrounding him and Irisviel. Everyone's gaze turned to the gate simultaneously. The heavy gate of the White Castle had been kicked open. A man, leading a team, walked into the Einsborn territory with great composure. Levi, carrying the Yamato, swept a glance over the group of homunculi before him and smiled. My name is Levi, Levi Lucifer. Just happened to be passing by, just happened to be a little interested in the Holy Grail War, and just happened to find you all. A devil that can eat people. As soon as the words fell, devil horns grew from the top of his head. Blue markings crawled up his chin. Dark blue flames ignited in his pupils. That demonic power was almost approaching Satan class. His mere existence made the air tremble and distort. His mere existence was enough to explain everything. The old man didn't dodge, he raised his hand to signal the artificial soldiers to retreat. He walked down the steps step by step and stood before Levi. You passed. Although that's not quite right to say, it's not us choosing you now, it's you choosing us. Devil, what do you hope to gain by participating in this ritual? Levi listened and answered immediately. The third magic. Or rather, the infinite magical energy that could make up for his defects. Fine then. The old man nodded, his mouth pulling into a smile. This was the first time he had smiled in his life, and it would be the last. Then you must keep your word and bring out the third magic. Irisviel, no, the obsession of the Einsborn family is entrusted to you. Knowing he couldn't win at all, once the old man understood that Levi's goal didn't conflict with his family's, he handed over what Levi wanted without a word, then twisted his head, snapped his neck, and died right in front of him. Watching this scene, Levi let his devil trigger dissipate and let out a soft breath. I hate dealing with smart people. After speaking, he walked up the stairs and came to Irisviel's side. He was standing, while Irisviel was still sitting on the ground. One high, one low. The two stared at each other. I won't beat around the bush, what I want is the infinite magical energy brought by the third magic. The only reason I chose you Einsborns is because you have the Holy Grail in your hands. Levi stared at Irisviel's eyes, which were as clear and pure as gemstones, his face devoid of any expression. Do you want to die? Irisviel was stunned upon hearing this question. Logically, she should be the same as the old man who just died in front of Levi. As long as the third magic could be completed, trading a life that couldn't even be considered a high-grade craft was a bargain. Even if she didn't complete the third magic herself, once it was realized, the ambition of the Einsborn family for generations would be achieved. But inexplicably, Irisviel shook her head. This was the most rebellious decision she had ever made in her life. She didn't want to die. She still wanted to live. Seeing Irisviel shake her head, Levi grinned. Since you don't want to die, then live. Levi drew the Yamato, using its cutting ability in front of outsiders for the first time. With one slash, he severed the concept of the Holy Grail and the concept of Irisviel. Immediately after. Check in goal. Extract the Holy Grail. Ensure Irisviel survives. Check in reward. Mana burst. The difficulty of taking control of the Einsborn family was probably the lowest. After the old man nodded, all the homunculi of the Einsborn family completely accepted Levi. Humans and such beings were, after all, quite different. But Irisviel was considered an anomaly among homunculi. After saving her, she got together with Ingvild, started learning various things, understanding various matters, and became friends within a few days. Sharon and Sakura went to play in the yard. Grafia was handling the various affairs of taking over the Einsborn family. At this moment, in the room on the top floor of the castle, only Levi and Kuroka were left. It was unclear if it was a cat's habit. Kuroka especially loved lying on his lap or shoulder, her body leaning very close, and a pleasant fragrance always wafted from her. No. Levi shook his head. The evil pieces for servants are limited, you can't necessarily get them just because they're your own people. Moreover, there are cases where devils kill each other under the guise of games. Collecting pieces with no potential for growth is also irresponsible to their lives. Hearing him say this, Kuroka nodded as if she understood. Seeing her like this, Levi glanced at her. I thought you would say you regret letting Sharon become my servant. I would never. Kuroka suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, brought her head over, and pressed her face against his. Levi instinctively wanted to push her away, but seeing her smiling face, she suddenly became a bit more serious. I always want to protect Sharon, but that child is much stronger than she looks. Hearing this, Levi remembered Sharon, who later changed her name to Kaneko Tuju in the original work, and could somewhat understand what Kuroka meant. Perhaps. He sighed and pushed Kuroka away. Just as he pushed her away, before Kuroka could say anything, Grafia pushed the door open and walked in. Lord Levi, the affairs here have been taken over and consolidated. After she finished her brief report, she handed a list to Levi. This was the list of masters for this Holy Grail War. The first name was Tasaka Tokiomi. The second, Tasaka Rin. The third, Kotomine Kirei. Good grief, the Tasaka family alone accounted for 3 masters. Although one of them was a traitor. The fourth was the lord of the astromancy department, that old director, the guy who could summon Solomon. The fifth, logically, should have been Irisviel. But after Levi arrived, he transferred Irisviel's command spell directly to himself. The sixth and seventh masters had not appeared before. Levi knew in his heart that the sixth participant was Sakura, and the seventh person. They still haven't shown their face. Forget it, that unlucky guy is probably just a magus who got dragged into this, and anyway, they likely have a command spell in their hand by now. Alright, let's take advantage of this now. He stood up as he spoke. Kuroka leapt off the sofa and followed at his side with a cat's gait. Oh. Is Lord Levi going to hold that heroic spirit summoning ritual? No. Levi waved his hand. The item the Einsborn family had obtained flashed through his mind, King Arthur's scabbard, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There was simply not enough time to go find a catalyst now. So, before calling out that legendary King Arthur, he had to make all the preparations first, otherwise, if the other party turned around and slashed at him, their master, the moment they appeared, it would be hilarious. However, Sakura can go ahead and summon a heroic spirit. If she summons someone useful, then our next step might go a lot smoother. Grafia never asked about these things. Kuroka, however, came over, her eyes sparkling. After all, she was a cat. What's the next step? Hearing her ask, Levi's mouth slowly curled up. That's right. Once Sakura calls out the heroic spirit, we can try to wipe the church in Fuyuki City off the map. So that's it. Kuroka just exclaimed. But Grafia, who had always been expressionless, moved her eyebrows slightly after hearing Levi's plan. Attacking the church directly. Wouldn't this dredge up those old scores between devils and angels? Heroic spirit summoning, to put it simply, is a rather special type of spirit descending ritual. Levi looked at the magic circle Grafia had drawn and reached out to pat Sakura's shoulder. So don't think about rituals, the Holy Grail War, or any of that stuff. Keep it simple, just treat it like calling out a familiar to play, it doesn't matter what kind of heroic spirit you summon. Hearing him say this, although Sakura felt a bit more at ease, she couldn't help but ask. But, if I could summon a stronger heroic spirit, wouldn't that be better for helping you? There's no need for that. Looking at this girl who always loved to put pressure on herself, Levi rubbed her hair and looked at her with a smile. No matter who is summoned, we are the ones who will win. Sakura, the fact that you became one of the 7 masters is already a huge help. As for the heroic spirit, you should pray that this temporary partner, who can only stay with you for 7 days, isn't someone too outrageous. Sakura saw the expression of schadenfreude suddenly replace the one on Levi's face and was momentarily caught off guard. At this time, Kuroka and Sharon also came over and spoke up. In the Tasaka family's basement, the light of the magic circle suddenly exploded. Blinding white light swallowed the entire space, and then a figure walked out from the light. That short hair, dark skin, holding a longbow in his hand, the moment the man stepped out of the magic circle, his gaze swept across the entire basement. There were only 2 people here. A middle-aged man and the young girl beside him. The man's gaze stopped on the middle-aged man for a second, then fell on the girl's face. Servant, Archer. His voice was steady, without much fluctuation, but it carried a comfortable politeness. Master, please feel free to command me. He had no expression on his face when he spoke. But there was no contempt or indifference in his tone, on the contrary, it seemed very respectful. On this side, Sakura stood in front of the magic circle. When she finished reciting the summoning incantation and the light exploded, she couldn't help but step back. When she saw the man walking out of the light, she was stunned. He wore a white cloak, had short hair, dark skin, and held a longbow in his hand. When those eyes swept over, there was an indescribable sharpness. But it was only sharp, not fierce. Sakura's brain couldn't quite process it. She had been worried just a moment ago, afraid she would summon a muscular brute with a mohawk, holding an axe and grinning at her. As a result, what came out was such a reliable-looking man. Levi watched this scene from the side, a subtle expression on his face. He recognized the heroic spirit. Honestly, he really didn't expect this guy to come out just by summoning randomly without a catalyst. Sakura's luck, this was beyond just good or bad. He whispered, this really is hitting the jackpot. Ingvild and Irisviel, who were beside him, looked at each other. They had just been worried that Sakura's personality was too soft and that she would be bullied by the summoned heroic spirit. Now, seeing the man walking out of the magic circle, they were both a bit surprised. The man stood there, radiating a steady temperament. He didn't seem like the type of character who would bully people. Ingvild shook her head gently. It seems the worry was unnecessary. Irisviel nodded. Yes, this heroic spirit looks very polite. Grafia had been keeping her eyes closed, pretending not to see the look of help Sakura was throwing her way. Now she opened her eyes, saw the heroic spirit, and her face showed no change in expression. She just said indifferently, all right, the summoning is successful. Sakura stood in place, still a bit dazed. She looked at the man, and he was looking at her too. Then the man leaned forward slightly and bowed. Please treat me well, master. Sakura was stunned for 2 seconds, then hurriedly bowed back. Please treat me well. Tasaka Rin looked at Arjuna beside her and sighed softly. Don't hide it, Arjuna. My father found your catalyst. In this Holy Grail war, you will ostensibly fight as my father's servant. There was a hint of reluctance in her tone. Unfortunately, she couldn't win against her old man, so that was how things were settled. Arjuna's eyes held confusion. Tasaka Tokiomi spoke up. Respected Prince Arjuna, it is not that I do not trust your abilities. It is just that this unprecedented war of servants is simply too dangerous for us ordinary magi. He performed the etiquette he had practiced in advance, his tone steady. If the opponents knew that Rin's servant was a powerhouse like you, those cowards who fear your radiance and strength would definitely target Rin. You have also noticed that, perhaps due to the Holy Grail's favoritism, both Rin and I have become masters. In this way, if the enemy truly wants to attack a master, the primary target will shift from my daughter to me. Arjuna stared at Tasaka Tokiomi. His eyes could see through a Magus's heart, clearly understanding what this man was thinking. Even though Tasaka Tokiomi knew this, he maintained his elegant posture. Because that was indeed what he was thinking. Although one could not say there was absolutely no fatherly love for his daughter, Tokiomi's feelings for Rin were built more on his hope that Rin could win until the end and reach the root in the name of Tasaka. In his view, this had already surpassed fatherly love, it was a greater kind of love. Therefore, he was not afraid of Arjuna's gaze at all, and even dared to stare back. So that is how it is. Arjuna did not like prying into others' hearts, nor did he like others prying into his own. But Tasaka Tokiomi's meaning was already laid out very clearly. However, there was still one problem he couldn't figure out. But, without a servant protecting the master, relying only on command spells is also dangerous, right? Please rest assured about that. Following Tasaka Tokiomi's voice, footsteps came from the stairs. A figure wearing armor and a white cloak walked down. Although I am not skilled at combat, leave the duty of protection to me. The knight walked slowly from upstairs. His presence was extremely intense. Arjuna's gaze fell upon him, and for a moment, he couldn't look away. This attire, is he a saber? No. But in life, he was definitely a powerful knight. This feeling, is he a saint? Arjuna sized up the other party, and the other party was also sizing him up. Saint George glanced at the activity in the summoning circle, curled his lips, and smiled with unparalleled openness. I am Saint George. Your master, I will protect to the end. When it comes to protecting people, I have never failed. Saint George. When a servant descends, they automatically receive a portion of modern knowledge and historical information. So Arjuna naturally knew this name, and a trace of surprise even flashed across his face. Since it is you, then I have no choice but to believe it. He paused, his gaze falling on the Tasaka father and daughter and Saint George, his tone sinking. I have already roughly locked onto the lancer of this Holy Grail war. That person, I must deal with personally. If I can move freely, I have no objections. Saint George naturally recognized Arjuna as well. Tasaka Tokiomi and Tasaka Rin looked at each other, and a name popped into all three of their heads simultaneously. The enemy who could make Arjuna say, must kill, there was only one person. Karna. On the other side, Levi stared at the servant summoned by Sakura. Before the other party could state their name, he had already recognized their identity. This time, I've really struck gold. But Karna's feeling was completely the opposite. The moment he manifested, he felt like he had fallen into a den of devils. Ordinary people couldn't distinguish between devils and humans. But Karna was no ordinary person. The moment he descended, his palm instinctively tightened around his spear. Because, everyone standing in front of him was a devil. Karna. If it's such a great hero, will he attack us right away? Sakura's voice was timid, clearly still carrying some lingering fear. She looked at Karna and felt that the other party seemed like a bad guy. The master is a bit special, but a master is a master. Lancer, true name Karna. Please treat me well from here on out. Hearing this, Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the servant she summoned would turn against her right away. Actually, it was no wonder she would think that way. In Legends of Heroes, devils were basically villainous characters. Now, a devil was taking a servant to participate in some war. It sounded incredibly strange no matter how you heard it. Just as Sakura calmed down, Karna scanned the surroundings. Everything he saw was devils. But they were not quite the same as the devils in his memory. And, Karna's gaze stopped on Levi. This time, there were actually two masters on their side. Sakura stopped walking and tilted her head to look over. Why do we have to fight each other first? She really didn't understand why Levi wanted to take the initiative to spar with Karna. On the way to the Einsborn Castle training ground, she couldn't hold back and asked, I need to figure out exactly how strong servants are. Even without that check-in mission, Levi intended to do this. We are devils, even if we participate in the Holy Grail War, it's not the same thing as ordinary human masters. Devils of the underworld looked down on most magi, and the reason was very simple. Devils believed in letting their fists do the talking. The little skills in the hands of magi couldn't catch their eyes at all. Sakura, you were reincarnated as a pawn using evil pieces, and you had never learned any magic before. But after the pieces activated your potential, you didn't feel any strain in maintaining the servant's existence, did you? Saying there's no pressure is an understatement. I don't even feel like maintaining the servant requires consuming magical energy. That's exactly right. Sakura had just been reincarnated and had only used 3 pieces. She already had the talent of a magus, and after reincarnation, she could immediately mobilize the magical energy in the pieces, but even so, it already proved the point. She was only a low-class devil. The servants doing chores in the Lucifer clan all had Sakura's current level. But if you compared Sakura to an ordinary magus, her magical energy, regardless of quality or quantity, could crush the other party. Devils had much longer lifespans than humans, no language barriers, and their physical attributes were also significantly stronger. Except for the point of fearing light, the floor for devils was simply higher than for humans. And because of the fear of light, they actually had bonuses at night, becoming stronger in all aspects. We are not quite the same as ordinary human magi. Levi stood in the center of the training ground. Since we have surplus power, maybe we can even enter the fray ourselves in this Holy Grail war. Karna walked to the opposite side of him. Therefore, we must first test what level a servant's combat power is actually at. Sakura nodded after hearing this. She had never thought in this direction before. But thinking about it carefully, Sakura turned her head to look at the companions who had already opened up distance and cleared a space for her. Her and Sharon's strength was indeed a notch lower, and Irisville had basically no combat power. But after Ingvild's magical energy fused with the pieces, it was ridiculously strong. Kuroka's magical energy, according to Mr. Levi, had also just broken through to high-class devil, stepping into the ultimate class level. As for Graphia, Sakura didn't know exactly how strong she was, even if she had lived like a slave for the past 10 years, Sakura had heard of the great name of Graphia Lucifuge. Graphia might even be stronger than the current Malleviathan. These people, plus Mr. Levi. I really have to seriously consider this matter. While Sakura was pondering, they had already retreated to a position where they could see the entire field. In the middle of the training ground, Levi and Karna locked eyes and simultaneously drew their weapons. Kuroka and the others had already started whispering bets on who would win. But that commotion couldn't reach the ears of the 2 people on the field at all. Karna looked at Levi and spoke. Battle. Since you wish for it, I will not let you down. This guy was usually a man of few words. This sentence could be taken as a warning for Levi to be careful. Levi nodded, took a deep breath, and locked all his attention onto Karna. Well then, begin. As soon as Graphia finished speaking, the 2 moved simultaneously. Karna used a long spear. That weapon had been mastered to the peak of perfection in his hands, but even for an expert, long-handled weapons had their optimal distance. On Levi's side, it was much simpler. After fusing with Virgil's experience using the Yamato, he truly felt he had been reborn. Especially his attack style, Levi instantly entered his devil form, lowering his center of gravity as his body lunged forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Blue magical energy gathered around Levi, 4 summoned swords appeared out of thin air, and immediately shot towards Karna. Karna did not retreat. He shifted his steps slightly, his body brushing past the incoming sword shadows, his spear smashing with a fierce force towards Levi's Yamato, which was only half drawn. Clang! Sparks flew, and a smell of sulfur permeated the air. The sound of the sword and spear colliding made one's blood run hot. But the more they fought, the more Karna felt something was wrong. Clang! After clashing a few more times, Karna frowned. Levi's strength and speed were both a cut above his, and although his technique wasn't that refined, judging from his habits, this person didn't seem like the type to fixate on clashing weapons head-on. Logically speaking, he should be the type whose attacks were faster, more ruthless, and better at ending a battle in one move. If that was the case, there must be a problem. Karna's pupils constricted sharply, and a large expanse of flames burst from his body. This fire was both an offensive move and a screen to block Levi's line of sight. He increased the force in his hands, and while sweeping his spear horizontally, he turned his head to look behind him. As expected, those 4 summoned swords that he had dodged earlier had somehow circled behind him and were turning around to shoot at his back. The spear had already been swung out, and these 4 swords didn't look like they could be stopped by ordinary flames. For an ordinary person, reaching this point was practically a desperate situation. Unfortunately, Karna did not belong to the ordinary people. Weapons and such were just appetizers. For real skills, one had to look at his eyes. Karna's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and 2 crimson beams erupted from his eye sockets, swallowing those 4 summoned swords in the blink of an eye. The moment the summoned swords turned into blue magical debris, Karna's attention locked back onto Levi. If he guessed correctly, it should be coming. That's right. Those 4 swords were originally bait to distract him. The previous ball of flames hadn't been able to force Levi back, and Karna's spear hadn't been able to blast him away either. Levi had used that half-drawn Yamato to block his spear, then sheathed it, and drew it again. A beam of light slashed through the air. Karna narrowed his eyes, locking onto that blade light, and the spear in his hand immediately adjusted its center of gravity. But at the very moment he thrust his spear out, the locked-on blade light disappeared. The tip of the spear only pierced an afterimage. Levi had also disappeared. Immediately after, the sound of feet landing came from behind Karna. Levi himself hadn't quite reacted after delivering that strike. He had originally thought he had calculated Karna's defenses perfectly. A blade that could even cleave through space should have at least left some profound lesson for the guy in front of him. As it turned out, a gash did indeed open up on the golden armor on the opponent's back. It tore all the way from the shoulder to the side of the waist. Fresh blood dripped down along the edge of the armor. But that was all. The wound wasn't on the chest, but on the back. Grafia and the others watching from outside the arena saw it clearly. In that instant just now, Karna had shattered 4 summoned swords, which instantly broke into blue specks of light. But these specks of light didn't dissipate. At the very moment Karna thrust his spear, the specks of light recombined and transformed into Levi himself. Levi had teleported himself directly to the location of the summoned swords. His blade had long been poised, and he slashed down without hesitation. Drawing the blade, sheathing it, landing. The entire sequence of movements was clean and efficient, without a single superfluous trick. However, what surprised Levi was, I can even slice through space, yet all I did was inflict this small wound on you. I originally thought this hit would leave you seriously injured, and I was even thinking about how to quickly treat your wounds after the fight. As expected of Karna. Hearing his words, Karna turned around. This is nothing. This battle was not a fight to the death, just a sparring match, and I have already lost. Levi glanced at the system notification. The check-in goal had been lit up. He nodded, having gained an understanding of the strength of heroic spirits. After activating Devil Trigger, his Satan-class physical strength was clearly higher than that of a heroic spirit like Karna. The fundamental reason he was able to land that strike was simple: his speed was faster, and his power was greater. Coupled with Mana Burst, his physical capabilities already firmly surpassed those of a top-tier heroic spirit. In other words, they were fully qualified to participate in the Holy Grail War. Once he summoned that King Arthur, he wouldn't have to worry about the opponent drawing their sword immediately. Thank you for the advice. If it were a real fight to the death, I might not have the advantage from here on out. But now, I have a rough idea of the strength of heroic spirits. Levi smiled and exited the Devil Trigger state. The system notification sounded at the same time. Check-in reward. Morning Star. Effect: complete immunity to light-based damage. Levi smiled. This reward came at just the right time. Kuroka and the others didn't understand these matters at all, and they had no objections to Levi's plan. But Grafia was different. Lord Levi, you aren't actually planning to take action against the church in Fuyuki City, are you? She was very clear about the weight of this matter. And she believed that Levi must also understand. For a devil of the Lucifer clan to personally step into the arena to destroy a church, the heaven side would absolutely not tolerate it. This was clearly a provocation. In the past, when small frictions broke out, the devil side could shift the blame onto stray devils. But this time it was different. If Levi truly took action, the heaven side would dare to wage a full-scale war against the underworld immediately. Grafia stated her stance directly. This time, none of you should pretend. Surely even the direct heir of the Lucifer clan couldn't be as incompetent as that group of stray devils, right? I am definitely going to take action. That old priest has something I absolutely must have. But rest assured, Graphia. Just like those low-class guys, I will still go through the motions. I'll give the angels some face, and while I'm at it, maintain that paper-thin relationship between the three factions. I understand. Hearing Levi say this, Graphia stopped asking. She also didn't like to question Levi's decisions. Since Levi wasn't intending to wage a full-scale war against the angels, she couldn't be bothered to interfere. Moreover, the target was destroying a church. In this day and age, it was not the time for the three factions to shake hands and make peace as they would in the future. Angels, they were undoubtedly the mortal enemies right before their eyes. I originally intended to use conventional cover-up methods to handle this matter, but now that I have Karna, many things will be much less troublesome. After all, he is not a devil. If one were to really count the days for the Holy Grail War, it had actually officially begun now. Those who were supposed to summon heroic spirits, theoretically, had already summoned them. However, the current situation was exceptionally strange. All the masters and the heroic spirits they summoned have gone into hiding, each one secretly gathering intelligence. It is known that there is definitely a master on the Einsburn side, and although the Meitu family no longer has young descendants, one cannot let their guard down. The whole affair of the Holy Grail War was originally instigated by the Einsburn and Meitu families. The technology for summoning heroic spirits and the Holy Grail was provided by the Einsburn. The command spell system was brought out by the Meitu. Although Tasaka Tokiomi never understood why those two families insisted on choosing Fuyuki as the site, in the end, their Tasaka family only provided the location. Therefore, he always held the greatest caution against those two families. Kirei, the task of gathering information is entrusted to you. After all, your heroic spirit should be better at this kind of work than head-on combat. That is indeed the case. Kotomine Kirei nodded slightly. But just as he was about to turn and leave, Tasaka Tokiomi called him back. By the way, Kirei, if you still can't find any results tonight, then proceed according to the plan I discussed with you before. Understood. Kotomine Kirei nodded to his teacher, Tasaka Tokiomi. Afterward, he walked out of the Tasaka residence with an expressionless face. Tasaka Tokiomi was exceptionally satisfied with this disciple. He always felt that this kid was surely the magus in this world who could best understand his actions. But in reality, Kotomine Kirei, the son of his old friend, couldn't understand Tasaka Tokiomi's methods at all. To be precise, he couldn't even understand the way most people did things. He knew he was an outlier. He, Kotomine Kirei, was a person who had never been able to experience joy. Kotomine Kirei's heart always felt empty, and he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for anything. Occasionally, when he caught some inkling of something during his actions, he felt even worse. It was as if there was an bottomless abyss in front of him, and if he took another step, he would fall down and become a monster that even he couldn't recognize. This feeling made him feel entirely uncomfortable. But after so many years, he had long since gotten used to it. Even if he couldn't understand what his teacher was thinking, he would still complete the task properly. It should have continued like this forever. I'm not mistaken, am I? Or you, Father Kotomine Kirei? Having just come out of the Tasaka residence, Kotomine Kirei intended to go report the situation first. Walking to the intersection, he was suddenly called out to. It was a young man with black hair, wearing a bright, sunny smile on his face. Have we met? It's normal that you don't know me, but I know you. Kotomine Kirei didn't reply. He wasn't the type of person who was easy to talk to anyway. He had absolutely no impression of this kid in front of him. He probably saw him once at the church. He intended to brush him off with a few words and leave. But before he could open his mouth, the young man's next sentence nailed him to the spot. I know everything about you, Kotomine Kirei. You are an outlier, you can't feel joy at all, right? It was clearly a questioning tone, yet it was spoken with absolute certainty. In his entire life, this was the first time someone had said this to his face. Kotomine Kirei's pupils shrank violently. But before he could ask for more, the black-haired young man had already walked far away. He couldn't stop the other person at all. Only the last sentence clearly drilled into his ears. If you want to solve your problem from the root, go back to the church now and you will understand. Next time I see you, if you have already woken up, remember to say thank you to me. Goodbye, Father. After the young man finished speaking, he turned and left. Kotomine Kirei stared at his back, watching him until he disappeared. Then he looked in that direction. If he remembered correctly, at the end of that road, there was only the church. His father should be waiting for him there right now. A guess faintly emerged in his heart. This guess caused his heart, which had been calm for decades, to suddenly start pounding wildly. And by this time, that feeling of standing on the edge of a cliff, about to fall into the abyss with one more step, surged up again. But he had no choice. No matter what, he had to go back. Kotomine Kirei took a deep breath to steady his mind. That expressionless face was hung back on his face, and he turned and walked toward the church. Levi also hadn't expected to run into Kotomine Kirei. But he lowered his head and looked at his two arms. Dozens of dense command spells were wrapped around them, like red vines. The goal had already been achieved. I'll say one more thing, if we had taken out that priest just now, it might have been safer. Karna usually didn't talk much. But he really couldn't figure out why Levi only stole the command spells and didn't kill anyone. Since he had already had him attack the church, wouldn't it be better to just take care of that old priest while he was at it, to eliminate future trouble? Hearing these words, Levi just smiled faintly. At first, I didn't intend to spare him either. But later, I felt that someone could take the blame for us. So there was no need to dirty our own hands. He slowly raised his gaze. The perception coming from observation hockey was very clear. Over at the church, one of the two life auras had already faded away. The one that disappeared certainly wouldn't be Kotomine Kirei. Because, check in goal, let Kotomine Kirei experience joy. Check in reward, devil trigger, sin devil trigger. So, someone will take the fall for us. In front of that group of truly troublesome guys, a scapegoat with enough weight is just right. Boom. Blue demonic flames exploded in the courtyard of the Einsborn castle. Hundreds of layers of barriers were burned through directly by this flame, and finally, it hit the great Hakare barrier outside the castle before barely dissipating. People like Grafia and Kuroka Tuju who were proficient in barrier arts could tell at a glance. It wasn't that the demonic flames were weakened by the barriers. It was the person who started the fire stopped on their own. Ha, ha, ha. Levi lay on the ground, panting heavily. Probably, not even a minute. After receiving the check-in reward, he had obtained the devil trigger, sin devil trigger. He had played Devil May Cry, so he knew what level this move was at. For Dante and Virgil, this was the complete release of demonic power. Becoming a sin devil trigger was the pinnacle of power. All attacks could be blocked. It was an invincible ultimate devil trigger form. Players called this move the ultimate devil trigger. But the cost was also obvious. Once this form was activated, one would lose their sanity and destroy everything around them like a madman. He had made full preparations in advance and had explained things clearly to others, only then did he try playing with it. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Comprehensive comic. Descendants of Lucifer in High School DxD. Part 2. The result was as expected, my sanity simply collapsed. Moreover, because I didn't have enough magical power, forcing the Sin Devil trigger open meant that, according to the data recorded by the pocket watch, the duration was less than a minute, to be precise, just 40 seconds. But in those 40 seconds, I smashed through the hundreds of layers of barriers that Grafia had put a lot of effort into setting up. The Sin Devil trigger, the strength is truly beyond words. When Levi first obtained his devil transformation, he had compared it to sacred gears. At first, he thought that his devil transformation against the likes of the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor would be roughly equivalent to Devil Trigger versus Balance Breaker, and Sin Devil Trigger versus Juggernaut Drive. But after he truly understood the Devil Trigger, he realized it wasn't like that at all. He didn't know how powerful Dante and Virgil could be after transforming. But with his current body, activating the Devil Trigger could push his strength to the Satan class. He couldn't do it now, he felt that very clearly. It wasn't that the Devil Trigger was weak, but that he currently lacked the ability to fully unleash the power of the Devil Trigger. He was just one step away. As long as he crossed that hurdle, he would be able to completely master the Devil Trigger. At that point, transforming into the Satan class would allow him to officially make Grafia, a Satan class devil, his servant. As for the Sin Devil trigger, it stands to reason that if the Devil trigger can enter the Satan class, then after activating the Sin Devil trigger, well, theoretically, it's still Satan class. That sounds a bit like nonsense, but the gap in strength between different Satan class entities is quite apparent. Graphia is Satan class, and those idiots from the old Satan faction who used the power of the snake at the three-faction conference were also Satan class. The gap between the two is visible to the naked eye. Moreover, even for the Juggernaut drive, it requires the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon God form or the White Dragon Emperor's Satan form to firmly step into the level of a transcendent. So at first, Levi thought that if the Sin Devil trigger could strengthen him to the level of a normal Juggernaut drive, he would already be burning incense in gratitude. But looking at this performance now, this destructive power, it doesn't seem quite right. Levi lay on the ground, and after the blue demonic flames completely dissipated, Graphia and the others rushed to his side. Kuroka and Sharon crouched on either side. Ingvild had stopped speaking, Sakura's face was clearly filled with panic, and Irisvil was also full of worry. Even that guy Karna kept his eyes fixed on Levi. Graphia silently helped Levi up from the ground. Are you all right, Lord Levi? Graphia's voice made Levi wake up a bit. He managed to recover a little magical power, shook his head at the worried people, and smiled. It's just a state, just an ability, isn't it? It's originally part of my power, my own power, how could it hurt me? At most, the consumption is a bit high, and it's not very easy to control. It's no big deal. Besides, he continued, Graphia, you all should have seen me when I lost control just now. In your opinion, if that version of me fought against Searsex going all out, who would have the upper hand? Levi wanted to confirm his judgment. He always felt that the true devil trigger was not on the same level as the Juggernaut drive. He vaguely felt that this form might be comparable to the Dragon God form or the Satan form. Unfortunately, he had lost consciousness before and didn't know what the situation was. Regarding this, he wanted to ask Graphia, who was the most knowledgeable person present. Graphia listened to his question and thought for a moment. If you could maintain it a little longer, I'm afraid we would have to have a fight to know the result. She said this, and gave Levi a rare smile. But one thing I can be sure of, at that moment, your strength was already on the same level as Lord Searsex when he activates his destruction form. To put it bluntly, it was so strong it didn't seem like a devil. To put it another way, a transcendent. After hearing this, Levi smiled. Then even if it's only 40 seconds, this state is worth it, it's even stronger than the Juggernaut drive of Longinus. If I keep working hard and can maintain my sanity while transforming in the future, that would be even better. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter and quieter. Exhaustion made him unable to hold on, and he gradually fell asleep in Graphia's arms. Graphia looked down at him and checked his condition first. After confirming that Levi was fine, she could only look at his sleeping face helplessly. She still had something she hadn't managed to say just now. That is, in that state, as long as the duration could reach the level of a normal battle, even without sanity, he was already at the level of a transcendent. The scene inside the multiple barriers from earlier flashed through Graphia's mind. At that time, Levi's body began to expand, blue arm blades grew from his arms, his chest split open, and he turned into a non-human appearance. The first thing she thought of was what she had seen when she was a child, the appearance of the former Lucifer. But upon closer inspection, that posture didn't seem like Lord Lucifer. If she had to say, it was more like the god who stood before the four great Satans during the ancient war, facing countless powerful enemies alone. Violent power, expanding magical energy, an almost invincible stance. Even if Rizvam has always been called the strongest transcendent, he couldn't compare to that scene, could he? When Levi opened his eyes, it was already pitch black outside. As soon as the sun disappeared during the day, he felt his whole body come alive. Magical energy flowed more smoothly through his meridians, and his body felt much lighter. Although the improvement wasn't huge, this change was real. How long have I slept? He still remembered the incident of passing out. But how long he had slept, and whether anything had happened during this time, his mind was a blur. Subconsciously, he wanted to pull his hand out from under the covers to reach for the pocket watch on the nightstand. And then, his hand didn't come out. Instead, he touched something soft, and it even elicited a strange whimper. Levi widened his eyes instantly, and his whole person woke up from his groggy state. Someone was holding his hand. Not only was he awake, the person he touched also woke up. That person had probably been hugging his arm at first, and after waking up, she crawled directly onto him and poked her head out from his chest. You're awake, Nya tilde. Black hair was scattered over him, pressed by the blanket. Two cat ears had successfully poked out from under the covers. Levi could feel something furry wrapped around his left hand inside the blanket, probably her tail. Kuroka was pressing her whole body on him, leaving Levi not knowing what to do or what to say for a moment. His mind was blank. This isn't a situation where one can say good morning, right? Kuroka was way too close to him. He could feel her body temperature. He could hear her heartbeat. Even her breath carried a sweet scent, spraying directly onto his face. Kuroka, why are you here? Levi didn't even notice, his voice suddenly raised. Kuroka let out a soft laugh. Grafia asked me to take care of you, I was taking care of you and got sleepy, and then I fell asleep, hee tilde. An excuse. And such a perfunctory excuse at that. Levi knew very well that this was something Kuroka had just made up. But strangely, he opened his mouth and couldn't bring himself to say anything to expose her. He just blinked and nodded. Kuroka noticed Levi's reaction. That expression looked like he was tacitly agreeing to something. Like a cat, she put her hands on Levi's shoulders, pressed her whole body against him, and brought her face close to Levi's. Only then did Levi see clearly that Kuroka's cheeks were burning red, and even her ears were flushed, her body temperature significantly higher than usual, as if she had a fever. Could she be sick? Kuroka pressed her hands on his shoulders, and amidst their intertwined breaths, she deliberately let Levi feel her accelerated heartbeat. Lord Levi. Before she could finish speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Big sister, Lord Levi. It was Sharon. Her figure, which was much shorter than Kuroka's, looked surprisingly oppressive at this moment. The atmosphere of the whole room was suppressed by the low pressure coming from Sharon. Puffing out her cheeks, she walked up to Levi and Kuroka, looking down at the two people closest to her. Big sister, Lord Levi. Yes. Levi and Kuroka sat up straight almost simultaneously and knelt before Sharon. Just like children caught doing something wrong. And then, the expected scolding didn't come. Sharon threw herself directly into Levi's arms. I want it too. No, huh. It took a long time to coax Sharon to sleep. When Levi and Kuroka sat down at the huge dining table, both of them were exhausted. Taking care of children is truly tiring. Levi picked up the decanted red wine on the table and poured himself a glass. Kuroka leaned back against the chair, almost collapsing into the cushion, before sitting straight again. Pour me a glass too, Nya tilde. Levi nodded, pushed the glass at his hand to her, and took a new glass. Drink less. He poured himself a glass as well and looked down at the pocket watch. Although I really didn't expect to sleep from daytime until now, the timing is just right. It is now 11:20 p.m. At midnight, I plan to use that scabbard to summon King Arthur. Hearing him say this, Kuroka, who had sipped her red wine, looked up at him. Are you ready? Yes. Levi replied. If I really need to rush, 3 command spells are enough to last for a while, and besides, Grafia is here. Levi held his wine glass, his tone very calm. Since there is plenty of time, arranging everything that can be arranged is just basic procedure. It was completely different from his awkward state just now. When talking about serious matters, there was not a ripple on his face, and he appeared calm and experienced in the face of most situations. The 30 command spells that the Metu family prepared for the referee organization, the Holy Church, plus the 3 I already have, total 33. Furthermore, I have a rough judgment of the heroic spirit's strength, so even if she draws her sword and starts fighting as soon as she is summoned, I can exchange a few moves with her first, and then decide how to handle the follow-up. If that doesn't work, this is our base, we have enough manpower, so taking her down directly is not impossible. Hearing him talk about so many preparations without ever thinking about letting the other party leave early, Kuroka couldn't help but mutter to herself. Although she hadn't been by Levi's side as long as Grafia. Her understanding of Levi was definitely not inferior to Grafia's. She knew very well that the devil Levi was definitely not the soft-hearted type. One could even say that he acted decisively, without any hesitation in killing. He never went soft when it was time to strike. Only when it shouldn't be killed would he ponder those roundabout methods. He was certainly very gentle with his own people, and occasionally one could even discover his innocent and funny side. But in the eyes of strangers, Lord Levi was surely a devil worthy of the name Lucifer. So, are you planning to bring that King Arthur over to your side? Hearing Kuroka ask this, Levi didn't hide anything. Yes. He swirled his glass, staring at his own face reflected on the surface of the drink, and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. My knight piece is still empty, right? If I could take King Arthur as a subordinate, wouldn't that make her the strongest knight? After all, she is the Night King. You are the one who binds the 7 days of the 3 great incantations, coming from the Wheel of Suppression, the guardian of the balance. Levi pointed his hand, carved with command spells, toward the magic circle in front of him. The command spells and the magic circle erupted with dazzling light together, and Kuroka, crouching to the side, stared intently at the radiance. This time, he didn't choose the basement for the summoning. He picked the arena where Levi had previously sparred with Karna. He was afraid the other party would attack as soon as she was summoned. Looks like it worked. When the light expanded to its most intense point, Levi vaguely saw a shadow emerge from within. As the light slowly dissipated, a noble young girl, leaning on a scabbard with one hand and wearing conceptual armor with a blue and white color scheme, entered the sight of Levi and Kuroka. The woman with long golden hair appeared from the light, her hair strands seemingly coated with a halo. She opened her eyes, her pupils as clear as the azure sky. Her gaze locked onto Levi immediately. Servant, Saber. Artoria had originally intended to follow custom and introduce herself to her partner for the next week. But once the days brought on by the summoning completely faded, she realized one thing. The same feeling as Karna. This guy is a devil. She glanced at Kuroka, who was crouching in the corner. That one was a devil too. Could it be that the person who originally held the command spells had already been killed by devils? As the thought flashed through her mind, Artoria drew her sword directly. That invisible blade, wrapped in the barrier of the Wind King, was pointed at Levi. Kuroka stood up, ready to act. Levi raised his hand to stop her. What, Arthur, can't accept a devil as your master? Isn't that a matter of course? Artoria's tone didn't have the slightest hesitation. She was the wielder of the holy sword. Although she might not be a die-hard loyalist to the angel faction, her attitude toward devils had never been good. This was common sense. But Levi had still summoned her. Are you really planning to do this? Artoria's sword had already slashed over. Levi was prepared. Devil Trigger was instantly activated, and Yamato parried that sword strike. Clang. Sparks flew, the air seemed to be ignited, and the temperature of the training ground rose by a few degrees. Levi applied force, looking at the opposite side through the vision distorted by heat waves. Artoria didn't retreat either, pushing back with the same force. Perhaps because her master was Levi, her strength now was even more ferocious than Karna's, almost catching up to Levi's. The two remained deadlocked. Levi took this opportunity to continue speaking. You came to participate in the Holy Grail War, and your goal for the Holy Grail is to prolong your country, right? Since that's the case, even if your master is a devil like me, there's nothing that violates the rules. It won't affect your winning, and it could even give your country more hope. The price is merely spending a week with a devil like me whom you dislike. Can't you even accept that? This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. In the Holy Grail War, if you miss this, you won't get another chance, so, Arthur. Levi looked directly into Artoria's eyes, a smile hanging on the corners of his mouth. You wouldn't, just for that bit of discomfort, throw away the future of your entire country, would you? If Levi had attacked her personally, she wouldn't have cared about even the nastiest words. But he had specifically brought up Britain. That was different. Levi knew this clearly. If he said this to the hero King Gilgamesh, that guy would definitely laugh out loud and open his mouth with a mongrel. If he said it to the conqueror King Iskander, the other party would at most scoff, thinking him childish. But only with Artoria. Once these words were out, it was a 100% hit. If this were in a game, a prompt indicating a super effective result would have popped up on the screen by now. I had thought that you would be willing to sacrifice anything for Britain, so for this one and only opportunity, enduring the grievance of staying with me for 7 days shouldn't be a difficult matter. But looking at it now, the nobility in the rumors is all a lie. How pathetic, the only hope for Britain just slipped away like that, what a pity. Levi added a few more sarcastic remarks. He clearly felt the force in Artoria's hand lighten. He took the opportunity to swing hard, parrying her sword, and then sheathed Yamato. Artoria stepped back a few paces, not immediately lunging forward. Levi reached out his hand toward her. To tell the truth, I've been doing this kind of thing recently, but I'm actually quite clumsy with words and can't say anything flowery. Since that's the case, I'll be blunt with you. Levi's expression sank, his eyes as cold as ice. I know very well that you won't listen to anything I say right now. And I also admit that I will definitely do things that don't align with your ideas, so from the beginning, I prepared for the worst. He rolled up his sleeve as he spoke, exposing his entire right arm. Covered densely on it were a full 33 command spells. Artoria's pupils shrank violently. I know you can resist command spells, you can withstand one, and maybe even two, but if I use 5 or 10 command spells to pressure you, no matter how unwilling you are, you'll have to obediently do a few things you don't want to do. But that's not what I want. Artoria's heart had just sunk to the bottom, only to be pulled back up by these words from Levi. She looked up into Levi's eyes. She saw it. In his eyes, there was only openness and seriousness. In this Holy Grail war, not only do you want to win, but I do too. Levi looked at the golden-haired girl opposite him, his tone very calm. Although we are temporary partners for only 7 days, I don't want to have that kind of awkward relationship with a comrade in arms. As he said this, he raised his hand, and a black magic circle appeared in his palm. You choose for yourself. If you really feel you can't accept it, then speak up now and say, kill me, and I will use the command spells to squeeze out your last bit of utility, using it to lay the foundation for me. Artoria frowned tightly but didn't interrupt him. If you can accept it, I won't force you. We will definitely have places where we don't get along, and if we really have a falling out by then, we'll fight, and whoever wins, the other listens too. As his voice fell, Levi stretched his hand forward. Kuroka recognized it at a glance, that was a contract. Exactly the same as when Levi recruited her initially. Artoria was Merlin's disciple, so she naturally recognized this thing. She had heard many rumors about devils, basically all with a bad reputation. But devils had one fatal characteristic, they never break a contract. To them, a contract was their lifeline. Seeing that Levi had even brought out such a thing, Artoria bit her lip. Still that same thought, if it were only her own affair, she would have committed suicide long ago. But this was not just her affair. There was also Britain. The destruction of Britain was a mistake caused by her own hand. If it was for the sake of Britain. She took a deep breath, walked in front of Levi, and slowly placed her hand on that black magic circle. Even if it means joining forces with a devil, I accept it. The black magic circle split into two and burrowed into both of their bodies. Kuroka witnessed this scene from the side. The cunning devil wore a smile, reached out to make a handshake gesture, and said, for the next 7 days, please take care of me. While the noble knight girl was full of humiliation, she had to take that hand, squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying, and popped one word out from between her teeth. Contract established. Sign in target. Obtain Artoria's recognition not yet completed. You have already summoned a heroic spirit, so shouldn't this Holy Grail war truly begin now? Grafia stood in the meeting hall of the Einsborn family, her gaze falling on Artoria. She sensed the aura on the other party that was similar to Karna's and spoke slowly. All the subordinates had arrived. Artoria, Karna, Irisviel, not one was missing. Levi swept his gaze around the lineup in front of him and let out a long breath. The Holy Grail War lasts 7 days in total, and it is now the 2nd day. All masters should have finished summoning their heroic spirits. Before, we were all in the first stage, which is summoning heroic spirits. I think now is the time to tell you the true purpose of my participation in this war. As soon as these words were out, everyone immediately put away their previous casualness. Their gazes fell squarely on Levi. Even Artoria was no exception. Although she still felt like she had broken into a devil's den, the contract had already been signed, and as a companion, she believed she should listen to this man's plans. First, let's talk about the function of the Holy Grail. The Einsborn goal is to complete the third magic. I don't need most of the things within the third magic, but there is one potentially incidental ability I am very interested in, infinite magic power. This is my personal goal. Whether the third magic could allow a devil to possess infinite magic power, Levi himself wasn't sure. But trying wouldn't hurt. After stating his personal goal, Levi changed the subject. If we don't talk about me personally, then for this Holy Grail war, my bottom line requirement is, no matter what happens, 0 casualties is the first priority. Even if my personal goal isn't achieved, it doesn't matter. But, he pulled out the master data that Grafia had previously given him, picked one out separately, and placed it in the center of the table. That was the data on the Lord of the Astronomy Department, Marisbury Animosphere. That is, the old director. If possible, for this Holy Grail war, the minimum goal that must be achieved, is to kick him out of the game. Hearing this, Grafia and Kuroka were not too surprised. They had long known about Levi's interest in the infinite magic power of the third magic. Levi had never hidden this point. As a member of the Lucifer clan, the fact that his magic power was weak was not a secret among devils at all. His magic power level didn't even reach that of a middle-class devil, at most barely touching the threshold of middle class. Without activating his devil transformation, he relied entirely on physical techniques to support his combat. If one had to say, it was a bit like that Saraward Bale from the Bale family. It couldn't be said that this fighting style wasn't strong. But if the problem of magic power could be solved, it would of course be better. But now, Levi had placed the matter of eliminating that Clock Tower Lord before solving his own problem. This order made both Graphia and Kuroka serious. Ultimately, the first one to speak up and ask was Artoria. Master, is there something wrong with this person? The relationship between Artoria and Levi could not be called good. But she was not the type to intentionally pick faults. She simply felt it was strange, which is why she asked. This question was also what everyone present was thinking. Levi had long guessed that someone would ask, so he threw out the prepared explanation. Clairvoyance. Upon hearing these three words, Artoria, Graphia, and Karna, those who knew what clairvoyance was, all had their expressions darkened slightly. After all, high-level clairvoyance can see images of the past and future. If Levi had no past grudge against that Lord of the Astronomy Department, then he had likely seen something in the future. Don't be so nervous. It doesn't matter if you don't know what clairvoyance is, my clairvoyance is not high level, and I cannot control it at all. It just occasionally pops out things like revelations, letting me catch a glimpse of the future. And the future I have seen is not frequent. However, in one segment, the servant summoned by the Lord of the Astronomy Department was named Solomon. If he wins in the end, Solomon's wish will plunge the entire world into a devastating crisis. Human order will be burned away, the past will be tampered with. That omniscient and omnipotent demon god king will use temperatures high enough to ignite the entire human order, pushing everything to its end, to its conclusion. Once these words were spoken, the entire room went quiet for a long time. Ultimately, it was Graphia who recovered first. Lord Levi, if that is the case, should we contact the underworld and have them send troops? Human order being burned. The destructive power of such an event is even more terrifying than the Great War of the Three Factions in ancient times. The consequences are even more severe than if all the four great Satans and the god of the fallen angels were dead. This is a disaster that could affect all pantheons. For this matter, it would not be strange even if all pantheons united. But Levi shook his head. Reporting it up is useless. Those people in the underworld are very arrogant. Even if we are in the angel faction, I estimate that the angels won't believe it either. Besides, the underworld is not monolithic. Graphia, don't forget how many secret pieces Rizvam has, we still haven't figured them out. In this situation, the only one we can contact is Searsex. But if Searsex makes a move, Rizvam will know about it all the same. I wouldn't be surprised at all by what that madman might do when the time comes. That is why I only told you. The current situation has not yet reached the point I saw in the future. Whether it is to win this Holy Grail war or to prevent the possible disaster, that Lord of the Astronomy Department is someone we must eliminate first. After Levi finished speaking, the others nodded one after another. He turned to look at Artoria. According to the contract, if you have any objections, speak up. If there is a disagreement, we will have a match to decide whose lead to follow. No need, I have no objections. Artoria shook her head. If it is for this goal, let me handle that King Solomon when the time comes. The premise is that we can find him. After Levi finished speaking, he crossed his hands and rested his chin on them. He already had the information on 6 participants in his hands. But he put away the old director's information and took out the 7th file. On it, it was still a question mark. The general direction is set. But before we run into the main target, I think we must first drag this guy out. If we haven't even figured out the participant list, I wouldn't be surprised if an accident pops up one day. He paused. This time, the matter was never easy. If we can reduce a variable, we reduce one. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. It's just my guess, this kid should be from the Meitu family. The Meitu family. Tasaka Tokiomi had always felt that the Meitu family had no descendants suitable for participating in the war, so there was no need to pay too much attention. But he was wrong. Meitu Zukin had long since scouted out a candidate. Nonsense. This great ritual was originally proposed by him and the Einsborn side when they approached Tasaka Tokiomi together. How could he not have a hand in it? This was not the time of FZ or FSN. This was the first Holy Grail war on the FGO timeline. If things went poorly, it might also be the only one. Meitu Zukin brought out the command spell technology and took the initiative to approach Tasaka Tokiomi. To say he had no selfish motives and didn't want a piece of the pie at all. Then there would be no fools in this world. Especially for an old fox of a magus like him. But he was clever in magic, yet stupid in another aspect. He did indeed find someone and trick them into coming to Fuyuki City. The other party was indeed chosen by the Holy Grail and received a command spell. But he never expected that this person, even without summoning a servant, had strength that far exceeded his control. What a jerk. Saju Ayaka stared at the person in the fire. The flames crackled, and that old geezer, along with a bunch of disgusting bugs, screamed and slowly turned to ash. She withdrew her gaze and looked down at the 3 lines on the back of her hand. Great ritual. Sounds boring. If she wanted to see, she could easily see everything that would happen next. After all, she was born connected to the root, she could see whatever she wanted. But she never looked. Looking would only make her feel more bored. She didn't look herself, and she didn't let others look either. She sensed it as soon as she arrived in Fuyuki City, there was another guy in this city who could see the past and future. She casually used her authority to directly seal off the other party's vision. Originally, she had no intention of getting involved in any ritual. But that old geezer was muttering about the Holy Grail, before he died, which actually piqued her interest a little. Anyway, she was idle. Why not play around and see? Saju Ayaka smiled. Her face as beautiful as a spring day filled with blooming flowers, impossibly radiant. Previously, everyone thought all 7 heroic spirits had been summoned. In reality, they had not. Only 6 were summoned successfully. The only class left for Saju Ayaka was 1. Berserker. Tasaka residence. We must go to the Meitu family tonight to check the situation. Tasaka Tokiomi looked at the people in front of him. Tasaka Rin stood to the side, Kotomine Kirei listened expressionlessly. Arjuna leaned against the wall, 100 Faces Hassan shrank into the shadows, and St. George frowned. The intelligence transmitted back by 100 Faces says that the Meitu family has completely cut off contact, and no information can be probed. St. George sighed. As expected, that family with the surname Meitu has also joined the war. This is not strange. Tasaka Tokiomi understood. He had teamed up with Einsborn, so how could the Meitu family just sit still and do nothing? After all, everyone wanted that ultimate goal of the Magus. Anyone could risk their life for this matter. It's not convenient to make a move during the day. Let's wait until it gets dark before going over. Tasaka Tokiomi turned to look at Kotomine Kirei. Kirei, regarding the matter of Raisei. Kotomine Kirei shook his head, his face expressionless. Teacher, now is not the time to think about those things. Tasaka Tokiomi gave a grunt and nodded. St. George patted Kotomine Kirei on the shoulder, his tone solemn. Rest assured, if I find out who did it, I guarantee in the name of St. George that I will give your family an explanation. Kotomine Raisei was actually killed by Kotomine Kirei himself. But there was not even a ripple on his face, he just nodded faintly at St. George. Then I will trouble you. Just as no one had ever discovered that he could not feel happiness, no one could perceive the excitement and darkness in his heart right now. This was Kotomine Kirei. A through and through anomaly. Coincidences and miracles do indeed exist in this world. The first day of the Holy Grail War passed exceptionally peacefully, the various factions did not even have a single conflict. But once the second day arrived, the focus of almost all masters was fixed on the Meitu family. It's time to move. After dark, Levi turned to look at the dependents and heroic spirits behind him. This time, he did not intend to mobilize everyone. Sakura, as a master, must be brought along, Levi himself must also be present, Artoria and Arjuna, as heroic spirits, certainly could not be absent. The rest of the people were all left behind to guard. The Holy Grail War was a melee between 7 groups. Levi did not want to have his nest raided the moment he left. Sharon was young, and Kuroka had to stay behind to watch over her. Ingvild's strength was not bad, but she had not yet fully converted her potential into practical combat ability. Grafia had to guard the rear to ensure there were no mistakes. Lord Levi, please be very careful, Nya. Kuroka waved at Levi, and Sharon and Ingvild beside her also looked at him. Irisviel certainly could not participate in combat, and Grafia silently left Levi a spell for communication. Lord Levi, if any major incident occurs, use this spell to contact me. Rest assured, nothing major will happen. Simply competing in battles between heroic spirits, having the 4 of them was enough. As for Solomon, Levi glanced at Karna and Artoria in front of him. He was not sure if his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. But if Solomon could sweep through the entire Holy Grail war in this FGO timeline, then apart from Karna and Artoria, the remaining heroic spirits should not be two outrageous characters. Otherwise, if 6 first-class heroic spirits were gathered, even Solomon would find it tricky. After all, for him to participate in the Holy Grail War, he couldn't possibly descend with a Grand Saint Graph, it was likely a normal heroic spirit's Saint Graph. In this case, even if they really ran into Solomon, they might not lack a chance of winning. So he felt that Graphia and the others were overly worried. Levi waved his hand and said with a smile, "We'll go to the Metu side to take a look, and we'll be back before dawn." Graphia and the others just stood there watching them leave. Levi took Sakura, Artoria, and Karna, and their figures soon disappeared around the street corner. When they were completely out of sight, Sharon was the first to withdraw her gaze, turning to stare at Kuroka beside her. "Sister, teach me senjutsu." Kuroka was stunned for a moment, her eyebrows slightly raised. "Didn't you have no interest in senjutsu before? I have no interest now either." Sharon looked down at her palms, then clenched her fingers one by one. "But if I continue to be this weak, I won't be able to help Lord Levi." After listening, Kuroka's lips curled into a gratified smile, and she reached out to pat her head. "Alright, but senjutsu training is not easy. I'm not afraid." Kuroka did not say anything more and pulled Sharon directly towards the training ground. Graphia watched their backs and shifted her gaze to Ingvild. Ingvild felt uncomfortable being stared at by her. Do you need something from me?" Graphia's face was expressionless, her tone calm but carrying a sense of oppression. "You saw that scene just now. As a descendant of Leviathan, shouldn't you master your power as soon as possible?" She paused, then added, "Lord Levi's younger brother, Vali, inherited the bloodline of the Mao just like you, and he has a Longinus in his possession. It wouldn't be surprising if he has already successfully awakened his balance breaker." Ingvild listened, falling silent for a moment. When she looked up again, Graphia noticed a subtle, unreadable smile on her lips. "He is him, and I am me. As Levi says, the value of a devil isn't determined by comparing oneself to others." The last hint of warmth in Graphia's eyes turned cold. Without another word, she grabbed Ingvild by the collar and dragged her toward the training grounds. "I hope that during this incident, when it truly comes time for you to contribute, you will use your full power. If you cannot do that, then I will have to force you to do so while we still have the time." Ingvild instinctively wanted to resist. But the moment her gaze met Graphia's, a chill ran up her spine, and her neck unconsciously shrank back. "Alright, I understand, I will try." The Metu family is said to be a line of Magus that migrated here from the west a long time ago. The Metu family's estate is one of the largest in Fuyuki City. After all, the places where Magus families reside are never small. Furthermore, this area is quite secluded. Levi stepped into the courtyard, scanned the surroundings, and muttered, "Even if we were to tear this place down to ruins, I doubt anyone would notice." Artoria heard this and her brows twitched, but she didn't reply. Instead, Sakura spoke up. "Lord Levi, are we going to tear this place down?" Levi shook his head. "In my opinion, rather than sneaking in bit by bit to look for clues, it would be safer to just blow up the entire house and see if any heroic spirit gets angry enough to jump out." He paused and sighed. "It's a pity, though, the one living here doesn't seem too keen on letting us do that." Sakura didn't immediately react. But Karna had already stepped forward, blocking the front of the group, and with a casual swing of his spear, precisely deflected a projectile spear wrapped in black energy. That projectile spear was permeated with an ominous aura. Immediately after, a roar echoed from inside the house, a sound that could not possibly come from a human, sounding more like a beast howling. A black shadow darted out from the darkness, weaving left and right like a wandering ghost, moving at extreme speed directly toward Karna. But its target wasn't Karna. Tour. A heavy battle axe came crashing down with immense force. Clang. Artoria's invisible sword parried the blow, sending sparks flying everywhere. The figure was finally exposed to everyone's eyes. A humanoid monster clad in full armor, with intense black flames rising from both its armor and weapon. "It's a berserker." Levi recognized the opponent. That figure from his memory became increasingly clear. He lowered his posture and pressed his right hand against the Yamato at his waist. No one saw how he drew his blade. With a flash of light, the blade swept past the opponent's neck. The monster instinctively recoiled, causing the fatal blow to miss, but its helmet was cleanly sliced off. This was the effect Levi wanted. The helmet fell to the ground, revealing disheveled long hair. Although the face was already twisted and corrupted, Artoria recognized it at a glance. She opened her mouth, unable to speak for a moment. Levi spoke the name for her. It really is you, Lancelot. Karna thrust his spear out, directly pulling Artoria out from where she was being overwhelmed by Lancelot. Under normal circumstances, she would certainly not appreciate someone interfering. But now, she just lowered her head, half of her face dark and terrifying. Tour. Lancelot had long since abandoned his knightly code from when he was alive. He was like a rabid dog, staring fixedly at Artoria, his eye sockets filled with a blood-red glow. He threw aside the axe that was emanating black energy. He drew a longsword from who knows where. That was his old partner. Arondite. Once the sword was in his hand, the black energy on his body dissipated completely. In its place was his own aura, wilder, fiercer, and more violent. Roar. Lancelot roared, like a starving beast. But this time, it wasn't him pouncing toward Artoria. Clang. The blades collided, sparks exploding. But this time, it was Artoria who struck first. She still wore that grim expression, but this emotion no longer hindered her movements. Master, can you let me handle this fight myself? She asked while struggling against Lancelot's strength. Levi looked at her and sighed. Fine, if you want to fight, then fight. But Artoria, in his current state, if you kill him, it might actually bring him release. You should know better than I do that Lancelot is not this kind of monster. Having said that, Levi stopped watching the clash between her and Lancelot and turned to walk toward the main entrance of the Maydu family estate. Fight to your heart's content, no one will disturb you. Levi led Sakura and Karna away. Artoria heard his voice from afar. She let out a long breath. Thanks. I'll handle things here, leave the rest to you, sorry. In the distance, Levi heard those words and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Check in goal. Grant Lancelot redemption. The redemption that Guy wants is probably for Arthur to personally put an end to him. Once Artoria cuts him down, this check-in will be complete. But by comparison, Karna, I really can't tell right now whether you have good luck or bad luck. Levi's observation hockey had been spread out the entire time. Compared to true long-range detection methods, it was lacking. But compared to someone with nothing at all, it was already far too convenient. Karna frowned, not understanding what Levi was planning. Levi didn't explain further, he simply drew the Yamato and sliced a square opening into the air. As soon as the black rift opened, an arrow crackling with electricity shot into it and vanished in an instant. Now Karna understood everything. He couldn't be more familiar with this type of arrow. He immediately understood Levi's intention. I suppose I'd have to say bad luck. Karna's tone sounded the same as always. But Levi vaguely sensed an indescribable emotion emanating from him, somewhat like helplessness, yet it seemed to be more than that. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard in the distance. The people approaching were the three from the Tasaka camp, Arjuna, Tasaka Rin, and St. George. Tasaka Tokiomi did not appear. He, Kotomine Kirei, and Hassan of the Hundred Faces were guarding the Tasaka residence. Seeing this lineup, Levi's mouth curled up. It hadn't been long since nightfall. It was the time for devils to appear. I wonder if Tasaka Tokiomi will even see tomorrow's sun. To dare keep Kotomine Kirei by his side and even let him lead a heroic spirit, should I say he's too confident, or that he never considered that this apprentice would bite back? A pity. Kotomine Kirei happens to be exactly that kind of person. Levi had already sentenced Tasaka Tokiomi to death in his mind. At this moment, the three people approaching arrived in front of them. Arjuna's gaze remained fixed on Karna. Tasaka Rin's eyes, however, landed on Sakura. Sakura. Having not seen her in 10 years, Tasaka Rin could still recognize her sister's face. Levi glanced at Sakura secretly. If she couldn't let go of the past, he wouldn't force her to fight her own family to the death. But Sakura looked at the sister she hadn't seen in 10 years with terrifyingly calm eyes. It seemed that after secretly glancing at her home from afar earlier, she had completely severed ties with that family. Her eyes showed no ripples, her voice carried its natural softness, but the words she spoke were piercing. Rin, it's been 10 years, hasn't it? Before the two servants had even made a move, the atmosphere between the sisters had already turned rigid. The silence lasted for quite a while. Then, as if they had agreed upon it, Karna and Arjuna simultaneously charged toward the nearby woods, appearing to look for a more spacious place to fight. Sakura saw this and followed them into the woods. Before entering the woods, she looked back at Tasaka Rin. Tasaka Rin gritted her teeth and charged in after her. Levi watched this scene and could only sigh helplessly. Only the last knight remained in front of him. That person's brows furrowed the moment he saw him. Judging by his aura, he was a heroic spirit. And you are a hero from the angel camp, aren't you? St. George stared at Levi, his tone calm. To be honest, he really hadn't expected that there would be two devils serving as masters in this Holy Grail war. His palm pressed against his sword hilt, and his feet had already begun to move in the direction where Rin had disappeared. Of course, he wanted to draw his sword and attack right here. But he was even more aware that Rin was currently facing a devil, and her situation was equally dangerous. Compared to himself, he was more accustomed to thinking of others first. St. George was that kind of person. But, shing, a crisp sound of a blade ringing out. A blade mark grazed past his toes, slicing open the ground. Levi looked at the features on the opponent and vaguely guessed in his heart that this person was the St. George from FGO. Knowing is one thing. He dared not let a saint-type heroic spirit run off to find Sakura. The business between those two sisters is not for you to interfere with, if you absolutely must do something. Levi drew the Yamato and directly activated his devil trigger. Why not play with me for a while? Check in task. Let Arjuna and Karna decide a winner. Check in task. Resolve to Sokka Rin's inner conflict. Check in task. Defeat St. George. 3 check in tasks popped up at once. Clang. The first one, like the time with Lancelot, would complete itself. Clang, clang. As for Rin and Sakura, I'll glance over with observation hockey for now. It's best if those sisters resolve it themselves. As for my side, clang. Levi slashed out, his blue magic power turning into a blade, rushing straight at St. George and striking the sword in his hand. If an ordinary person were struck by this slash, they would likely be sent flying instantly. At the very least, they would be blocked for a few seconds. But St. George was no ordinary person. He tilted his sword, letting the blade slide off the sword body. He gripped the hilt tightly, not stopping for a step, even taking an extra step forward to close the distance directly to Levi. The sword light swung down fiercely, colliding with the Yamato once more. Clang! The sound of metal colliding made the air tremble. St. George frowned, speaking while they were locked in a struggle. What did you mean by that just now, sisters? Are you saying that Rin and that devil from before are sisters? Levi heard this and laughed. That's right. You probably don't know yet, do you? Devils now have the ability to turn humans into their own kind. Sakura used to be human too. Her full name is Sakura Tasaka, and she is the younger sister of your master. But now, she is mine. Every word Levi said was true. But to St. George's ears, it took on an entirely different meaning. What? Inciting sisters to fight each other? What? Laying a hand on his master's family? St. George's brows were furrowed so tightly they were practically knotted together. Levi couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. Regardless of whether this guy hated him or not. He was a master, and the other was a heroic spirit summoned by a different master. He was a devil, and the other was a hero from the angel faction. From the very root, they were enemies. Even if he talked until his lips fell off, they still had to fight. So, if we're going to fight, let's fight. Why talk so much? Levi gripped the hilt of Yamato with both hands, and a brute force slammed violently into St. George's longsword. In terms of raw strength, Levi wasn't much stronger than him. But when it came to speed, they weren't even on the same level. 6 slashes struck St. George's blade almost simultaneously, the blade light exploding like a blooming flower, pinning St. George down completely and forcing him, despite wielding his sword with both hands, to be pushed back by raw force. At this moment, Levi gripped the hilt with one hand and slowly sheathed Yamato with the other. Then, my power shall be absolute. Clang! The sound of the blade rang out like a sweeping gale. The sound was almost piercing. From Levi's side, it looked like he was simply sheathing his sword, letting the blade slide completely into the scabbard. But in reality, dozens of slash marks had already crisscrossed through the void, wrapping St. George tightly from all directions, pinning even the sword in his hand so he couldn't move. St. George's eyes widened sharply. A golden radiance exploded from his body instantly. Countless slash marks collided with the glory surrounding him, sparking blinding flashes, but St. George knew clearly that these minor tricks couldn't stop Levi. Taking advantage of this brief gap, he poured his magic into the sword in his hand, and blue flames suddenly ignited along the blade. Very well, then let me open your eyes. The strength in St. George's hands surged, tearing the slashes in front of him to shreds. Immediately after, he brandished his burning holy sword, dozens of afterimages exploding around him, and he blocked all those dense slash marks with his sword. Logically speaking, the attacks of Yamato shouldn't be something an ordinary weapon could withstand. So, with a thought, Levi flicked 4 summoned swords towards St. George. The magic on St. George's body climbed to its peak at this moment, and he simply ignored the incoming summoned swords, letting those phantoms collide with the glory surrounding him. The summoned swords struck St. George's shield of glory, only to be deflected and scattered all over the ground. He assumed a stance used only during a knight's execution. His voice rose sharply. This is the true form of Ascalon. You are a dragon. You are guilty. The sword of blessing, absolute in strength. Golden magic instantly flooded the blade, wrapping it entirely in light from tip to hilt, making the sword look just like a golden cross. It was incredibly holy. It was ridiculously blinding. All the radiance was locked onto this single point. That oppressive feeling drowned out the sound of the wind, and the surrounding air seemed to be compressed into a solid, emitting a low, booming roar. This was the ultimate trump card specifically designed to counter devils. For a devil, it was lethal poison. So, the outcome is decided, devil, fall. The golden longsword descended from high above, aiming straight for Levi's neck, slashing down diagonally. Levi stood motionless, as if he had been frightened out of his wits. Although St. George felt a bit strange, the sword had already descended and could not be pulled back. His sword struck Levi's neck. Levi's Yamato simultaneously rested against his neck. St. George didn't care at all. He was already dead to begin with. Now he was a heroic spirit. If he could trade this body to take out the devil before him, it would be a huge profit. And then, St. George's sword struck Levi's neck, not even breaking the skin. The golden light looked imposing, but in front of Levi, it was like the moon beside the sun. No, it was more like a star in the daytime, so weak it was almost invisible. Morning star skill. Complete immunity to light-based damage. Levi smiled. St. George's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? How could there be a devil in this world who didn't fear light? Unfortunately, by the time he realized it, everything was already too late. Yamato slashed across his neck. His vision began to tilt, and his body turned into golden powder, scattering as the night wind blew. Watching St. George dissipate, Levi casually sheathed his sword. Sigh, I originally wanted to give you a more decent death, but I always felt that stabbing you through the heart with Yamato was bad luck, so my apologies. As soon as he finished speaking, blue specks of light drifted away from his body. True devil form deactivated, and he instantly felt much weaker. It couldn't be helped. It looked like an easy fight, but in reality, every step had taken quite a bit of effort. Levi didn't have much magic to begin with. After this fight, he had already used up half of it. Check in reward. Magic amplification. Clang. The spear collided with the arrow, but the sound it made was like weapons clashing, deafeningly loud. Lightning and fire intertwined, tearing at each other. The bombardment between the two heroes seemed to forcibly drag this space back to ancient times, bringing the scenes of slaughter that only existed in myths to life right before their eyes. Karna. Arjuna. They weren't the pair of brothers bound by fate in the stories, they wouldn't shout, roar, or howl while fighting. Karna never liked to talk much anyway. And Arjuna never wanted to say a single extra word to Karna. The two of them fought silently and focusedly. Throughout the entire battle, whoever lost focus for even a second would be immediately forced into a dead end. The more it was like this, the faster the battle would end. Because the two enemies had brought out all their skills from the very beginning, no one would be surprised regardless of who died at whose hands. Let's decide the outcome with this one strike. Arjuna shot the arrow and then threw away the bow in his hand. Roar of the fire god. Part of the fire originally controlled by Karna broke free from his control and began to gather around Arjuna. The temperature of those flames soared suddenly, and the color faded layer by layer into blue. Karna's gaze remained calm. He gripped his spear backhanded, the tip pointing directly at that patch of burning blue light. A turret formed from condensed flames towered high, with Arjuna standing at the top, locking the muzzle tightly onto the Karna before him. Whoosh! A beam of blue light, compressed to the extreme, had already slammed into Karna the moment he saw the muzzle. Karna tried desperately to stabilize his center of gravity, but the impact still pushed him, plowing a deep trench into the ground, and he was sent flying a long distance. Blue smoke billowed, and the flames made one's eyes ache. Just then, Arjuna caught a glimpse of a red light in the smoke. He immediately adjusted the muzzle. The true name of Roar of the Fire God had been released, and the muzzle locked onto the position where the red light flickered. But before he could launch the attack, a voice, not loud but absolutely impossible to ignore, drilled into his ears. "Oh Brahma, curse my body. The temperature surged suddenly, and that point of red light shone blindingly bright. Crimson flames wrapped around the spear, and Karna threw it directly. The surrounding smoke seemed to glitch, being swept away at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. Arjuna pressed his hands onto the turret, staring at the flaming spear that had arrived in front of him almost instantly, and without hesitation, he leapt down and ran for his life toward the distance. The roar of the fire god, whose true name had already been released, was struck dead center by the spear. With a booming explosion, flames splashed high, and Arjuna's turret was completely shattered by Karna's spear. Arjuna gritted his teeth, and before he could even scramble up, Karna's fist slammed into his face. The force was so great that he tilted backward, and Arjuna took the opportunity to flick his toe, striking Karna on the chin. Karna took the hit head on, raised his foot, and stomped on Arjuna's soul, shattering the ground beneath them. Fists rained down like a storm. Arjuna seemed to have anticipated this move. The moment his foot was pinned, his arm wound around Karna's fist like a snake, and he pressed a palm against his chest. Karna had the armor of the sun protecting his body, and in Arjuna's current state, he couldn't break the defense at all. But he could still manage a short burst of magic to push him away. Boom. The two of them put distance between each other again. Now neither of them had weapons in their hands. Arjuna knew clearly in his heart that he had descended as an archer, and if he continued to be entangled in close quarters by the other, he would likely meet his end here. He absolutely could not lose. So, a pitch-black ball of light gathered in his palm. Countless bolts of lightning crawled up from the ground, wrapping around him, and finally all poured into his hand. Holy domain expansion, space stabilization, divine punishment execution deadline set, all authorizations approved. When Karna was pushed away, he caught a glimpse of the situation on Arjuna's side out of the corner of his eye. He sighed. To be honest, he couldn't understand why Arjuna would bet his life for those boring karmic fruits. But since the other had made up his mind, he couldn't fall behind either. Witness the mercy of the King of Gods. Flames ignited on Karna's body once again. The armor of the sun flowed along his arms, gathering entirely on the hand he held high. The next second, a spear of light, more blinding than the sun, formed in his palm. That radiance was enough to burn even the gods to ashes. It was this very moment. The two brothers, usually as quiet as stones, exploded at the same time. They shouted out together, "Let you die in this anger of Shiva. Hand of the destroyer. Destruction is the only right path. Just like the piercing of this spear, burn it all away, O sun, submit to death." Two terrifying energies erupted with a roar. The night had just reached its end, and dawn was about to arrive. The sun had been dragged down to the ground from the sky ahead of time. Artoria held her sword at the ready. The invisible air had been released, and the holy sword had pierced straight through Lancelot's chest. The armor was pierced, and a hole was opened in his chest. Golden specks of light began to drift out from his body. Artoria remained in this position, motionless. Her scattered bangs covered her eyes, so no one could tell what she was feeling right now. But if one were to guess, it must be terrible. She couldn't understand, no matter how hard she tried, how deep the hatred and how great the anger Sir Lancelot must have had to leave behind such a heavy obsession after death, turning himself into this hideous state just to come and take revenge on her. Had she done something wrong again? The very moment the holy sword pierced Lancelot's heart, his movement stopped completely. The sword in his hand also dropped. At this moment, he finally regained a bit of clarity. Then, in the final moments before he was about to disappear, Lancelot smiled. "My king." Upon hearing his voice, Artoria's body stiffened visibly. But she was already prepared. No matter how harshly he cursed or what cruel words he spoke, she would listen to them all obediently. And then, "Thank you for your forgiveness. Rebellious knight Lancelot deserves his crimes, finally, received the punishment he deserved." Ah! Lancelot's strength was completely gone. He slid down the sharp holy sword, his body falling backward. In the process of falling, his body began to turn into golden dust. He took one last look at Artoria's face. The smile on his face became even more pronounced. "My king, farewell." "Yes, goodbye, Sir Lancelot." Solomon was absolutely not to be trifled with. If Levi were in top condition right now, he would never choose to fight this guy one-on-one if he could run away. He wasn't a reckless brute like Artoria. If he could gang up on someone, he would definitely choose to do so. It would be best to have Karna hand him that god-slaying spear. But now, the horizon was already beginning to turn white, and the bonus demons received at night was slowly draining away from him. Having just finished a fight with St. George, he had used up more than half his magic power, and he didn't have much stamina left. The only thing to be thankful for was that the reward from checking in at St. George had boosted his magic power a bit, recovering it to at least half of his peak state. But what about Solomon? The guy was in his prime state and hadn't consumed anything at all. Sigh. I just came to the Metu family to see if the seventh master was here. Who knew that not only would Tasaka show up, but you'd also run over to join the fun. Levi no longer wanted to run. He couldn't run anyway. The summoned swords he left at his old home could only take him away. But Sakura was hiding in the woods, there were two knights fighting to the death behind him, and Karna and Arjuna had no idea where they had run off to. He could only use this time to desperately recover his magic power. Solomon had no intention of wasting words with him. Seeing him dodge the first strike, he began to condense magic power in his hand again. Levi narrowed his eyes and spoke again. I know what you want, Solomon. You want to use the Holy Grail to turn yourself into an ordinary person, right? Solomon's hand paused for a moment. He usually didn't care about anything, but since he had a wish, it meant this was something he would care about a little. It seemed this move was the right one. I'm not trying to criticize your wish, but Solomon, this wish of yours will harm this world. So what? Solomon replied for the first time. His tone was flat, and there was no expression on his face, as if he were just stating something that was a matter of course. Just as his subjects had described him. He was different from others. It wasn't that he didn't have time to prepare, it was that even if he knew there was danger, he wouldn't prepare. He would just watch, ignoring everything. He had no emotions, he didn't seem like a person. So, to buy time, he had to bring up a topic that would actually make him feel something. You want to become an ordinary person. Once your power disappears, that ritual you prepared called Gaudia will activate. Even if you know this, you probably won't think it's a big deal. You think that even if the incineration of humanity ritual starts, it's no big deal for this world. Levi's voice was very calm. But you forgot, Solomon, if God were still alive, you would be right. Unfortunately, God died long ago in the ancient war, along with the devil kings. Solomon's gaze narrowed slightly. Levi knew the other party could tell whether he was telling the truth or not. So he didn't stop and continued speaking. What maintains the world now is the heaven system, not God. God is gone, the world is no longer the airtight fortress it used to be. Once the incineration of humanity ritual starts, that already dilapidated system will collapse directly. The first wave is the impact brought about by the system collapse. The second wave is the destruction from the incineration of humanity ritual. The third wave, the system is gone, and the seals all over the world will loosen. All those evil dragons will run out, and the world will be in a third great chaos. Levi finished and paused for a moment. He actually hadn't wanted to deal with the incineration of humanity ritual at all. Because in the type moon world, this thing would at most mess with the human side. It couldn't touch the heaven or the underworld at all. If there were no Chaldea, he could just go and clean it up whenever he had time. If God were still around, it would be even easier, just a reversal to fix it. The problem was that God was dead. Once the system maintaining the world was finished, things wouldn't be so simple. Why did Graphia advocate for the underworld to send troops before? It was because she saw it clearly. After God died, this really wasn't a joke. It wouldn't lead to the end of the world, but it would definitely trigger a long war. Those sealed guys would all run out, and even the Beast Emperor would have to show up. First the system collapses, and the world falls into chaos. Then humanity collapses, and the human world is basically finished. Then he would have to clean up the evil dragons, deal with Rizvam, and finally start an eternal war with the Beast Emperor in advance. Levi got a headache just thinking about it. He didn't want to live in a world full of war for the next few hundred or even thousands of years. God is dead. Solomon's tone finally had a hint of fluctuation. But it was only for an instant. After an instant, he returned to his usual state. So what? Levi clicked his tongue in his heart. Just from that flicker of hesitation, he knew he hadn't moved the other party. His magic power hadn't recovered much. Dawn broke, and white light appeared on the horizon. Solomon's second wave of attacks was already pressing in. A blinding white beam of light slammed directly into the ground at Levi's feet, sending gravel flying. But this time, Levi didn't retreat. He raised his hand and threw a summoned sword, while gripping Yamato tightly, and rushed forward, passing right along the edge of the beam. His body suddenly expanded and transformed in midair. Devil Trigger, activated. The reward he had previously obtained from checking in at St. George had boosted his magic power again, making breaking through that bottleneck a matter of course. This time, when he activated Devil Trigger, his appearance had changed quite a bit. A pitch-black steel mask was clamped onto his face, covering most of it, leaving only a T-shaped opening for his eyes, mouth, and nose. That was the ventilation design unique to night helmets. After entering Devil Trigger, Levi's combat power was pushed directly to the threshold of Satan class. His speed was at least several times faster than before. In less than a breath, he had rushed in front of Solomon, and Yamato was unsheathed in an instant. Blue blade light exploded around him, and his figure flickered and disappeared from in front of Solomon. The blade edge and afterimage spread simultaneously, and Solomon's torso was cut into 3 sections, then twisted, blurred, and dissipated like a reflection on the water. It was an illusion. Levi immediately looked up. On the distant skyline, the gray-white light of dawn had already brightened, and a black shadow was floating quietly there. Solomon. Red patterns extended from the void, firmly connecting to him. Massive pillars of pitch-black flesh, like shadows of light, appeared along with the rising sunlight, piercing through heaven and earth. Those eyes looked down at Levi from above. It was a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Once targeted by them, no matter if you fled to the past or the future, you couldn't escape this gaze. But Levi had no intention of running. Dawn had arrived. The buffs demons gained at night were all gone. He had already activated the ritual to contact Graphia. The remaining magic power on his body was only enough to swing one more dimension slash. What about next? Fight. Fight to the death. It was that simple. The 72 pillars stood on the ground, extending all the way to the horizon. That immense power belonging to the 72 pillars family pushed the concentration of magic power in the vicinity to a suffocating level. The Solomon manifested in this Holy Grail war was definitely not a Grand Saint Graph. So, as a caster-class heroic spirit, abilities like territory creation and item construction became very important. Levi had been wondering how Solomon would lure him into his territory. Now he understood. Levi had thought the other party wanted to lure him into some kind of trap. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. Solomon had no intention of beating around the bush, he simply used the battlefield between them as a base and slammed down a territory with a wave of his hand. The sky was the natural dome of this territory. The rising sun was slowly dispelling all the power that demons had accumulated in the night. The earth was the perfect foundation. The 72 pillars were all locked within this territory, magic power flowed according to Solomon's will, and the entire space was under his control. Levi could feel countless gazes from all directions fixed on him. The magic aura was completely disrupted by the 72 pillars, and he couldn't lock onto Solomon's position through perception at all. He let out a long breath. His body sank slightly, and his right hand rested on the hilt of Yamato. He closed his eyes. Observation haki spread outwards like a spider web, gradually forming a perfect circle. 72 targets, no, 73. The 72 pillars had already begun to gather magic power. In the next second, that magic power would be poured into his body through those blood vessel-like things behind Solomon. If he really let that power rush in, what awaited him would definitely be some kind of noble phantasm from Solomon. Levi didn't know what those noble phantasms used by Godia would turn into in Solomon's hands. But if it was similar to Godia's light rings, even if it didn't reach the temperature to incinerate the earth, just the torrent of energy slamming into him would be enough to give him a hard time. So, he couldn't wait any longer. You will end here. Levi opened his eyes. Observation haki had locked onto the positions of the 72 pillars and the height at which Solomon was located. This was his final slash. Unsheath. Draw the sword. 73 sword marks, not one more, not one less. At the instant Yamato was unsheathed, the entire area covered by observation haki was filled with these sword marks. Within the range, the most blinding light of sunrise seemed to be split apart by a single slash. Outside the range, it was pitch black. Countless sword marks crisscrossed, tore, and strangled in the space. The 72 pillars were instantly shredded to pieces. And Solomon, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, intended to block the slash that was about to land on him. Just at this moment, a young woman's voice, which only Solomon could hear, suddenly sounded in his ear. In the name of the command spell, Solomon, return. Solomon's entire body was enveloped by a force and instantly disappeared from Levi's attack range. He remembered very clearly. His master was a man. A woman's voice had actually been able to use a command spell to forcibly pull him back. When Solomon rushed back to where he had been hiding, his former master was already lying in a pool of blood, breathless. Beside him sat a blonde girl with eyes as blue as the sky, smiling as she watched him, who had been dragged back by a command spell. Solomon glanced at the back of her hand. There were 3 command spells on each hand. The 3 on her left hand were intact, while one was missing from her right. Now, you are my master. His previous master was dead, yet there wasn't the slightest change in expression on Solomon's face. Even the fall of a god would only move him slightly. The death of a master was not worth any emotional fluctuation for him. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why summon me back? Saju Ayaka laughed when she heard him say that. Summon you back? No, it's more like I saved you. Oh. Seeing Solomon's indifferent reaction, Saju Ayaka sighed and put on a bored expression. I thought you would at least retort. Now it seems you, just like this world, are incredibly boring. As she spoke, she flicked her hand to the side. The water molecules in the air began to gather and fuse. A sphere of water condensed in midair, and the image emerging on its surface was the battle that had just taken place between Levi and Solomon. Saju Ayaka stared at the image. But she wasn't looking at Solomon, she was looking at Levi. Ah, I searched for all the masters, but it seems that person isn't a heroic spirit. But it doesn't matter. This was an accident to begin with, a mishap, I suppose. I didn't expect to run into someone like you. She reached out, her fingertip slowly touching the water sphere. It was just a light touch, but as soon as her fingertip brushed the water surface, ripples immediately spread out, and the image shattered and crumbled. However, others might not know, but I do. This current form of yours isn't your true self, is it? Therefore, Saju Ayaka composed herself and turned her head to look at Solomon again. Prepare yourself, we will have to fight him again later. Solomon did not understand what this woman was thinking. But he couldn't be bothered to argue. Since he had to win in the end, he would have to fight that opponent again sooner or later anyway. Since that's the case. Understood. Graphia's teleportation spell failed. She didn't land directly beside Levi. Instead, she was forcibly stopped some distance away and landed on the ground. Looking from afar, the area in front of her seemed fine, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the entire space was wrong. It was as if she were looking through a kaleidoscope, the light was completely distorted. But it wasn't a kaleidoscope at all. It was that the space within had been forcibly torn into countless tiny fragments, which were now slowly merging back together. Graphia frowned, magic power surging within her, and she charged straight in. Lord Levi. Please, do not let anything happen to you. Levi lay on the ground, watching the surrounding space finally return to normal, and let out a long breath. His magic power was completely drained, even moving a finger was an effort. The system's notification sound rang in his head. Check in reward Arjuna Clairvoyance C+. TCH. Did Karna get things sorted out on his end? It's a good thing I didn't gamble on that check in reward earlier and didn't fight to the death with Solomon. Otherwise, if the system had suddenly given me such a reward when my magic was bottoming out, I'm afraid I would have been done for. As he was thinking this, footsteps sounded above his head. Although he was lying still, his observation hockey clearly told him who was coming. Artoria, did you finish your battle, too? Artoria surveyed the surrounding environment, looked at the space fragments that were still repairing themselves, and reached out to help Levi up. Did something happen while I was fighting Sir Lancelot? Levi looked up, a smile on his face. Although he looked a bit disheveled, his eyes were very bright. Nothing major, just that one heroic spirit has been eliminated, and I had a clash with Solomon. Look at the state I'm in, yet he ran away much faster than me. Artoria was stunned for a moment. So while she was immersed in the past, such a tough battle had actually taken place here. As the dignified Night King, experiencing the feeling of coming to clean up the aftermath after a battle for the first time made her feel a bit uneasy. Master, next time you encounter Solomon, let me handle it. Then what if I have you go in together? That. Artoria's words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't continue. Seeing that expression on her face, Levi laughed even harder. All right, I won't tease you anymore. He thought of Solomon's face, and his eyes darkened. Next time, if my magic isn't depleted to this extent, I will certainly continue this fight and settle the score with him. Master. Just as the corners of Artoria's mouth curled up, Levi didn't give her a chance to speak and added another sentence. After clearing out the irrelevant content, only the following remained. Don't worry, I will definitely have Karna and Graphia go in together, 3 against 1. Master. While Artoria was lecturing him, Levi received a new reward. Check-in reward, given by Lancelot. Eternal Arms Mastery, A+ rank. The time he swung his sword earlier was nothing at all. After seeing Graphia, Levi was so tired that he fell asleep directly. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the Einsborn castle. He didn't see Kuroka this time. He happened to be immersed in the check-in reward from Lancelot, and a massive amount of martial arts experience flooded into his brain. In fact, ever since he came out of the Nibirius clan, Levi had been pondering one thing. Why was his judgment cut so different from Virgil's? After gaining the experience of Virgil using the Yamato, this feeling became even more pronounced. But he could never figure it out. Clearly, the effect of the sword slashes was the same. He didn't use less magic, the sword in his hand was the Yamato, and he even activated his devil trigger. Previously, he thought it was because his magic power was inferior to Virgil's, which was why he couldn't compare to his judgment cut. But once the experience from Eternal Arms Mastery truly poured in, Levi finally understood completely. TCH. Last time I used Judgment Cut to repel Solomon, I was pleased with myself for a long time. I thought I had at least a bit of Virgil's coolness, but it turned out not to be the case at all. The sword slashes left by Virgil could dazzle anyone's eyes. At first glance, it seemed like he was just hacking and slashing randomly, with sword marks everywhere, cutting through everything in the range. But that really wasn't the case. Virgil's blade was actually also striking the opponent's blade. When Levi was looking at the experience of Virgil using the Yamato earlier, all he saw was chaotic hacking and slashing. Because that was just experience, it didn't contain Virgil's thoughts at the time. In the memory, the image was just like that. Virgil subconsciously executed those well-honed movements. Watching from a first-person perspective was almost indistinguishable from experiencing it himself. But Levi was not Virgil. He didn't know what Virgil was thinking when he performed those actions. But after Eternal Arms Mastery brought him a massive amount of experience, Levi's insight also gradually improved. By now, when he looked back at Virgil's memories, he could see the trick to it. Virgil's blade was not reckless at all. In such a fast instant, even the eyes couldn't keep up, yet he had a clear attack division for his blade. Now, Levi could already tell. Virgil's slash was actually already finished the moment he sheathed his blade. To put it simply, what could truly kill someone was that final slash, or even the last two, before he sheathed his sword. If the enemy tried to dodge during this time, those previous sword marks would just cut them directly. The problem was that Virgil's blade was just too fast. So fast that even if the enemy only moved a finger, they couldn't do it. So what were those previous sword marks for? They were for cutting off escape routes. The Yamato opened space as easily as cutting tofu. Hitting the enemy with just 1 or 2 strikes was enough to finish it. The key was how to land the hit. Landing a hit sometimes wasn't just about how fast your blade was. Because even if you slashed fast, you couldn't stop the enemy from having their automatic defensive spells trigger even if they hadn't reacted. Or they themselves might get a jolt and use some crooked way to slip away. Or otherwise, if the first slash of the Yamato didn't kill them, the enemy would immediately come to their senses. These things happened too often. So those sword marks of Virgil's were actually using the Yamato to slice open space first, while simultaneously locking the enemy's movements. If the enemy dared to defend, those sword marks, carrying the torn space, would directly shred their defense. Then, the enemy couldn't move, and they couldn't block. Next, it was time to kill them. Virgil's sword marks looked truly fast. Once the blade was drawn, all attacks were finished, and you couldn't even see the action of drawing the sword. Most of the time, you could only see him sheathing his sword. But, Virgil's speed was even faster. That final ultimate slash was his true killing move. As for Levi himself, although I wasn't hacking randomly, I always locked onto the target first and then slashed a few times. No wonder my judgment cut could be blocked by St. George using his glory. It turns out I was only using the spread attack that Virgil used to cut off the enemy's movement. No wonder it could be blocked. If I don't kill him, how can he die? At this moment, Levi's thoughts were clearer than ever. He had put all his energy into refining his judgment cut, so he hadn't noticed another problem at all. Eternal Arms Mastery, this skill belonged to Lancelot. This was the core reason why Lancelot could maintain his combat effectiveness after going berserk. In other words, what this skill brought was far more than just combat experience, techniques, and insight. It meant that even if Levi lost his sanity while activating Sin Devil Trigger, at that point, this skill would still be effective, or rather, it would only truly exert its effect at that time. Because when Levi was conscious, he still needed time to digest the experience. But when he lost consciousness, these things would directly become a part of his body's martial arts. Currently, he could maintain Sin Devil trigger for at most 40 seconds. The lights in the corridor leading to the basement were dim, and Levi sighed as he stood in front of the passageway. You can solve the issues between you and your sister yourself, so why do you have to drag me along? Don't look at me like that, I can't even sort out the mess in my own family. His younger brother ran away from home, his old man was scolded by the old man until he couldn't lift his head, and the old man ran out of the underworld and stopped caring about anything. And they left him alone in the underworld to act as an inside agent. If this family situation were written as a novel, the plot would definitely be much more lit than Boruto. Don't worry, Lord Levi. Sakura gently tugged on Levi's sleeve. Kuroka tried to pounce on him again, but Levi raised his foot and kicked her directly on the forehead, and she tumbled entirely into the bamboo basket filled with dirty laundry downstairs. Graphia stood in the center of the hall, her face expressionless. Levi walked over and sat down. Why is the atmosphere so tense? Lord Levi, Karna and the opponent's heroic spirit were both eliminated. Levi was taken aback. Then he felt that this result was quite reasonable. Karna versus Arjuna. When those two fight, this is the only logical conclusion. So that's how it is. He nodded, sat down next to Sakura, and said, then we have to win even more, for Karna's sake. He thought everyone was sad about their comrade's elimination and wanted to say a few words of comfort. Instead, Sakura looked at him with an expression of astonishment. Beside them, Ingvild covered her mouth and chuckled. Opposite them, Artoria looked at him with a strange expression. Master, you don't think we're sad about a comrade's elimination, do you? If not, then why are you all looking so serious? Levi scanned the group. Sharon and Irisville were both shaking their heads. Finally, Sakura leaned over, tugged on his sleeve, and lowered her voice to say, Levi-sama, we were just discussing how to handle my sister. Graphia Ne came by and caught her earlier. Rin is locked in the basement now. Levi was silent for 2 seconds. So you're not sad, you're discussing how to deal with your sister. Sakura nodded. Levi stood up and sighed again. Fine, off to the basement. Sakura didn't refute Levi's words about sisters. She just watched the path ahead quietly, her voice very soft. Even if you don't do anything, just having you by my side makes me feel a bit more at ease. Her emotions were very complex. By rights, that person is my sister, the one in the Tasaka household is my father, and then there's my mother, but I was sent away when I was 6. My memory isn't great, I can only recall things back to age 4. At most, I only spent 2 years in that house. Those 2 years were very peaceful, but there's nothing special to remember. She paused, her lips pressed tight, before finally speaking again. When I was 6, that man sent me away with his own hands. Then I lived in hell for 10 years. 10 years of suffering, and the happiness of these past few days, both are much stronger than the 2 years I spent in that house. She turned to look at Levi. Levi-sama, do you believe that blood is thicker than water? Levi knew that at a time like this, he should nod, smile, pat her shoulder, and say something positive. Look at the big picture, blood is thicker than water, it's only natural. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, it was even worse than being an orphan. Grandfather killed father, younger brother ran off, he was like heir in his own home, relatives died or fled. He went from being an invisible person to a tool. Given the kind of family relationships he'd experienced, asking him to talk about blood being thicker than water. That was too hard. Seeing his silence, Sakura turned her gaze back to the road. It seems you don't have an answer either. I'm the same. You might not believe it if I told you. Rin recognized me at first sight, but when I stood outside the Tasaka residence, watching their family getting along so harmoniously, I had to guess who was who based on their ages. 10 years is too long. That's why I didn't let you knock on the door, nor did I go inside to see that home I hadn't visited in 10 years. My memories of what's inside are already incredibly blurry. Father, mother, Rin, I no longer have their images in my mind. Perhaps we count as family. Rin probably considers me family too. The basement door was right in front of them, and Sakura kept talking. To me, Levi-sama, Kuroka, Sharon, Graphia Ne, Ingvild, as well as Irisville and Artoria, and Mr. Karna who was eliminated earlier, you all feel more like my family. Happy memories together, memories of enduring hard times and teasing each other to get by, kindness, bonds that can be truly felt, isn't that what counts as family? Those without memories, those you can't see or touch, those where you can't recall even a shred of kindness, and the only thing you do remember is unpleasant. Levi-sama, can that be called family? Levi didn't open the door immediately. He stood there, his hand on the doorknob, and was silent for a few seconds. Organizing his words, he finally spoke. I'm not very good at counseling people, and I have no right to help you make this decision. Sakura wanted to say something, but before she could, Levi interrupted. But I do know that the past is the past. For you, if something makes you feel bad, you don't have to do it at all. If something makes you happy, do more of that. Don't try to calculate complex relationships, and don't get hung up on memories, bloodlines, or things like that. To be honest, I'm quite happy that you were able to tell me all this. If you keep it all bottled up inside, thinking about it over and over, you'll eventually make yourself sick. After speaking, Levi smiled at Sakura and winked. You should be a bit more free, learn from Kuroka. Though don't tell her I said that. If she were any more free, I'm afraid she'd tear down the Lucifer clan's castle. As he said this, he pushed open the basement door. Standing there, listening to his words, a smile couldn't help but tug at the corners of Sakura's mouth. Freedom, huh? Levi's words didn't directly resolve her confusion. But thinking about it seriously, it did make her feel a bit better inside. As for why, it was probably because no matter which side she favored, she didn't really want to choose either. Levi had realized this too. When opening the door, he swept a glance at Sakura from the corner of his eye. The moment he saw the faint smile on her lips, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. He had guessed it all along. She didn't want an answer. Within the Lucifer clan, Sakura didn't stand out particularly. After all, that group of devils was stranger than the next. But she was just like that, quiet, gentle, and pleasant to look at. Thinking about this, with a smile on his lips, Levi walked into the basement. At a glance, he saw Rin, bound within a blue magic circle. Her entire body was restrained, and even her mouth was sealed, making it difficult for her to say a word. Levi's smile gradually changed in tone. The two heroic spirits from your Tasaka faction are already gone. In your household, there's only your father left, and a traitor with a heroic spirit. Given your father's state, I wouldn't be surprised if he were eliminated any day now. He paused, his tone light and airy. So, Rin, would you consider surrendering? We devils are all about contract integrity. Come, sign this, your lifetime labor debt repayment contract. Then I'll consider saving your father. How about it? The room was pitch black. Blood pooled on the floor. Tasaka Tokiomi's eyes were wide, his face filled with disbelief. He wanted to say something, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. In the mirror in front of him, the person behind him was reflected. The mercury sword he had handed to that person himself was piercing his heart. He collapsed to the ground, having no strength left to move. Kotomine Kirei watched him breathe his last and smiled. That was not an enemy. This person had never made things difficult for him while teaching. One could even say he was quite good to him. Yet, at the moment he killed such a close person with his own hands, Kotomine Kirei felt an intense pleasure he had experienced once before. So he smiled. Having dealt with Tokiomi, he knew he couldn't stay at the Tasaka residence any longer. He walked slowly to the door. Looking at this familiar room he had visited countless times, the pleasure in his heart surged like a tide. I can't go back. No. It wasn't that he couldn't go back after killing his teacher. It was that, after I first realized that I was truly alive, I no longer belonged here. Snap. The door closed. The land manager of Fuyuki City, the current head of the Tasaka family, Tasaka Tokiomi, was eliminated. Don't even think about it. The black-haired girl with twin tails tossed her head sharply, let out a cold snort, and refused. Levi wasn't angry, instead, he laughed happily. Graphia, look at her, I'm actually looking forward to releasing her now, only for her to find out her dad is gone. I wonder what her expression will be then. Who would carelessly lose their own father? Rin completely lost her cool. Rin gritted her teeth, her face overflowing with anger. I admit that guy Kotomine Kirei is annoying, but I absolutely won't believe you if you say he killed my father. Levi sat on the sofa, legs crossed, swept a glance at the surrounding retainers watching the show, and pointed toward Rin. Don't blame her for being stubborn while a prisoner, her life was traded for her father's. Let her be tough for a while longer, otherwise, that deal with her father would be a loss. Hiss, Rin was so angry her head felt like it was going to explode. She stared at Levi, her lips trembling, her whole body shaking, and she opened her mouth several times, but couldn't manage to squeeze out a single word. She was rendered speechless by anger. Sakura, however, chuckled softly and walked up to ask Levi. Will Kotomine Kirei really kill Tasaka Tokiomi? Seeing that it was Sakura asking, Levi dropped his sarcastic tone. It's a certainty. You know about when I went to the church to seize the command spell, right? That old priest had 30 command spells in his hands, given to him for free by the Meitu family. He wasn't killed by me, the person who killed him was his own son, Kotomine Kirei. Huh. Kuroka and the others were all stunned. Rin wouldn't admit it out loud, but upon hearing this, her attention was involuntarily drawn in. What's so strange about that? I am a devil, after all. Karna was using Sakura's magic power to maintain his form at that time, and he carried the aura of a devil. It wasn't a big problem for him to attack the church, at most, it would look like a lost devil causing trouble, but if he had killed someone from the church, the nature of the situation would be completely different. Even if it were a lost devil, the angels would definitely have sent someone to purge it, right? But have any of you seen any movement from heaven? After hearing Levi's words, Graphia nodded. No wonder. I've been vigilant about heaven's movements during this time, but they haven't reacted at all. It turns out the one causing trouble from below was on our own side. Levi looked at the woman in front of him who had once earnestly taught him how to kill without leaving a trace, now completely changing her tune. Because the person was Graphia, Levi wasn't sure if the methods she had given him back then were actually wrong, or if she was just playing along with his performance now. However, apart from her, no one else knew the truth of the matter. Everyone else felt that what Levi said made sense, and they turned to look at Rin, their gazes filled with sympathy, mixed with a hint of something subtle. Don't look at me with those eyes. Kuroka sighed, her tone filled with a bit of helplessness. Keep acting tough for a while longer, it's really pitiful. Ah. Rin felt as if she had taken another heavy blow. Finally, Sakura spoke up. Levi-sama wouldn't lie about something like this. Sister, I think it's better if you believe him. I said. Father wouldn't. Rin instinctively wanted to refute, but suddenly paused, freezing in place. Sakura, what did you just call me? I called you Rin, what's wrong? Sakura still wore that gentle smile, just like before, no different from usual. Tasaka Rin almost thought she had misheard. Sister, stop spacing out. Aren't you going to do something about father's safety? This time I absolutely. Stressing over a form of address for so long, while not even caring whether your own father lives or dies, that's really pathetic, Rin. Ah. Tasaka Rin looked at Sakura's face, 1 second her tone was cold as ice, and the next, she revealed a gentle smile. She felt like she was going to have a heart attack from anger at such a young age. Levi stood to the side, watching Sakura gradually letting herself go, and began to reflect. Did he say something wrong in the basement earlier? It seems, he told her to learn more from Kuroka. Then this is all Kuroka's fault. Her example as a negative role model was just too textbook. While these chaotic thoughts were drifting through Levi's mind, Tasaka Rin, under Sakura's second round of attacks, actually calmed down. She slowly raised her head, regaining the elegant temperament expected of the Tasaka family. When she looked at Levi again, her gaze was much more serious. Mr. Levi, right, can you guarantee that what you just said is the truth? Seeing her like this, Levi turned to Graphia. Graphia, I asked you before, if some Magus's body dies, as long as their magic circuits aren't completely ruined, can they still be saved using demonic methods? You said yes back then, right? Yes, Lord Levi. Graphia answered with certainty. Levi nodded, then tossed the labor of gratitude repayment contract he had shown to Tasaka Rin earlier onto the coffee table. Whether you sign this or not is up to you. It's your father who's dead, anyway, and I didn't intend to save him to begin with. Sigh, Tasaka Rin didn't fly into a rage this time. She took the contract directly. After looking at it carefully, she realized it was all in demonic script, and she couldn't understand a single word. She let out a deep sigh. Sigh. That's true, I'm already your captive, and besides, Sakura is here too. As she spoke, she looked at Sakura, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. Sakura, I couldn't keep you with me back then. But this time, I won't let go again. Tasaka Rin bit her finger and pressed her handprint onto the contract. The contract instantly transformed into 2 streams of black light, one darted into Levi's body, and the other into Tasaka Rin's body. The contract was established. Levi patted the slightly dazed Sakura and turned to look at Graphia. Outside the Tasaka residence, Levi spoke to the driver. Drive to the Tasaka family estate and see what happened there. As you command, Lord Levi. When Tasaka Rin rushed into the living room, she froze completely. She had heard Levi and the others mention that her father might already be gone. But when she actually saw the scene of Tasaka Tokiomi lying in a pool of blood, she still couldn't help but fall to her knees. Her hands were shaking violently. She checked her father's pulse. Cold. His heartbeat had stopped, and his breathing was gone. By human standards, Tasaka Tokiomi was already a corpse. Graphia, can this situation be salvaged? Levi asked, turning his head. Graphia didn't say much and walked straight to Rin's side. Please step aside. She signaled for Rin to move back, then illuminated the blue crest of the Lucifuge family with one hand. A magic circle descended from above, covering Tasaka Tokiomi's body. The magic circle began to operate. From the position of Tasaka Tokiomi's heart, something resembling a small sapling grew out into the air. When it grew to about 20 centimeters, that nerve-like thing stopped. Tasaka Tokiomi's heart was no longer beating. Yet, this little tree was pulsing, as if it were his second heart. Graphia turned to look at Levi and nodded. He can still be saved. Then hurry up and save him. Understood, Lord Levi. Watching Graphia begin to work, Tasaka Rin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she was still uneasy. Levi, can my father really come back to life? Her tone was laced with anxiety. After all, her human common sense from the past decade or so was there, her father was indeed dead. If someone told you that the dead could come back to life, it would be hard for anyone to believe it immediately. Especially since Tasaka Rin was a magus. The first thought that popped into her mind was that necromancy used to manipulate corpses. Levi glanced at her. Although I'm not sure, you aren't thinking of some necromancy spell, are you? How did you know? Tasaka Rin's eyes widened. Levi scoffed. I can tell by your expression. You really were thinking of that. Use your brain, Rin. If I really had the ability to use puppetry to control a fake that looks just like your father, why wouldn't I just kill you and turn you into a puppet to work for me instead? You don't think you're particularly useful, do you? Surely not. You don't really think that me making you a maid is some special test for you, do you? Could there really be someone with such a high opinion of themselves? Levi had only recently discovered he possessed this hidden talent. As long as he said 3 sentences, he could make Rin so angry she was about to explode. And every time this young lady was angered to that point, she couldn't even speak properly, only knowing that her hands were cold and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. However, once this surge of anger came, all her previous worry and sadness were washed away. At least for now, she couldn't worry about whether her father could come back to life. Because she herself was about to be angered to death by Levi. Seeing Rin in this state, Levi pushed her toward the door and led the others out of the room. This kind of treatment is quite time-consuming and requires quiet, just leave it to Graphia. Let's go somewhere else to avoid disturbing her. After saying this, Levi led the group to the living room on the first floor of the Tasaka residence. Tasaka Rin also naturally took out tea and snacks from the house to entertain them. Seeing her busy serving tea and water, Levi nodded with satisfaction. It seems you've adapted quite well to your new identity. As one of the 3 maids of the House of Lucifer, you must get used to this role. Are there 3 maids? The one who asked was Irisville. Tasaka Rin had almost gotten used to Levi throwing out remarks that could choke her from time to time. She knew that as long as she responded, Levi's next sentence was guaranteed to be even more infuriating. So, Irisville took up the conversation. Levi's gaze fell on her. Yes, Graphia, Rin, and the other one is you, Irisville. Irisville felt she really shouldn't have spoken up earlier. But whether she asked or not, it was actually the same. Levi had originally planned for her to be a maid of the House of Lucifer. And even if he didn't turn her into a devil, he intended for her to learn all the reinforcement techniques, combat skills, and weapon equipment of the Einsborn family's homunculi. After all, he had plenty of things to do on his side. If he piled all the work onto Graphia alone, even she wouldn't be able to keep up. So, Levi found her a few helpers. All right. Levi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Graphia is over there treating Tasaka Tokiomi. While we're at it, let's talk about other things. It was currently the Holy Grail War period. The first round of the Holy Grail War was over, and 4 heroic spirits had been eliminated. But the remaining 3 didn't mean this matter was over. The Holy Grail War hasn't ended. Levi said, we currently have 4 masters on our side. However, Tasaka Tokiomi's command spell has already been taken by Kotomine Kirei. He turned to look at Rin and Sakura. You two, give me the 3 command spells you have. Okay. The 2 girls nodded without hesitation. The number of command spells in Levi's hand went from 33 to 39. Artoria watched this scene from the side, her expression somewhat complex. Once the ritual was complete, Levi looked at Ingvild. How are you doing with your sacred gear? It's okay. Why, is there something you need me for? Levi nodded. Fuyuki City is by the sea. That ability of yours to control the ocean is just right here. And your skill at taming dragons isn't just for show, either. As he said this, he glanced at Artoria again. Artoria's expression turned even worse. You agree, right, Red Dragon? Although I really don't want to admit it, and I don't understand how many methods you have to forcibly control me, Artoria said through gritted teeth, but what you said is indeed correct. Upon hearing this, Ingvild's eyes lit up immediately. She leaned in toward Artoria. This was the first time she had seen a real dragon that she could tame. Regarding the abilities of the sacred gear, Levi had told her about them a long time ago. But Ingvild had never been able to come into contact with dragons, and the underworld had no sea, so she had always felt her sacred gear was useless. Yet, she never expected that in her first participation in actual combat, both abilities would actually be usable. Artoria, let's get along well from now on. Get along well. Artoria agreed verbally, but she knew very well in her heart, this girl's gaze definitely didn't mean, get along well. But she still bit the bullet and agreed. Levi smiled. He took out the file on Kotomine Kirei from his system inventory and placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. We've been busy with preparations. As for the next target, compared to Solomon, I think we should be keeping a closer eye on this person. This man called Kotomine Kirei, or rather, a monster. Kotomine Kirei's own combat power didn't even reach that of a first-rate heroic spirit. His servant, Hassan of the Hundred Faces, didn't rely on combat power either. Basically, the impression of him stopped there. But Levi knew very well. This man was not that easy to deal with. When Kotomine Kirei made his move to kill Tasaka Tokiomi, he had absolutely no idea that Arjuna and St. George were already dead. The most he could have grasped was the news of St. George's death in battle. As for Arjuna, he had received absolutely no information. After Levi finished saying this, Tasaka Rin nodded. That's right. I was Arjuna's master, and I went to the Metu family with the two of them at the time. With the level of power of Arjuna and Karna, ordinary familiars simply didn't have the qualifications to watch that battle. That's how it is. Levi scanned the dependents around him and slowly organized his conclusion. So, after that guy killed Tasaka Tokiomi, he just took off. He's likely holding some plan or trump card. We need to be on guard. Otherwise, I have a gut feeling that before the final battle with Solomon begins, he will definitely pop out and give us the biggest surprise. Levi and the others were pondering how to deal with Kotomine Kirei. And Kotomine Kirei himself had no intention of just quietly exiting the stage. For a guy like him who had just awakened, he needed a stronger sense of pleasure. Moreover, he also had to ensure that after Arjuna and Rin returned to the Tasaka residence, he could still survive under that arrow. That's right. He knew exactly where Arjuna and St. George belonged. He was even there on the day Tasaka Tokiomi summoned St. George. This gave him a thorough understanding of the Tasaka camp, and even if Tasaka Tokiomi and Tasaka Rin sensed something was wrong, they could do nothing about him. However, the information I can get lately is getting scarcer. I have to stir up some trouble now. Kotomine Kirei huddled in the corner of the sewer. After listening to the news brought back by Hundred Faces, he squinted his eyes in the darkness and chuckled. Assassin, do you think we will be the ones to win this Holy Grail war in the end? In the past, Hundred Faces hadn't really thought about this question seriously. Even after seeing heroic spirits of the caliber of Arjuna and St. George, she didn't think she could win at all. But now, there was no other way. What was it called again? Courting death. Yes, that was it. Her master was sprinting down the path of courting death, and she had been dragged along into this situation with absolutely no way out. Since that was the case, she could only nod silently. The clone of Hundred Faces nodded, and Kotomine Kirei glanced at her. Then pray hard and look forward to it. Compared to the others, we at least have reinforcements that can serve as an asset. If worse comes to worst, we still have reinforcements that can be of use. Levi looked at his nervous subordinate in front of him and suddenly said with a smile. Reinforcements. Lord Levi, do you mean that the underworld will send people to help us? Kuroka blinked and looked at Levi. Levi shrugged. The underworld won't just send troops for the sake of the old Satan faction. Although Searsex is a Satan, he isn't that free either. However, among my nominal, Family. There is indeed one person who is both free and willing to do anything as long as there's a reason. Contacting him carries some risk, but if it really comes down to the other side playing dirty, we'll just have to unleash the hound. The person he was referring to was Rizvam. He was still holding the communication device to contact Rizvam. Right now, Rizvam thought he was a mole planted in the underworld, while Sirzex thought he was an undercover agent placed by the underworld within the old Satan faction and Rizvam's side. To put it bluntly, Levi was playing both sides. To put it simply, whether it was Rizvam or Sirzex, they could both become his allies under specific circumstances. Most of the time, he needed Sirzex as an ally. But there were very rare occasions where he had to catch up with that guy Rizvam. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to take that step at all. Moreover, the hatred for Rizvam in this body was carved into its bones. Once his power reached a certain level, he would definitely join forces with Sirzex to take Rizvam out directly. In this regard, he was exactly the same as that cheap younger brother he had never even met. It was just that he understood Rizvam better and was more likely to have the last laugh. That's about it. Grafia walked down from upstairs. Levi also stood up. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. As soon as Grafia came down, Tasaka Rin greeted her and rushed to the second floor. Seeing Tasaka Tokiomi lying on the ground with a heartbeat and breathing, sleeping like a dead person, she still couldn't believe it. She walked over and pushed him. Dad. Dad. It wasn't until Tasaka Tokiomi opened his eyes and looked at her in confusion that Tasaka Rin sat on the floor and let out a long sigh of relief. Rin, what is this? Tasaka Tokiomi looked puzzled. Tasaka Rin smiled at him and shook her head. Dad, we have completely lost this Holy Grail war. I'm really sorry to make you keep working after finishing such delicate work. But none of us can help with this, Grafia. Levi looked at Grafia, who had just finished saving Tasaka Tokiomi and was already starting to monitor the movements of the celestial realm and the underworld, and sighed softly. Tasaka Tokiomi finally recognized reality. Rin told him everything that had happened after he died. This man, who had taught his daughter to be elegant since she was a child, sighed in front of his daughter for the first time. We lost. Although I had considered this possibility, I really didn't expect to lose like this. A complete defeat. All heroic spirits were wiped out, not a single command spell left, and there was a traitor in the family. Now, it was even worse, he had been saved by the enemy, and his own daughter had signed a contract with a devil. Tasaka Tokiomi thought to himself that if he hadn't sent his wife away early, the whole family would probably have perished in this Holy Grail war. It was stifling for anyone. But to say how devastated he was. It was manageable. Tasaka Tokiomi was never a genius. His magical talent was mediocre, he had seen peaks and hit bottom, and he had struggled his way through like this. He wasn't so easy to break. He had survived similar desperate situations at least twice. Levi was not good at negotiating with people, nor was he good at counseling anyone. Delicate spell manipulation was his Achilles heel. He had always identified himself as a brute who relied on raw power to crush things, and he had always done so. Hearing Levi's words, Grafia shook her head gently. It's nothing, Lord Levi, this is part of my duty. Once Miss Ingvild masters her magic power, she will be able to share some of the workload. Looking at Grafia's serious face and remembering how Ingvild would sigh whenever training was mentioned, Levi also shook his head helplessly. Don't set your expectations too high for her. Although she is over 100 years old, she was only 17 before she went to sleep, and she is at an age where she can't sit still. Grafia rarely showed a smile. Lord Levi, even you can misjudge people sometimes. Huh. Miss Ingvild wants to master her power and become your helper sooner than anyone else. Is that so? Levi chatted casually with Grafia. Not long after, Grafia put away the observation spell. The fallen angels also live in the underworld, so their movements are relatively easy to track. They haven't been attracted by the commotion here, but instead, they are staring at the sacred gear possessors they can find all day long. I don't know what they are planning. As for the angels, speaking of this, Grafia closed her eyes. They are doing their best to hide their tracks, as if they are plotting something. Tasaka Tokiomi quickly sorted out the current situation. After thinking for a moment, he resumed his elegant posture and looked at his daughter. Rin, take me to see the benefactor who saved our Tasaka family. Tasaka Rin was stunned on the spot, a little slow to react. A calm smile appeared on Tasaka Tokiomi's face. I have very important information that must be reported, about the master of assassin, Kodamine Kirei. This man, with a strong sense of immersion, had automatically placed himself in the position of a retainer. He understood very well that instead of clashing head-on with a strong enemy whose bottom line he didn't know, it was better to recognize reality and exert his own value. This was the choice of a smart person. There really is movement on the side of the celestial realm. It seems that Guy Kotamine Kire did something. Levi narrowed his eyes. If I could lock onto his location, it would be simple to just grab him and ask. Unfortunately, that guy is like a rat. Knowing he can't see the light of day, he completely hid himself after killing Tasaka Tokiomi. He used the clairvoyance obtained from checking in with Arjuna to scan repeatedly, and his observation haki was also constantly searching the surroundings. But he just couldn't find any trace of Kotamine Kire. Graphia closed her eyes and didn't speak. She was familiar with most devil magic, but there were also fields she was good at and fields she wasn't. Compared to searching and tracking, Graphia was better at frontal combat. And not the kind of barbaric suppression with brute force, but a perfect fusion of power and skill. Because of this, she was able to become the strongest queen in the underworld in the original work. Although, it wasn't much different now. The matter of Kotamine Kire couldn't be rushed for the time being, but Levi had one thing to deal with first. He took out the box containing the evil pieces from the system space, opened it, took out the queen piece, and handed it directly to Graphia. By the way, Graphia, if you have really made up your mind, then become my subordinate. While speaking, Levi directly activated Devil Trigger. Stepping into his Sin Devil Trigger, an iron mask appeared on his face, and his strength had truly reached the Satan class. Although I can't give you any promises right now, I can only say, become my subordinate, and I will never let you regret making this decision. Graphia listened to Levi's words, her heart still immersed in shock. Satan class. Although in the original work, some small fry from the old Satan faction could reach this level after swallowing Ophus's snake, in reality, this level was truly the ceiling. Satan class, that was synonymous with the strongest devils. The level of the 5 great dragon kings, when converted to the devil side, was on the same level as the Satans. If you were truly so strong that even a Satan class couldn't suppress you, the devils would say you were too strong to be of the same kind and would directly label you a transcendent. It sounded like Transcendent was the most awesome title among devils. In reality, Satan was the truly top-tier title exclusive to the strongest devils. Those Transcendent guys were monsters through and through. Their strength had already broken through the ceiling of the devil race. People who ascended from devils, even if they broke through 10,000 times more, were still called Transcendents. Although this broadened the scope of Transcendent quite a bit, that was the fact. In the original work, Hyodo Issei and Valley, just by activating the Juggernaut drive, were not considered Transcendents at all. It was only after they completed their Dragon God transformation and Satan transformation that they truly possessed combat power at the Transcendent level. Therefore, the upper and lower limits of the Satan class and Transcendent levels were much, much higher than most people imagined. Only something like Ophus, whose attack power, defense, vitality, and total energy were all infinite, looked clearly a cut above a Transcendent. After all, she was cheating. From output to energy, everything was infinite. In her prime, according to the settings, Ophus could theoretically shatter the DXD world with a casual punch. Because the mass of a world must be finite, it cannot be infinite. Heaven knows what means Great Red used to drive Ophus, a being even gods dared not provoke, out of the dimensional gap. However, comparing it to this, even if one didn't know Great Red's trump cards, it was certain that the only thing clearly stronger than a Transcendent was probably the Dragon God class. After all, for the 2 known Dragon Gods, the bottom line was infinite. You couldn't do anything about that. Therefore, the Satan class was already considered top-tier combat power in this world. Graphia originally thought that it would take Levi at least a few decades to enter the Satan class. After all, for devils, there were plenty of people who had been stuck at the ultimate class for thousands of years without moving, and most devils had this fate. But Graphia's shock only lasted for a short while. She was slightly stunned, but quickly regained her composure. After listening to Levi's words, she first absorbed the queen piece into her body, and only after the connection between the peerage was established did she speak. Then, the promise you made has been fulfilled. Graphia's words made Levi pause. Subsequently, this maid, who was usually as cold as an ice cube, revealed a gentle smile on her face and continued. Because from the first time I met you until now, I, Graphia Lucifuge, have never felt a shred of regret in my heart. Not now, and not in the future. Hearing these words from Graphia, if Levi weren't wearing that iron mask, Graphia would surely have seen that his face had already started to burn and flush red. After Graphia finished speaking, Levi nodded slightly. It is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. The queen piece has officially returned to its place. Getting exactly what one needs, this feeling is indeed quite good. Tasaka Tokiomi's visit this time came at just the right moment. He first bowed respectfully, his tone perfectly measured. Lord Levi, Lady Graphia, thank you both for saving me. I came this time thinking that you two might be worried about the whereabouts of Kotomine Kirei, and I have some clues here that I would like to report to you. This man, Tasaka Tokiomi, was thorough in his etiquette and spoke flawlessly. The most important thing was that he had the real goods in his hands. Levi couldn't help but look at him a second time. Although this guy couldn't even sign in, he handled this matter efficiently. Please, take a look. Tasaka Tokiomi took a gemstone from his pocket and placed it gently on the table. The gemstone lit up, and a miniature map of Fuyuki City was immediately projected. The most eye-catching thing on the map was the red dot in the sewer area. Levi raised an eyebrow. This is where Kotomine Kirei is hiding. I didn't expect you to be able to leave a spell on him under those circumstances, not bad. A mere trivial trick, I am unworthy of such praise. Tasaka Tokiomi was humble in his attitude, he provided the intelligence without making any demands. Levi smiled. Alright, no need for that. You helped me this time, and I've noted it. It just so happens that after this Holy Grail war ends, I have some things for you to handle. Rest assured, it will only be beneficial for you Tasakas. Thank you for your grace. Tasaka Tokiomi wisely did not press for details about what the benefits were. He knew very well that many people in the Magus Association would sign contracts with devils. Some sought power, others sought magical knowledge. As long as the other party wasn't setting a trap, the benefits this relationship could bring were absolutely significant. He had originally pinned the hopes of the Tasaka family on the next generation. Sakura, who was sent away, would become a magus, and Rin, who stayed by his side, even had a chance to touch the root. He felt that once his two daughters truly embarked on the path of a magus, they would naturally understand how deep his love was. But something went wrong with Sakura. And there were complications with Rin as well. Who knew that heaven would give him another chance? If he could obtain a secure contract, the Tasaka family might be able to turn things around in his generation. Holding this thought, Tasaka Tokiomi soon bid farewell and left. Levi watched his back as he led Rin out the door, his hands crossed and supporting his chin, his eyes fixed intently on the red dot on the gemstone. Graphia. No sooner had Levi spoken than a shocking surge of magical power exploded behind him. The magic circle of the Lucifuge family lit up, and Graphia's figure instantly vanished. In less than 30 seconds, the blue magic circle flashed again. Graphia had returned. She was holding a man in her hand. Kotomine Kirei. After doing all this, Graphia acted as if nothing had happened, her expression remaining cold and her voice devoid of any inflection. Lord Levi, the assassin has been dealt with by me, and Kotomine Kirei has also been captured. Do you need me to directly extract his memories using a spell next? You may. Kotomine Kirei's memory indeed contained the part where Levi instigated him. But there was nothing to hide, and it didn't matter if Graphia knew. Besides, if one were to watch Kotomine Kirei's memories from beginning to end, one would understand even more that this guy was a freak to the bone, and it wasn't Levi who had forced him into this state at all. Graphia's hand pressed onto the top of Kotomine Kirei's head. Magical power instantly invaded his soul, extracting all of his memories. Kotomine Kirei's soul shattered on the spot, and he was completely removed from the stage. Levi drew Yamato and tapped it on the back of Kotomine Kirei's hand. The number of command spells jumped from 39 to 45. Kotomine Kirei's own 3 command spells, plus the 3 he had snatched from Tasaka Tokiomi, were all collected by Levi. He wasn't collecting command spells to control Artoria. He had other uses for them. After a while, Graphia finished organizing Kotomine Kirei's memories. Lord Levi, I discovered 2 relatively important things in his memories. 2 things. Graphia saw Levi pause for a moment and nodded. First, the actions on the side of heaven were indeed his doing, and I can roughly guess what heaven will do next. Second, this man has a daughter. A daughter. Levi was stunned again, but quickly came back to his senses. Kotomine Kirei's daughter, wouldn't that be Karen? That saint of the Magdalene. Born with the ability to perceive devils, and possessing a shroud of the saint specifically for binding people. Levi was indeed aware of this person. However, what's the issue with his daughter? Lord Levi, don't you think that a saint who can perceive devils is also of use to us devils? After Graphia finished speaking, Levi pondered it for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. But if he really wanted to get his hands on that saint, in the pure type moon world, he would have to act early. In this messy world of today, even if Michael couldn't control the church, he wouldn't let the church completely turn into that kind of holy church. Besides, a saint. Mentioning this, the face of an old acquaintance from high school DxD popped into Levi's mind. Don't worry about the saint for now. Later, go and keep an eye on a devil named Diodora Astaroth. You might be able to get some unexpected clues from him. Understood. Graphia nodded, then turned the topic to the main business. Kotomine Kirei reported the destruction of the Fuyuki City Church, and insisted that there were several high-class devils active in Fuyuki City, claiming the destruction of the church was inseparable from the devils. The commotion created by heaven, to put it plainly, was just for the underworld to see. In reality, the church seems to be preparing to send a knighthood led by several holy sword wielders to Fuyuki City to clear out those high-class devils. The commotion from heaven is just to provide cover for this unit. Oh. After listening to Graphia's words, Levi, having memories of his past life, saw the current situation even more clearly. To put it simply, the angels were afraid that one side would jump out and stir up trouble again, reigniting the three-way war, so they were using this sneaky method to surgically eliminate targets. This was a smokescreen deliberately created by the angels to suppress the flames of war. However, this smokescreen also conveniently hid the movements on our side in Fuyuki. In that case, the only thing left to do is to finish off the people the angels sent over. After listening, Graphia nodded slightly. But if we directly move to wipe out that unit, the news that there is something fishy in Fuyuki will still get out. Won't this have an impact on your plan? It doesn't matter. Levi waved his hand. Because, we won't even need to lift a finger against that unit. Graphia was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something and didn't ask further. Graphia, go and take care of Kotomine Kirei's hand. I need to prepare some things on my end. Yes, I will go at once. Graphia acknowledged, grabbed Kotomine Kirei, and walked out. Levi let out a soft breath. He snapped his fingers with one hand, and a pitch-black magic circle emerged from his palm. This was a communication channel that Rizvam had left him back then. A moment later, the other side connected. Levi, I told you, if you come to me for some trivial matter, you had better pray that you can die a painless death. Rizvim's familiar voice came from the other end of the communication spell, cold as a knife scraping bone. Even through the magic circle, one could feel the pressure belonging to a transcendent. Yet Levi smiled. On the end that Rizvam couldn't see, he grinned, laughing silently and heartily. I'm only afraid that you aren't strong enough. If you aren't strong, what pleasure would there be when I drag you into despair? Rizvam must die. And he cannot die at the hands of Valley, nor at the hands of Fafnir, nor at the hands of Searsex and his group. He can only die at his, Levi's, hands. Of course, it's not the time yet. How could I bother you without reason? If I'm not mistaken, you are currently playing cat and mouse with the unit sent out by Searsex, perhaps even the group he is leading personally, right? Rizvim's tone was already starting to become impatient. Levi certainly understood, so he added with a smile. We are both devils, that's true. But when it comes to dealing with devils, isn't devil power the most effective? Do you want a holy sword? Rizvam paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing. If I can get my hands on them, that's no problem. But right now, all the holy swords are held by heaven, and it's been many years since heaven let holy sword wielders go on missions alone, there's simply no opportunity to make a move. Levi, if you only have this kind of useless nonsense to spout, then your life is about to come to an end. Rizvam was genuinely annoyed. He's anxious. Levi was quite interested to see what Rizvim's face would look like if he discovered that the restrictions he had set were completely useless. However, that thing still had its uses, so he quickly continued. No, I received intelligence. The recent commotion from heaven is actually to provide cover for a unit of holy sword wielders. You also know that those angels, devils, and fallen angels are all a bunch of trash. They are doing this because they don't want to start a war again. But the more they cower like this, the easier it is to expose flaws. What do you think? As soon as Levi finished speaking, the other end of the line with Rizvam went quiet immediately. If this were really the case, it would indeed be a fat piece of meat. Snatching several holy swords back in one go, when it comes to clashing head-on with Searsex later, these things could definitely cause quite a stir. Moreover, with no angels watching the other side, this could be done without anyone knowing. HMPH, I didn't expect this brat Levi to be quite capable as a lackey. Thinking of this, Reisvam smiled. Levi intentionally let his voice carry a hint of urgency on the other end of the call. Fine, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just honestly be your mole. When I return to the underworld next time, if you still have value to use, perhaps I can give you some power. Reisvam hung up the communication. The moment the magic circle dissipated, the corners of Levi's mouth curled slightly. He snapped his fingers and pulled up another communication spell. This time, he contacted Searsex. Levi, I heard you went to the human territory recently. Did something happen? Searsex's voice was much softer than Reisvim's. Levi didn't beat around the bush and spoke straight to the point. I got some news. Reisvam said that the heavens' big move this time is to hide a group of knights led by a holy sword wielder to attack a certain target. Reisvam has designs on those holy swords. I specifically went to the place the heavens intend to attack to take a look, and if I'm not mistaken, the devil attack on the church, as well as the priest who reported it, are all part of a scheme set up by Reisvam. Searsex. This is a trap. He's trying to screw over both the heavens and the underworld at the same time. If things go wrong, it could directly spark a war between the two. After listening, Searsex's tone became grave. He didn't ask Levi if the intelligence was reliable. Because for something like this, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to be on guard. But he also understood that Levi was risking his life to act as an inside man for the underworld. This guy had always been ruthless, he would even dare to sacrifice himself. Searsex did not want to see that kind of situation. So he said something similar to what Reisvam had said. Levi, don't get involved in what happens next, leave it to us to handle, be careful yourself, and make sure you don't get exposed. If something really goes wrong, contact me at any time, no matter what, I will rush to save you. Understood. After chatting for a few moments, Searsex also cut off the communication. Levi stood up from his chair and walked to the window. On the distant horizon, the sun was stuck right where the sky and earth met. He smiled slowly. Some holy sword wielder, some group of knights. 2 communication spells were just about enough. As for how this whole thing would turn out in the end, that would have nothing to do with him. Even if it completely spiraled out of control later, it didn't matter. Because by that time, I will have already obtained the infinite magical power of the third magic. Some things began to surface one after another after Levi stepped into the Satan class. He was the only one in the training ground. Having maintained the devil trigger for too long, he stood motionless on the spot until his magical power was completely bottomed out, only then did he withdraw from the devil transformation state. That Satan class pressure instantly dissipated, and his power dropped sharply. But this time, what Levi cared about was no longer the loss of power, but another extremely subtle sensation. The moment the devil trigger was dispelled, that power didn't dissipate like magical energy. Instead, it retracted directly back into his body, as if it had been sucked back in. What is going on here? He pondered in the training ground for a long time before he slowly figured out a clue. According to the settings of Devil May Cry, the devil transformation is a technique for using demonic power. The devil trigger is the state of releasing demonic power. And the sin devil trigger is to completely abandon the human shell and fully transform into the appearance of a devil. Understandings of the devil transformation in the circle were strange and varied, but Levi's understanding had always been very clear. If your perspective stands on the side of devils, the sin devil trigger is your complete form. Then the devil trigger is the manifestation of you suppressing your power, and the human form is even more of a facade after tightly suppressing all your power. If you think about it this way, the matter of power retracting back into the body makes sense. He muttered to himself. Those devil transformations in Devil May Cry are about stimulating the devil bloodline within the body. And although I am a pure-blooded devil, in essence, this power is also about digging into what's in the bloodline. In this way, the power retracting back was actually inevitable. Consequently, Levi also finally figured out another problem he had never been able to understand. Why his own devil trigger felt like it wasn't as strong as Dante and Virgil's. Previously, he thought that the devil transformation was just an amplification skill, and that Dante and Virgil had solid foundations themselves, so naturally, they would crush him when they activated their transformations. But now it seemed, it wasn't just that they were strong themselves, the Sparta bloodline within them was a bigger reason. Sparta's strength went without saying. And what about the original Lucifer? You could encounter him by going back about 4 generations from his own era. Judging from the fact that he could join forces with the other three Satans to fight against God, he was probably around the level of a transcendent. Then, by combining the complete power of Lucifer with the power he had cultivated himself. Once I obtain the infinite magical power, make up for the shortcoming of magical energy, and fully unleash my constitution to resolve the consumption issue of the devil transformation. By then, I myself will become stronger, and if I can also freely control the sin devil trigger, then once the devil trigger is activated, I should at least be able to touch the edge of the dragon god class. Thinking of this, he scratched his head. This area only had the worldview of high school DxD, and the power of the dragon god class was indeed enough to use, even allowing him to walk sideways. But even if I can stabilize the sin devil trigger now, relying solely on the dragon god class to deal with the X world is still far from enough. Even Great Red got his head cut off by someone, although it was only mentioned in one sentence in the original work, and it didn't write out any shocking scenes at all. However, this matter was not completely hopeless. The figure of the fifth generation Dante appeared in Levi's mind. From a setting perspective, that guy had long since left his old man Sparta behind. In other words, the reason why the devil transformation couldn't reach its upper limit now was fundamentally because he himself was too weak. When he eventually surpasses the original Lucifer and reaches the level of a transcendent or dragon god class, and then activates the devil transformation, then sweeping through the X world will be a certainty. At the end of the day, his state without transformation was, at most, at the level of a mid-tier devil. And besides, since I can realize in advance that the devil transformation is about digging into bloodline power, there's another path to becoming stronger. What if one day I sign in and draw in heaven-defying bloodline? Wouldn't that be an instant takeoff? For now, let's first make up for the shortcoming of magical energy. Regardless of whether Rizvam and Searsex had already started fighting, Fuyuki City remained peaceful and calm. Saju Ayaka was still sitting in the room, flipping through a book. It's about time. Her face, bright and beautiful like a flower, always wore a faint smile. I originally wanted to wait for the other side to come knocking first, but it seems they don't intend to make a move in advance. Saju Ayaka closed the book. She couldn't wait any longer. As long as she closed her eyes, the figure from that day would appear in her mind. The guy who, after defeating St. George, was in an extremely poor state but still dared to swing his blade at Solomon. That kind of behavior, she couldn't understand at all. That was something only heroes in storybooks would do. So Saju Ayaka wanted to see that guy's battle one more time. I've already watched the few battles that took place here before. Watching them repeatedly, there's no longer any novelty, it's time to start the next one. Solomon looked at her quietly, without speaking. To be honest, he understood that his master was not quite normal. Not quite normal in every aspect. But what did that have to do with him? Irisville suddenly put down her chopsticks, her eyes narrowing. Someone is coming. Her originally gentle expression instantly switched to a state of alert, as if something in the distance was reflected in her pupils. This was the Einsburn Great Hakare barrier taking effect. This barrier was originally one of the foundations of the Einsburn family. After Levi took it over, he didn't dismantle it but instead had Graphia completely renovate it. Now, it could not only sense intrusions but also directly share vision, and could even launch attacks. Levi was already calculating that after returning to the underworld, he would set up a similar system in the territory of the Lucifer clan. Who is coming? Levi had a rough idea in his heart, but he still asked. The person who came was about what he had guessed. There is that Solomon you mentioned, and his master. The old director came too. Levi was stunned, and before he could speak, Irisville had already finished speaking. It's a girl. Solomon's master isn't the old director. Levi patted Irisville's shoulder. Share the vision with me. Okay. The next second, the image captured by the Great Hakare barrier appeared before Levi's eyes. Sure enough, there was a young girl standing beside Solomon. Blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing a clean Western-style dress. She seemed to sense something, suddenly turned her head, and made eye contact with Levi through the barrier spell. Then she revealed a brilliant smile, like a blooming flower. Isn't that woman, Saju Ayaka? She is the master, pairing with the heroic spirit Solomon. This combination is too outrageous. Levi swept a glance at the opposite side, and after seeing it, he quickly looked away, his expression clearly sinking. The others were originally tense, ready to start fighting at any time. But as soon as they saw his expression was wrong, all eyes fell on him. Lord Levi, what's wrong? Kuroka asked first. Levi took a deep breath, suppressing the churning emotions in his heart. Prepare to fight, but the plan has to change. He had originally thought of a frontal combat plan against Solomon, specifically waiting for this decisive battle that would come sooner or later. Although Artoria was dead set against it, Levi had originally intended to use numbers to crush the opponent. The main attack would be left to himself and Graphia. If Artoria refused to engage, he would use a command spell to forcibly order her to go with Kuroka and the others to dismantle Solomon's 72 pillars. As for that so-called contract, he would humor her on small matters, but for big ones, that contract was originally just a pretext to keep her from making a fuss. The Yamato could even cut through Rizebim's restrictions. What was a mere contract? Therefore, if the partner on the other side was the old director plus Solomon, Levi's side still had a high chance of winning. But the situation was different now. I'll handle this battle against Solomon alone. What? Graphia and Kuroka were stunned. The two subconsciously thought of Artoria and turned to stare at her together. Did this woman do something to Lord Levi? Artoria, at this moment, had changed from having a straight face to looking relaxed, with even a hint of happiness showing in her eyes. She had never wanted a group of people to gang up on one person. However, Master, the opponent is a heroic spirit. To deal with Solomon, it would be better to let me go. Levi shook his head. He swept a glance at everyone present with an expressionless face, then uttered a sentence that left them all dumbfounded. You, Graphia, Kuroka. Ingvild, if you can use your sacred gear, you go too. You only have one task. Deal with, no, even just being able to hold off the opponent's master for a while will be enough. What? Graphia stared at Levi. She would never question his decision, but wasn't this too outrageous? Or was it that, Lord Levi, is there a problem with the master on the other side? Information about Saju Ayaka flashed rapidly through Levi's mind. Saju Ayaka, that princess of the root, is an existence even gods fear. Her magic circuits are naturally connected to the root, making her stronger than Solomon. No, to be precise, the current Solomon is simply no match for her. She can block high-damage noble phantasms with just one hand. Ordinary attacks have no effect on her at all. I will do my best to take care of Solomon as quickly as possible. I'll have to leave this side to you all. Solomon is the final enemy. As long as we beat him down, this Holy Grail war will be won. The rules don't say you have to kill all the masters. Once Solomon is dealt with, the Holy Grail can be obtained. By then, we'll be able to figure out the secret of infinite mana. If I had infinite mana, activated my Sin Devil trigger, and clashed head-on with Saju Ayaka in a berserk state, I might have a fighting chance. Otherwise, they'll all end up dying here. That woman is a monster who can make almost anything she desires come true. In the original work, if it weren't for her believing too strongly that her desires would come true, and believing too strongly that the person she liked would definitely like her back, causing her to lower her guard, Arthur would never have been able to backstab her. And even after being stabbed, she didn't die completely. She could even resurrect. The current Solomon lacks a Grand Saint Graph. In terms of threat level, this strongest heroic spirit has instead become her only weakness. Then we'll just target that weakness. This is truly hard to accept. Artoria shook her head, looked at Levi, and suddenly smiled. However, since you've said so, I have no choice but to believe you. As long as Solomon disappears, victory is ours. So, you must win. That is Artoria. Even though she already believed Levi's words, and believed that the opponent's master was such a terrifying monster, when facing an even more dangerous enemy, she still worried about Levi's safety. You all are the ones who need to be careful. Levi looked at them seriously. That person is not easy to deal with. Hearing him say this, Graphia and Kuroka exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Understood. We'll leave this side to us. Just how terrifying is that so-called enemy? From the start, Artoria, Graphia, and Kuroka had already chatted briefly while searching for the enemy. They all believed that the enemy had likely sensed their arrival long ago and might have already set a trap. It was even possible that someone would fall at the very first encounter. Artoria, in particular, could not be the first to fall. Because if she went down, everything would be over. Kuroka is young, has great potential, and a limitless future. She might even become Lord Levi's partner. Therefore, Graphia had long since made up her mind that if they encountered a transcendent-level powerful enemy, she would risk her life to protect the others. Just then, you actually followed here too. That's fine, it's perfect, no one will disturb their fight. In the forest of the Einsborn family, a clearing had appeared at some point. On the clearing, there were tables and chairs, with refreshments and black tea placed on them. At the very front of the table, a screen made of water was suspended in midair, showing the situation between Solomon and Levi. Saju Ayaka held a teacup, her gaze falling on the vigilant Graphia and her group. Would you like a cup of tea? When she smiled, she looked like a fairy stepping out of the sunlight, even brighter than the daylight. Kuroka frowned, wanting to make a move. But before she could move, her body suddenly stopped obeying her, and her feet walked towards Saju Ayaka involuntarily. Graphia and Artoria also wanted to reach out to pull her back, but discovered that their own bodies were similarly unable to move. Graphia's eyes sank sharply. The magic circle at her feet expanded instantly. It was the crest of the Lucifuge family. She managed to break free from a sliver of the restraint, grabbed Kuroka, and simultaneously aimed the magic circle at Saju Ayaka. Oh. Aside from Levi, you actually have this level of combat power on your side. Saju Ayaka sighed lightly. Her words sounded like lamentation, but the smile on her face grew even wider. However, surprises like this are what make things interesting. Facing the magic attack blasted over by Graphia, Saju Ayaka only extended one finger. That finger was slender and fair, not looking like someone who had practiced martial arts, but rather like a young lady who played the piano in her own garden every day. Yet with just such a finger, she blocked Graphia's magic with a light touch. Don't be so hot-headed. The battle over there is about to begin. I'll say this first, I am very much looking forward to this battle. If it gets interrupted, I might do something not so pleasant. Hearing these words, and seeing the other party neutralize her attack so casually, Graphia did not immediately stop, but asked in a deep voice. Why are you so looking forward to the battle between Lord Levi and Solomon? Do you have that much confidence in Solomon? No. She had originally thought that Saju Ayaka wanted to use the Holy Grail War to win, which was why she facilitated this duel. But Saju Ayaka shook her head. As for who will win, I actually think Levi has a better chance, but all of that is irrelevant. Saju Ayaka clasped her fingers together, the smile on her face dazzlingly bright. Anyway, I can know the final result no matter what. But if that were the case, things wouldn't be fun. She tilted her head, her gaze falling on the battlefield over there. When those two over there fight, don't you think it's particularly like an Homeric epic? Ancient heroes against modern heroes, compared to who wins, I want to watch the fight itself more. How interesting, don't you think? Devils are never the protagonists in any heroic story. Graphia lowered her hand. It wasn't that she was no longer vigilant. It was that she understood, the other party's strength had likely already reached the transcendent level. Even if Searsex or Rizvam stood before her, it would be impossible to suppress her any higher. Graphia didn't dare to continue thinking. Anyway, she knew that this person in front of her was indeed much stronger than herself, and that was enough. As for the other side, Kuroka and Artoria were worried to death, but Graphia was actually not nervous. Levi would not lose to Solomon. This was not just because he had already reached Satan class. The image flashed through Graphia's mind, the appearance of Levi growing wings and a tail, his skin hardening into armor, and blue blades popping out from his arms. Just thinking of that look, she felt that Levi would not lose. Even if he might lose control. Even if he could only maintain it for a short while. But once Lord Levi entered that state, Solomon would definitely die. Levi's attitude toward Solomon this time was completely different from the previous time. Last time his condition was terrible, but this time he was at his peak. On the other hand, Solomon seemed to have done something earlier, and his mana was definitely not at full capacity. Levi stared at Solomon, while his observation haki spread out to the surroundings. He set up a magic territory in advance, huh? Solomon, you are the last opponent I need to take out in this Holy Grail war. Levi spoke. I had originally thought of many ways to defeat you, but I'm in a hurry now, so. Sorry. Solomon frowned. Without the ability to foresee the future, he completely couldn't understand why Levi would suddenly say such words. The two of them had fought before. Levi was indeed strong, but not stronger than him. With their current Saint Graphs, fighting without relying on any protection, the strength of the two should not differ by much. Levi's entire body's mana was as if it had exploded. Previously, his devil trigger was already very scary, but now, the power on his body was directly burning. Blue flames suddenly surged all over his body, and his heart beat like a drum, clearly audible from far away. Immediately following that, the bloodline power within him completely exploded. That was the power of the original Lucifer. Black wings suddenly unfurled from his back, a tail whipped out, claws grew, and a pair of blue arm blades appeared on his arms. The previous devil trigger look at least still had a human shape. Now, this one couldn't even be recognized as human at all. It was entirely a devil, an evil dragon, a monster that had crawled right out of a myth. Anyway, it had absolutely nothing to do with being human. Roar! Levi threw his head back and let out another roar, directly cutting into his sin devil trigger. He had been pondering on the way how to quickly finish the fight and take down Solomon. Pondering until the end, he figured out a way. If he held the Yamato to clash blades with Solomon, that guy's magic foundation was there, and he would have been prepared long ago, it wouldn't be that easy to end the fight quickly. But he had other methods. For example, like this. The heat wave arrived first. Before Solomon even heard the sound of the wind, the skin on his face was first scraped by that scorching air wave. He immediately spread his hands, the rings on his 10 fingers lit up in unison, and 10 colors of light exploded simultaneously. But at the very moment he intended to activate his power, perhaps in a gap of less than half a second, his actions were interrupted. His vision blurred. He didn't even clearly see the enemy's position, and his whole body had already flown out. The impact force came even more violently than the pain. The light on the rings hadn't yet extinguished, but his consciousness was already about to leave his body. At this very instant, Solomon's eyes suddenly turned pure white. It was as if a higher will had taken over his body. Those 10 rays of light that were about to dissipate condensed again. And the 72 pillars that had been quietly set up beforehand were also madly accumulating mana at this moment. Because Solomon knew clearly in his heart, he did not want to take a second hit of that attack from last time which could shatter a large area of space. Solomon changed his approach this time. The 10 colors of light converged into a huge magic circle in his hands, and those red patterns in the void that split open like blood vessels then appeared. The power of the 72 pillars demon gods poured into his body in one breath, without any delay in the entire process. And then, while his whole body was still flying backward, the magic circle in his hands suddenly aimed at a direction. In that instant, it seemed as if time had stopped. The air also ceased to move. The entire world seemed to hold its breath, just to hear clearly the sentence he chanted. The time of birth has come, with this, I correct all things. The magic circle in his hands, following this chant, isolated everything around it. The ring composed of burning light bands aimed directly at Levi in front of him, who had completely transformed into his sin devil trigger. The third noble phantasm activated. The light band flew out from his hands, and that heat, which no noble phantasm on earth could withstand, slammed solidly into Levi. Levi opened his mouth and let out a roar. But he didn't dodge. He also didn't block. On the contrary, with the blessing of infinite martial arts, this man, who had already fallen into a berserk state, made a decisive judgment that he might not have been able to achieve even if he were sober. He reached out directly toward Solomon. The blades on his arms lit up, his eyes locked onto his opponent, and he charged headlong into the halo, not treating Solomon's third noble phantasm as anything of consequence. In the distance, Graphia, who was watching via Saju Ayaka's spell, could barely sit still. Artoria and Kuroka stood up immediately. Only Saju Ayaka let out a soft sigh and snapped her fingers with one hand. The spectacle she wanted to see had already concluded. She released the restrictions on Solomon's clairvoyance. In that instant, Solomon saw the future. Then, he let go of his hands and completely abandoned all resistance. His strongest noble phantasm struck Levi, but the terrifying heat was completely ignored, and the explosive force couldn't even slow him down. On the contrary, the layer of blue flames formed by burning magic power on Levi's body devoured the light band the moment it touched it. The next second, Levi's figure flashed. Solomon's body was enveloped in blue flames and dispersed into golden dust. He was eliminated. From start to finish, it took a total of 10 seconds. If Solomon hadn't prepared in advance, he would have died on the first strike. But he had prepared, withstood one of Levi's attacks, and forced his opponent to strike a second time. To have achieved this much was already enough to be proud of. After all, blocking a single strike was something many heroes would never achieve in their entire lives. After finishing off Solomon, Levi let out a roar toward the sky. The blue flames instantly engulfed the entire forest and the castle. Without the protection of a barrier, everything was reduced to ashes in the high temperature. Saju Ayaka snapped her fingers. Graphia beside her, Ingvild in the shadows, Sharon, Sakura, Rin, Irisville, and she herself, all teleported instantly, returning to the Fuyuki city area. By the time the blue flames in the distance burned to the horizon, exactly 40 seconds had passed. The flames suddenly retracted into Levi's body. His magic power exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Only then did he regain consciousness. Through the connection of the pieces, he immediately checked the status of Graphia and the others. Once he confirmed they were safe, he finally felt relieved. Solomon had been eliminated, and the Holy Grail War had completely ended. Behind the clouds burned through by the flames in the sky, golden light fell upon Levi. The golden Holy Grail descended from the sky and slammed directly onto his forehead. His vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Devils, gods, and dragon kings. These three types of existences were basically the strongest combat powers in this world. The chief gods of the pantheons were slightly stronger than the average devil, god, or dragon king. Among the devils, there were also individuals like Graphia who could rival chief gods, and the same went for Tiamat, the strongest of the 5 great dragon kings, the Chaos Karma dragon. They were the pinnacle, the highest combat power this world could contain. Anything stronger than them, those were monsters. Heavenly dragons and transcendent beings were anomalies, categorized separately even within their own factions. These guys weren't just powerful, they would also cause major incidents that affected the world. Searsex and his brother, Ajuka Beelzebub, overthrew the old system passed down through the ages among devils and changed the entire devil race. Rizvam wanted to release the evil dragons and planned to invade other worlds. All 3 of the devil's transcendent beings were like this. The heavenly dragons were an even more lawless bunch, evil dragons that reached the level of heavenly dragons, like that forbidden dragon of magic sources, Azidahaka, had to be sealed away immediately. The red dragon emperor and the white dragon emperor were also turned into sacred gears. Even that beast emperor and the god of destruction were either sealed or killed off. The god of destruction, Shiva, always kept to himself and never associated with other powerful beings. Even the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel, didn't include Shiva in his side's combat power when he was planning how to deal with the beast emperor. If one went up another level, beings like the infinite dragon god Ophis and Great Red found it annoying to even stay within the world and simply went to live outside of it. Therefore, existences of this level could be counted on one's fingers. The first task for the leaders of the major factions was to memorize the names of these different guys and figure out what they had done. The addition or loss of even one was a major event that would shake the entire world. Therefore, the moment that roar, wrapped in waves of power, swept across the world like a tide, all factions, regardless of what they were busy with or what they were planning, immediately changed their objectives. They had to figure out exactly who this guy was. What kind of temper he had. What he wanted to do, and what he had done. Following that roar, every major pantheon sprang into action. On Searsex and Ajuka's side, they were originally discussing Rizvam. Upon hearing this disturbance, both of their expressions changed immediately. Searsex, this. Ajuka reacted instantly. Searsex frowned, sighed helplessly, and slowly nodded to his friend. If I'm not mistaken, this probably isn't on the same level as the chief gods, or even the heavenly dragons. Since even Searsex said so, Ajuka sighed as well. It must be a dragon god. I never expected a new dragon god to appear in the world. I just hope the world won't be thrown into chaos because of his appearance. Sigh. Let's hope so. Searsex and Ajuka shared the same thought. The other chief gods understood the truth at the same time. Only they, this group of anomalies, standing at the very top of the world, understood best. A third dragon god had been born into this world. Rizvam felt it too. However, as Rizvam realized this, his brows knit even tighter. Because, if the old man hadn't died and had instead become even stronger, this is probably what it would feel like. Are you telling me now that the old man, no, the original Lucifer has come back to life? What a joke. He, ha 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 ha, no matter who you are. Even if you really are the old man, don't you dare ruin my plans tilde. The evil dragons, the beast emperor, other worlds. They are all mine, all of them, they are all mine. Rizvim's reaction, however, was in a completely different direction. The Chaos Brigade's base was already roughly built. The black-haired girl on the throne had been like a puppet, motionless. But at this moment, she suddenly moved. She jumped down from her seat, barefoot, wearing that black dress, and with a casual tear, she ripped a hole directly into space. She stepped through, traveling directly from the Chaos Brigade headquarters to the human world. Dragon God, a new dragon god. If I want to take back the silence, he must be able to do it. The girl, or rather, the infinite dragon god Ophis, kept her eyes fixed in one direction and began to walk. On Levi's side, he knew nothing of this. His Sin Devil trigger aura had spread out, causing an uproar in the dark corners of the entire world. He closed his eyes. The Holy Grail was merging into his body. His consciousness drifted to a strange wasteland. He had been pondering all along how he should make a wish once the Holy Grail war was over. He couldn't just hold the cup and shout, could he? Now he understood. His consciousness had reached this field. Standing before him was a woman who looked exactly like Irisville, wearing the clothes of the Saint of Winter. Victor, tell me your wish. Levi smiled. My wish is everything here, the third magic, and infinite magic power. The Saint of Winter listened and nodded. The Holy Grail here in FGO was completely different from the ones in FZ or FSN. This thing hadn't been corrupted. It was a Holy Grail that could truly grant wishes. The Saint of Winter accepted Levi's wish. Then her body turned into golden light and drilled directly into Levi's body. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into Levi's mind. They were all about the third magic. At this moment, he became the third magician, or rather, the user of the third magic. This Holy Grail war would be the last one. The entire Holy Grail had entered Levi's body. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt it immediately. The magic power in his body, which had been flowing but not very active, suddenly surged. It jumped from the level of a middle-class devil straight to a high-class devil. Moreover, this magic power seemed to be connected to something. As long as he used magic power, whatever he used was immediately replenished from the other side. This was infinite magic power. Although it wasn't quite what Levi had imagined, the effect was about the same. After confirming his status, the system's voice rang out. Check in reward, Solomon, Key of Solomon. Levi clicked on the check in reward and was stunned for a moment. Key of Solomon. He took the item out of the system inventory and discovered it was indeed a book. Levi's expression was a bit strange. It wasn't that he didn't know what this was, it was precisely because he did know that his expression was so subtle. Many people didn't know that this, Key of Solomon, was not written by Solomon at all. Other than the title having a slight connection, it had absolutely nothing to do with Solomon. He went through so much effort to take down Solomon, only to be given a book that had nothing to do with him. Levi had indeed won the Holy Grail war and obtained the third magic. But if the check in reward was just a book he could buy with a little effort, he certainly wouldn't be happy about it. He didn't give up. Clinging to a final shred of hope, Levi sat up in bed, casually turned on the bedside lamp, and opened the book. After reading a few pages, he breathed a sigh of relief. The Key of Solomon, given by the system, was not something fabricated by those medieval occultists. It was based on the legendary Sefer Raziel Ha-Malik, written by an angel. Combined with Solomon's own insights and research. It ultimately gathered the absolute essence of Solomon's magecraft. If this book were thrown to the Magus Association, they could revive thousands of lost magecrafts just from it. This was definitely the legacy of the king of magecraft. From building the ark to summoning demons and spirits, from the secret arts of angels to the mysteries of demons, and even manuscripts of the true God. Levi could only say, a priceless treasure. Besides being priceless, Levi didn't really care much about the 1,500 types of knowledge in the universe. He wasn't going to build an ark. Nor was he going to get involved in all sorts of messy business. Giving this kind of magic book to a brute like him was a total waste. Besides, most of the magecraft inside that was invincible for humans was, for devils who were born to use magic. Well, how could angels possibly understand magic better than devils? The only rare things were probably the secret arts of angels, the manuscripts of the true God, and Solomon's research. He flipped through the secret arts of the angels and didn't care about them at all. He was a devil and couldn't use them. Nothing to say. The manuscripts of the true God were indeed awesome. As soon as Levi looked, he felt a special power surging inside. But it wasn't something whose use could be seen at a glance. Only when he saw Solomon's research did Levi's eyes light up. Could Solomon defeat him? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.